Chapter 7:11. At the next moment Han Shuo, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt as though he was shrouded by a peculiar force field. His body felt as though he had sunk into a muddy swamp. A constantly rotating energy curled around him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't break free from it. It was also at this moment that the little girl, who was covered in blood, turned her ice-cold purple eyes towards Han Shuo's hiding place, among the lush leaves of a large tree. The little girl's body was also stained with scarlet blood. The scarlet blood stains on her cute little dress were like blooming red flowers. But when contrasted with the ice-cold aura emanating from her body, she gave off a very frightening feeling. Han Shuo, who was carefully observing the situation below, had absolutely no idea what energy the little girl was using. The only thing he could be sure of was that she wasn't using any of the 12 fundamental energies. 2 mid-gods were shredded to pieces in an instant. But not only was the little girl not afraid, she even seemed to be enjoying it. This made Han Shuo feel that she was rather strange. "Big brother, there are caterpillars in the leaves." The little girl's purple eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though she could see through all the obstacles between the two of them. Her voice was cold and sweet. Han Shuo's heart sank. He knew that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. Han Shuo, who couldn't estimate the little girl's strength, pondered for a moment before he flew down from the leaves with a bitter smile. He maintained a certain distance from her and immediately said, "I'm not with them. Don't misunderstand." "Not with them? Oh, what's the difference? You saw me kill them." The little girl blinked and looked at Han Shuo innocently. But her words were as cold as ice. "Are you planning to kill me?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a faint smile. "Yes, I'm sorry." The little girl bowed slightly, giving Han Shuo an apologetic salute. Then she floated towards Han Shuo. A strange force field suddenly enveloped the area. This force field was completely different from a divinity's domain. It did not change the elemental distribution in this space at all. Instead, it formed many vortexes that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes contained a strange power that seemed to be able to grind everything around them to pieces. As soon as the force field was formed, Han Shuo's keen divine sense immediately sensed the sudden changes in the surrounding space. The surrounding vortexes were hard to see with the naked eye, but Han Shuo relied on his divine sense's astonishing ability to sense all things, so he could clearly grasp their location and the changes that were happening. The little girl was not affected by any of the whirlpools at all. When she flew towards Han Shuo, her body passed through the whirlpools unscathed. However, Han Shuo knew that those whirlpools contained extremely terrifying energy. The sudden disintegration of the 2 mid-gods proved the lethality of the whirlpools. The force field was still there. The whirlpools were spinning and moving at high speed. Their target, Han Shuo, was getting tighter and tighter. Han Shuo quietly stared at the little girl who was slowly approaching him. When he discovered that the area he could move was getting smaller and smaller, he slightly bunched his brows. Then Han Shuo's body turned into afterimages as he moved at high speed within a very small area. His body either elongated or shrunk. He had utilized the body metamorphosis to the extreme and forced his way out of the space that was constantly being compressed. Han Shuo gently took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind to its peak. He stood in the pool of blood where the little girl was. He casually absorbed the divine souls of the 2 mid-gods that had yet to dissipate into Cauldron Spirit. Then he looked at the little girl who was a little surprised and coldly said, "We will mind our own business. If you dare to attack again, I will not rest until you are dead." That little girl didn't seem to expect that Han Shuo would be able to easily escape from the energy field she created. When she looked at Han Shuo again, she suddenly felt that he was covered by a layer of mysterious veil. Her brows were slightly creased, as though she was considering whether she should attack again. After a while, she lightly nodded and said in a cold voice, "There is an unknown energy in your body. It is a kind of energy that I have never seen before. You may leave. We will mind our own business." Han Shuo was startled when he heard those words. He did not expect that this little girl could see through the demonic arts he was concealing with just a glance. Han Shuo was even more afraid to act blindly without thinking. "Master, stay away from this little girl. She is even more terrifying than that guy who attacked you last time." Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, Han Shuo's expression remained the same. However, his heart was in turmoil. Han Shuo took a deep look at the little girl and did not say anything else. He nodded and concealed himself in the shadows. He immediately vanished from that place. "That little girl, she is even more terrifying than Avery?" Han Shuo asked Cauldron Spirit. The astonishment in his heart had yet to subside after leaving that area. Yes, I can infer that from her biomagnetic field. Moreover, that little girl has a strange thing in her body. It is the so-called divine weapon of this universe. That divine weapon is not bad, but its energy is also very strange, Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo after a moment of silence. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a supreme demonic treasure. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron Spirit still had the arrogance to disregard any demonic treasure despite having exhausted all the demon generals in the Cauldron. If even the Cauldron Spirit said that the divine weapon was not bad, Han Shuo believed that the divine weapon in the little girl's body must be extraordinary. Han Shuo immediately made up his mind not to provoke her. An expert with unfathomable strength and a high possibility of possessing a terrifying divine weapon wasn't someone he should pay too much attention to at this time. Especially since the two of them had no enmity, there was even less need for Han Shuo to look for trouble. After the first two targets were killed by the little girl, Han Shuo had no choice but to search for new targets. 2 days later, Han Shuo once again set his sights on an early-stage mid-god god hunter who cultivated in the energy of death. This time Han Shuo did not run into any trouble. Given Han Shuo's current strength in demonic arts and the large area coverage of the Cauldron Spirit's demon generals, his sudden sneak attack was not something that the god hunter could defend against. Han Shuo once again experienced the wonderful feeling of having the divine energy of death flow from the god hunter's body to his own. Although two people of the same energy could devour each other, the devourer could not obtain all of the divine energy in the other party's body. In fact, the devourer could only obtain about 10% of the divine energy in the other party's body, or even less. After all, the divine energy that others painstakingly cultivated belonged to them. A portion of that divine energy would forever remain in the cultivator's body, mixing with the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. It was not something that could be obtained by devouring. In the process of devouring, the divine energy of the one being devoured would be greatly drained. No matter how skilled the devourer was, when the other party was powerless and could only be devoured, it would mean that the devourer could no longer control the divine energy in his body. While a portion of the divine energy would flow into the devourer's body, a larger portion would flow out from the 7 orifices of the body, the hair, and even every pore of the devourer's body. This was something that no one could stop. In the end, the devourer would have to remove the impurities from the divine energy and fuse it with his or her own divine energy. As such, if a devourer devoured a god of the same level, he or she would at most obtain 1/10 of the divine energy in the other party's body. Therefore, Han Shuo only obtained less than 10% of the divine energy in the early-stage mid-god's body. However, the other party was, after all, a mid-god. Just 10% of the divine energy was enough for a low-god like Han Shuo to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Han Shuo's avatar possessed the divine soul of a mid-god. Therefore, the breakthrough happened very quickly. When the avatar discovered that the divine energy was so dense that it was about to undergo a qualitative change, it immediately entered the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and entered a long period of cultivation. Meanwhile, Han Shuo's main body continued to search for other targets, god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. For the next 7 days, Han Shuo wandered around Greenfire Swamp in an attempt to find a suitable target for his avatar of destruction to enhance its destruction divine energy. However, the result was far beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He could no longer find any god hunters. Unwilling to give up, Han Shuo continued searching in Greenfire Swamp for another 3 days. By chance, a demon general saw the mysterious little girl killing a god hunter cultivating in the Edict of Darkness in the outer perimeter of the swamp and said, "That should be enough." Immediately, Han Shuo understood why he couldn't find any more god hunters. Since the little girl had killed all the god hunters, Han Shuo had no reason to stay in Greenfire Swamp any longer. As for those gods who came for energy ores and medicinal ingredients, Han Shuo couldn't bring himself to kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Greenfire Swamp. Should I return to the City of Shadows? Han Shuo thought to himself. Cage and Eve had just died not too long ago. If Han Shuo were to return to the City of Shadows during this sensitive period, he might become Avery's target. The chances of him being killed by Avery was too high. Before he could protect himself, Han Shuo hesitated. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had promised Emily, Phoebe, and the others that he would bring them to Elysium as soon as he could. After witnessing the wonders of Elysium, Han Shuo could not stop thinking about bringing them to Elysium. Elysium had abundant elements and the most mature cultivation system. Elysium was, without a doubt, the best place for any god to rapidly improve themselves. In the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had befriended Carmelita and established a relationship with the House of Saint. In addition, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had made a name for itself. Han Shuo would be able to quickly establish a foothold in Elysium. However, due to his relationship with the House of Lavers and the fact that he was facing great danger, Han Shuo was caught in a dilemma. Han Shuo couldn't make up his mind no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he was already walking towards the exit of Greenfire Swamp. Half a day later, Han Shuo had exited Greenfire Swamp and was slowly walking in the direction of the City of Shadows. He had made up his mind that he would wait outside the City of Shadows for a period of time and enter the city after the commotion had died down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han Shuo suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him. Han Shuo was startled and immediately turned his head to look. He suddenly discovered a small white dot rapidly approaching. In just a few blinks of an eye, that white dot had transformed into that mysterious little girl. She was gnashing her teeth as she madly charged in his direction. The expression on her face was somewhat sinister, causing Han Shuo to immediately raise his guard as though he was facing a great enemy. The little girl's perception was exceedingly keen. Now that the distance between the two had shrunk once again, Han Shuo thought that she must have discovered him, or perhaps her goal was to kill him. Having witnessed the little girl's fearsomeness, Han Shuo also seemed a bit flustered. He hastily turned to face her, prepared to fight to the death. However, the situation was somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. That little girl's body suddenly swayed unsteadily. She wore a painful expression on her face. When she saw Han Shuo appear in front of her, she seemed rather stunned. She cried out in fear and suddenly fell from midair. Soon enough, a plop sound came from the ocean beneath Han Shuo's feet. A small hand was constantly waving in the water as though it was trying to say something. That little girl is gravely injured. I can sense it. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo again. Han Shuo, who was initially startled, became even more astonished after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He immediately looked all around in suspicion and released a few of the demon generals that Cauldron Spirit had kept away. The little girl's strength was already ridiculously terrifying. Wouldn't the person who could seriously injure her be even more terrifying? With this realization, Han Shuo immediately prepared to leave as soon as possible. The little girl in the ocean below was not cute at all. Han Shuo had seen her kill people effortlessly and had no sympathy for her. He just wanted to get away from this trouble as soon as possible. Save me. Suddenly, the struggling little girl below barely managed to float her drenched head out of the water. She looked at Han Shuo, who was coldly watching from above, and cried out softly with great difficulty. At this moment, there was only weakness on her face, as well as a delicate and pitiful look. She had long since lost the ferocity she displayed when killing people at Greenfire Swamp. Han Shuo was still moved by compassion. He sighed softly and leapt into the sea, grabbing the little girl and quickly leaving this place. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of Greenfire Swamp. Even though it was very far away, Han Shuo could still hear it. The little girl who was on the verge of death was immediately shocked. She hurriedly said, Hurry, they've rushed out of the boundary." Han Shuo did not know who was chasing after her, but when he heard her say this, he did not dare to think too much about it. He immediately fled from that troublesome place as fast as he could. He passed by Neptune's Tier, Fort Hassel and another village. Han Shuo stopped in the middle of a mountain range. The little girl who was quietly grabbing the corner of Han Shuo's clothes leaned against Han Shuo and said softly, "They shouldn't have caught up. Who is chasing you?" Han Shuo frowned and looked down at the weak and powerless girl. He asked, "What is your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Andrina." As for who was chasing her, she did not say. "Are you feeling better? Can you leave by yourself?" This little girl was too dangerous. She was basically a hot potato. Han Shuo did not want to have someone by his side who could threaten his life and whose origins were unknown. "Are you going to leave me behind?" Andrina blinked her purple eyes and asked pitifully. "Your strength is too terrifying. I don't even know where you came from. If I keep you by my side, who knows when I will become a pile of broken limbs. Well, since we have escaped from the enemy's pursuit, I think it's time for us to part ways. You don't have to thank me, that's all." Han Shuo knew how dangerous the little girl was and he hastily tried to distance himself from her. "If you leave me behind now, I will definitely be killed in less than 3 days. Andrina calmly looked at Han Shuo and softly said, "But if you continue to run away with me, I will repay you after I recover from my injuries and swear that I will not harm you." "Who is chasing you?" Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. The god hunters, the most powerful ones. Andrina was somewhat hesitant. But when she saw Han Shuo's serious expression, she knew that if she didn't give an answer, Han Shuo would immediately leave. Didn't you kill all the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp? Why are there still more? Han Shuo was shocked. There are a few new ones. They came specifically for me. They are the leaders of the god hunters. Andrina seemed rather astonished that Han Shuo knew what she did in Greenfire Swamp. However, she still answered honestly. Are they at the level of Bravst? Han Shuo asked in a deep voice. How do you know Bravst? Andrina cried out in surprise. I was nearly killed by that guy. Of course I know his name, Han Shuo replied. Do you have any crystal coins on you? Angelina did not continue talking about god hunters and suddenly changed the topic. Han Shuo wouldn't let her off so easily. He stared at Andrina and asked, You haven't answered my question. I will tell you after I recover from my injuries. Right now I am a seriously injured patient, she said weakly as she looked at Han Shuo with a pitiful expression. Han Shuo casually took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Andrina. He said, Eat this, it will help with your injuries. Andrina shook her head and softly said, It's no use. My body is special. No medicine can help me. Do you have crystal coins? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he casually grabbed a handful of black crystal coins. He handed them to Andrina and said, You are injured to this extent. Why would you need crystal coins? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Shuo suddenly saw Andrina take the black crystal coins and immediately put them into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as the black crystal coins entered Andrina's lower abdomen. Han Shuo noticed that her complexion seemed a little better after eating the crystal coins. Do you have more? Andrina wiped the corner of her mouth and cautiously asked again. Yes. Han Shuo was astonished. He hastily took out a bag of black crystal coins from his space ring and handed it to her. There were about 5,000 of them. Han Shuo was extremely astonished. He didn't expect that Andrina wanted crystal coins not to spend them, but to eat them. Chapter 7:12. Do you have more? Andrina asked cautiously again after all 5,000 black crystal coins had disappeared into her abdomen a few minutes later. Han Shuo's face turned a little ugly. He threw another big bag of black crystal coins to Andrina, his heart bleeding. Do you have more? Do you have more? No more. Han Shuo's face turned livid. He glared at Andrina and said, You ate 90,000 black crystal coins in one go. Are you still not full? He began to fly into a rage. The potions he had painstakingly refined last time had earned him a total of 96,000 black crystal coins. Originally, these crystal coins were enough for Han Shuo to live a comfortable life. He didn't expect that Andrina would finish all of them in just half an hour. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Han Shuo let out a low growl. Andrina also felt guilty. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Han Shuo. She said softly, I'm far from full. But my injuries are a little better now. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Andrina ignored Han Shuo's murderous gaze and snored heavily. She clutched Han Shuo's arm tightly and fell into a deep sleep. My crystal coins. Han Shuo let out a long howl. Looking at Andrina, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he yelled angrily, What kind of monster are you? How did you eat 90,000 black crystal coins in one go? Unfortunately, Andrina couldn't hear Han Shuo's complaints anymore. After eating 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo discovered that Andrina's serious injuries were recovering at a miraculous speed. In her deep sleep, her body was like the most sophisticated machine, breaking down the energy contained in the black crystal coins and distributing them to every part of her body that was injured. Crystal coins on Elysium were a kind of energy and black crystal coins contained the most energy. However, according to Han Shuo's knowledge, although the energy contained in crystal coins had a wide range of uses, they were generally used in interplanar transportation matrices, boundary towers and energy towers, or in refining divine weapons. He had never heard of Andrina directly using it on a human body. Who exactly is this Andrina? Han Shuo was puzzled. She fell into a deep sleep, completely ignoring the dangers outside and placing her safety in the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp were still after her and therefore, he didn't dare to stay in the area for too long. After Andrina finished eating his 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo was determined to take her with him. He was going to settle the score with her when she woke up. Half a month later, Han Shuo arrived at a mountain range near the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was very familiar with the area. He easily found the underground cave that he had stayed in for a long time and entered it with Andrina. Andrina slept for half a month. During her deep sleep, her body was constantly filled with energy. Her face, which was on the verge of death, started to have traces of redness. Her heavily injured body was noticeably in better shape. However, the fact that Andrina showed no signs of waking up after sleeping for half a month gave Han Shuo quite a headache. The City of Shadows was right in front of him, but it didn't seem appropriate to bring Andrina into the city while she was in a deep sleep. However, if he were to leave Andrina alone, one could well imagine what would happen to her if someone discovered her whereabouts. Besides, Andrina owed Han Shuo 90,000 black crystal coins, and Han Shuo was still waiting for her to repay the huge sum. Han Shuo had no choice but to stay in the underground cave. His three bodies cultivated together while waiting for Andrina to wake up. During this process, Han Shuo did not stay idle. Using the coverage of his demon generals, he slowly learned about the current situation in the City of Shadows from the patrolling divine guards. Avery, who had lost his son and daughter, had mobilized the forces of the Fifth Corps in the House of Lavers to the fullest. They began to search for any murderers who might have killed his children. Those who had a grudge against the House of Lavers and Avery himself had sleepless nights during this period of time. They were in a state of chaos because of Avery. Several people who were once enemies of Avery and had coincidentally appeared in the vicinity of Fort Hassel had vanished without a trace. The higher-ups of the major family clans in the City of Shadows knew that Avery had gone crazy during this period of time. They secretly warned their descendants not to provoke Avery, who had lost his mind. Those family clans that held grudges against Avery had tightened their defenses. After learning about some of Avery's crazy actions, Han Shuo realized that Avery probably did not consider him as the biggest suspect. After all, Han Shuo's strength was far too weak in Avery's eyes. Logically speaking, there was no way he could have killed Cage and Eve without anyone noticing. With that, Han Shuo was secretly relieved. He knew that the pressure on him would lessen after he returned to the City of Shadows. Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Stice kneeled on the ground and reported in a deep voice, "Master, Avery is investigating Carmelita. It seems that Avery suspects Carmelita." An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as clear as jade put on a faint smile and said, "Avery is naturally paranoid. Haha, in addition to the fact that the incident was indeed very fishy, he will not only suspect Carmelita, but also every one of his enemies. However, we naturally have to make him point his finger at Carmelita. That way, when the two sides fight, we will be able to enjoy the show. Master, that youngster has disappeared without a trace. We still can't find a single trace of him," Stice said in a low voice. The white-haired old man subconsciously tapped the corner of his chair with his index finger. There was a look of doubt on his face as he said, "That kid really exceeded my expectations. Avery personally made a move, but he actually failed to kill him. This is really unbelievable. Forget it, it's fine as long as he's not in the City of Shadows. There's no need to worry about him. So many family clans couldn't find his whereabouts. It's only a pity that he lost the medicine formula." "Master, what should we do next?" Stice asked in a respectful voice. After pondering for a moment, the elderly man suddenly said, "Let's use the pawn we left in the House of Saint. We are willing to sacrifice that pawn in exchange for a piece of information. Information that will make Avery certain that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel." "Understood." Stice put on a gloomy smile and respectfully withdrew from the room. On the third day, inside a secret chamber of the Fifth Corps, Avery's face was as cold as a blade. He asked, "Are you sure?" A divine guard of the House of Saint, when he was drunk last night, unintentionally mentioned that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel. The time was exactly 8 days before the death of the young master and the young lady. Judging from the time, it fits perfectly. A figure in the darkness replied indifferently, "That vicious and ugly woman. It's her. It's really her." All Eve said was that she was ugly and yet she dared to do such a thing. What a heartless and heartless whore. How dare she? Avery's body was shivering. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "My lord, isn't it the House of Saint?" The shadow pondered for a moment before he gently reminded, "So what if it's the House of Saint? If worst comes to worst, I'll just leave the City of Shadows. With my strength, even if I leave the City of Shadows, I can still survive in the Darkness Dominion. How dare she kill my son and daughter? I will not let her off so easily." Avery bellowed hysterically. His face was malevolent and crazed. The shadow did not say anything else. He knew that once Avery had made up his mind, even if he knew it was wrong, he would continue down that path. All persuasion would be futile. After a long while, Avery gradually calmed down. He calmly said, "However, this matter needs to be carefully planned out. That ugly woman possesses extraordinary strength. Even if I were to personally attack her, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her." Although Avery was confident that he could defeat Carmelita, he wasn't completely confident. Therefore he didn't dare to act rashly. Another 2 months passed. One day Han Shuo, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly sensed movement beside him. Immediately, he opened his eyes and looked straight at Andrina, whose long eyelashes were fluttering. Andrina, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 4 months, was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. Instead, her fair complexion had a tinge of redness. Andrina's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she opened her beautiful purple eyes. She stretched lazily and wore a satisfied and comfortable smile on her face. In a melodious voice she said, "How long have I been asleep? Phew. I feel much better. My body doesn't hurt as much anymore." Han Shua's handsome face immediately darkened when he saw that Andrina had woken up. He bluntly demanded, "Pay me 90,000 black crystal coins." Andrina's small face was full of a bitter smile. She looked at Han Shua pitifully and said, "I didn't expect that the first thing I would hear after waking up would be asking me to pay. Aren't you going too far? 90,000 black crystal coins. That's all I have. Do you know what 90,000 black crystal coins mean? Do you know how long I've worked hard? How long have I saved up? Do you know how many things 90,000 black crystal coins can buy? Do you know?" Han Shua beat his chest and stamped his feet. His tone was filled with endless resentment. "I don't have a single crystal coin," Andrina said concisely after patiently listening to Han Shua's complaints. Han Shua was speechless. Having said so much in vain, Han Shua was crestfallen. He suddenly thought of something and his spirits lifted. He looked at Andrina with a grin like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. He said with a mischievous smile, "Do you have anything valuable? For example, a divine weapon that can be used as crystal coins?" "No way." Andrina suddenly hugged her shoulders with her hands, as if to protect the things on her body tightly. She took a small step back and said, "I don't have anything that I can give you in exchange for gold coins. Don't even think about it." "Then how are you going to compensate me for the 90,000 black crystal coins that you owe me?" As soon as Han Shua saw that his method didn't work, he immediately abandoned his hypocritical face and put on a ferocious expression. During this period of time, Andrina had been very quiet and she would often put on a pitiful expression in front of Han Shua. Han Shua had forgotten just how fierce she used to be. Andrina obviously wasn't afraid of Han Shua. She even stretched out her hand and pulled on the corner of Han Shua's mouth. Just as Han Shua was about to go berserk, she giggled and said, "Don't pretend to be so fierce. I know that you are actually a good person. You are different from those god hunters. Last time, you definitely didn't hide in the shadows with evil intentions. Hee, you saved me when I was seriously injured and treated me very well. I know that you won't hurt me." After taking a short pause, Andrina smilingly added, "Also, you can't hurt me now." After hearing Andrina's words, Han Shua put on a dispirited face. The ferocious expression on his face was no longer there. He said to her in a dispirited manner, "Have you recovered from your injuries? If you have, go and earn some money and return my crystal coins to me. After that, go and do whatever you need to do." "I haven't fully recovered, but it's more than enough to protect myself." Andrina giggled. She twirled her body in front of Han Shua and smoothed out the creases on her little dress. She then nodded in satisfaction and said, "I don't know how to earn money, but I am willing to protect you for a period of time. Consider it as compensation for eating your crystal coins." "You will protect me?" Han Shua let out a disdainful groan, but he immediately shut his mouth. When he recalled Andrina's terrifying means and the cauldron spirit's evaluation of her, his mind churned rapidly. After a while, he probingly asked, "Can the current you withstand a sneak attack from an early-stage high god? It shouldn't be a problem. Although I can't defeat him for the time being, it should be more than enough to escape with you. Right? If you can get me that many crystal coins, we won't even have to escape." Andrina thought for a moment and replied. Han Shua was shocked when he saw that Andrina didn't seem to be lying. Andrina was still confident that she could withstand an early-stage high god under such circumstances. Han Shua knew that the true strength of this little girl could only be described as terrifying. However, her ability to eat crystal coins gave Han Shua a huge headache. 10,000 black crystal coins a year. You ate 90,000 black crystal coins of mine and protected me for 9 years. That's it. Han Shuo said straightforwardly. Hiring a high god as a bodyguard would cost far more than 10,000 black crystal coins a year. Han Shuo was prepared to bargain with Andrina. He thought that he would have to keep her for at least a year before letting her go. To Han Shuo's surprise, Andrina did not raise any objections to Han Shuo's proposal. Instead, she very straightforwardly agreed. She giggled and said, "All right, you are a good person and I don't have anything to do for the time being." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. 90,000 black crystal coins was definitely not enough to hire a high god for 9 years. But Andrina's straightforwardness made Han Shuo rather suspicious. He thought, could she be plotting something? This little girl is definitely not as innocent as she looks. She is a little freak who kills without blinking an eye. Is it a blessing or a curse to keep her around for so long? What are you worried about? Andrina asked as though she could see through Han Shuo's thoughts. No, nothing. Han Shuo put on a straight face and said, "Come, let's go to the City of Shadows." With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo decided not to hide anymore. As long as Avery did not ambush him, Han Shuo did not have to worry about Avery's revenge. Therefore he openly returned to the City of Shadows with Andrina. After not returning to the City of Shadows for a long time, when Han Shuo stepped into the city, all the large family clans that learned of his return immediately took action. Their target was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 713. All of a sudden, the crowd converged towards the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and blocked its entrance. When Han Shuo arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the City of Shadows, he discovered that the place was already packed with people. He roughly estimated that there were at least 500 people gathered in front of the entrance of the tiny Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Anaito and his entourage, who were in charge of guarding the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, stood in front of the entrance. They were at a loss as to what to do when faced with so many powerful people from various family clans. Those in front of Anaito were all influential figures in the City of Shadows. Logically speaking, he should have allowed them to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Unfortunately, the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was too small to accommodate so many people at the same time. The second and third floors were where Han Shuo refined medicines. It was impossible for strangers to enter. Anaito was at a loss as to what to do, especially when Andre of the Saint family was among those people. Anaito was in an even bigger dilemma. If he were to allow Andre to enter, the others would certainly not be willing. But if all of them were to enter, there would not be enough space. Therefore, Anaito forced a smile and bowed while apologizing profusely. Fortunately, those people did not mind. They were happily chatting with each other as they waited for Han Shuo's arrival. After the previous experience of distributing medicines according to the number of people, these people who received the news of Han Shuo's return immediately dragged several groups of family clan guards and rushed to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to wait for Han Shuo. That was why the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was so packed. This is... When Han Shuo arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the scene before him. "Brian, you're back. Just in time. Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and take out the newly refined medicines. Brian, it's good that you're fine. I've prepared all the crystal coins. We'll do as you say." Before Han Shuo could react, those who knew and did not know him shouted one after another. They sounded very familiar with Han Shuo, but Han Shuo knew that he had only met them once. Some of them he had not even met before. Because of Han Shuo's arrival, the bustling crowd parted to form a path leading to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Standing in front of the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were several high-ranking members of large family clans who were smiling and waving at Han Shuo, urging him to hurry up. "I didn't expect that you would be so popular in this city," Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, said softly. The Andrina in front of others had reverted to the cold and indifferent expression that Han Shuo had when he first met her. Her adorable little face was deliberately cold and unsmiling. It made her look rather out of place in this bustling environment. Han Shuo forced a smile and walked straight to the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He took a look at Anaito, who was sweating profusely, and Andre, who was standing there with a smile on his face. He bowed slightly and said, "My apologies for making you wait so long." It's fine. The crowd hastily replied. After greeting each and every one of them smilingly, Han Shuo arrived at the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He swept a glance at the leaders of large family clans and said, "I know very well the purpose of your visit. This time, We will distribute the medicines according to each family clan instead of the number of heads. Those present at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were all leaders of large family clans and their divine guards. Only those long-established family clans in the City of Shadows were able to receive the news immediately upon Han Shua's return. Rugus of the House of Kisa immediately put on an awkward smile. He had brought the most divine guards with him and thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. He did not expect that Han Shua would not distribute the medicines according to the number of heads. Rugus, what's the matter? Do you have any objections? Bess of the House of Kinson covered her mouth and giggled. No objections, Rugus immediately denied with a mischievous smile. How about this? Each family clan can send in a few representatives. As for the divine guards of their family clans, they will remain outside for the time being, Han Shua suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Andre of the House of Saint, Bess and her daughter Gia of the House of Kinson, Rugus of the House of Kisa, and Tuyas of the House of Buller walked in one after another. The House of Lavers that Han Shua was most familiar with, however, did not send anyone. Rugus was the cousin of the Patriarch of the House of Kisa and one of the 7 chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows. He was in charge of the 6th Corps. He cultivated in the energy of death and was an early-stage high god. Tuyas was the uncle of the Patriarch of the House of Buller. As his talent in cultivation was limited, he had lived his entire life in the realm of late-stage mid-god and cultivated in the energy of darkness. However, he was a genius in business. Most of the businesses in the House of Buller were managed by him. Brian, why did you disappear for so long? Do you know that all the major family clans have sent people to search for you? Gia asked smilingly to Han Shua. I went on a trip with a friend but was delayed by something. That's why I came back so late. Thank you all for your concern. I will remember it. Han Shua said smilingly, all right, I have refined more than 1,000 bottles of various medicines. I will take out 1,000 bottles and distribute them among the 4 major family clans. Each family clan will get 250 bottles. Do you have any problem with that? Of course. The crowd replied in unison. Han Shua had long known that these people would listen to him. He smilingly took out 1,000 bottles of medicines and placed them on the cabinets in front of the crowd. The price and function of each bottle were clearly displayed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shua divided the 1,000 bottles of medicines into 4 pieces. There were more than 600 bottles of pellets of rejuvenation. Each bottle was worth 100 black crystal coins. There were also some pellets of tranquility and nirvana pills with prices ranging from 300 to 500 black crystal coins. Han Shua did not treat the House of Saint unfairly. Each family had the same quantity and type of pellets. After Han Shua divided the medicines into 4 pieces, the representatives of the 4 major family clans took out their black crystal coins one after another and threw them in front of Han Shua. Each family clan had more crystal coins than the other. Han Shua didn't need to look to know that there were at least 150,000 black crystal coins in his account. Andrina, who was standing beside him, suddenly stared at the 4 heavy bags of crystal coins in front of Han Shua with shining eyes. She subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth as if she was looking at an incomparably sumptuous delicacy. Han Shua immediately understood what Andrina was thinking when he saw the greedy look in her eyes. Han Shua really couldn't predict what this mysterious little girl was thinking. He was afraid that she would be unable to resist the temptation in her heart and directly swallow the crystal coins in front of everyone. Han Shua lightly coughed and waved his hand. His space ring flashed 4 times and the 4 bags of black crystal coins disappeared. After the bags of crystal coins were stored in the space ring, Han Shua immediately checked the numbers on the bags with his consciousness. He discovered that each bag of crystal coins was exactly 40,000 black crystal coins. The 4 bags of black crystal coins were a total of 160,000 black crystal coins. He had earned more than last time. Everyone, are you satisfied? Han Shua's mood immediately turned for the better. He asked smilingly. Of course we are satisfied. The 4 of them secretly put away their medicines and chatted with Han Shua for a while. Under Han Shua's hints, 3 of them left in satisfaction. Naturally, the one who stayed behind was Andre of the House of Saint. After the other 3 families left one after another, Andre put on a gentle smile and said to Han Shua, Carmelita is currently not in the City of Shadows. Do you know where she is? What is she doing? Without immediately answering Andre's question, Han Shua took out a bag of black crystal coins and handed it to Andrina, who had been looking at him pitifully. He instructed, go upstairs. No matter what, don't fall asleep like last time. Andrina nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She hugged the big bag of 40,000 black crystal coins that Han Shuo handed to her and hastily headed to the second and third floors. She was unwilling to stay for even a moment longer. After Andrina left, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and said, "I don't know where she went, but I know that she has been looking for me. I believe that her departure has something to do with me, right?" Han Shuo wasn't completely ignorant of the situation in the City of Shadows. From the conversations of the divine guards who were searching for him, Han Shuo knew that Carmelita had spared no effort in searching for him. Han Shuo was very touched. He understood that Carmelita truly considered him as a friend. Andre, who had been observing Han Shuo, nodded in his mind. He was very satisfied with Han Shuo's performance. He was not pretentious, but he also revealed his true feelings. This made Andre feel very comfortable. "That's right. She has indeed gone to other places to look for you. Carmelita truly considers you as a friend. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. Therefore, I don't want anything to happen to you either. Do you understand?" Andre pointed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he looked at Andre in astonishment. He couldn't figure out the real meaning behind Andre's words. He asked, "You mean, I want you to be alive and well?" Andre put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice with a solemnity that was rarely seen on Han Shuo, "I have investigated the matter thoroughly. You can rest assured that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again." Han Shuo was startled. He suddenly raised his head and said, "You?" He didn't understand why Andre would help him so much. He was at a loss for what to do with this sudden gesture of goodwill. "Of course, I can only make sure that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. As for the grievances you suffered last time as a member of the House of Saint, I cannot do anything to Avery for the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows. I hope you can understand," Andre explained softly. After thinking for a moment, he continued without waiting for Han Shuo to reply, "Also, do not mention this matter to Carmelita. I know her temperament. If she were to know that you were seriously injured by Avery, given her usual temperament, she would definitely stand up for you. If that were to happen, it might even cause the House of Lavers to rebel. This is definitely not something we wish to see." After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with difficulty and said, "I understand. One day I will avenge myself. When you have the strength to do so, I will not stop you. Perhaps I will even help you. But before that, you still need to be cautious. Alright, I won't say much. Just keep my words in mind." Andre stood up smilingly and walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo understood Andre's position very well. It was already beyond Han Shuo's expectations that Andre was willing to keep him safe. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Andre to stand up for him on behalf of the House of Saint and find trouble with Avery. The more power and value a person had, the more respect and status they would receive. Han Shuo knew that his current value was far from enough to make the House of Saint and the House of Lavers turn against each other for him. However, Han Shuo was still unwilling to give up. He believed that one day he would have enough leverage to make the House of Saint be willing to eliminate Avery for his sake. As long as he had enough strength, nothing was impossible. "Is that guy gone?" As soon as Han Shuo arrived at the third floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina's voice immediately sounded, "That guy is pretty good. He almost discovered my hidden strength." She stuffed black crystal coins into her mouth one after another. Her voice was muffled. "There are 40,000 black crystal coins in that bag. Remember, you have another 4 years to live." Han Shuo came over mainly to remind her. "Also, don't make me sleep for another 3 to 4 months like last time. Got it? This time I will eat them one by one and digest them slowly. I won't be in the same situation as last time. Alright, don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do." Andrina's little face was filled with impatience. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the crystal coins in her hand. Han Shuo had no choice but to return to the second floor. The second floor had been redecorated and looked even more dazzling than before the destruction. Sparkling and translucent pharmaceutical utensils were placed everywhere. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that Han Shuo was a genuine pharmacist. Little would they know that Han Shuo only used a single 9-tessellation cauldron to refine medicinal pellets. Anaito was standing guard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with all his might. After all the major family clans had left one after another, Anaito walked in and asked with a fawning smile, Did you leave some for our third core?" 100 bottles. Only 20,000 black crystal coins from your Lord Erebus." Han Shuo had long prepared additional medicinal pellets. As soon as Anido walked in, Han Shuo laid out the medicines on the table. Anido was also prepared. He immediately took out a bag of crystal coins with a big smile on his face. It was obvious that the bag contained more than 20,000 black crystal coins. He carefully took out 20,000 black crystal coins and respectfully handed them to Han Shuo. He said, "Brian, as someone who works for others, it is only natural that I cannot be as generous as other family clans. This is a public expense. Any excess will have to be turned in. So, got it? Take the medicines and hand them in. Thank you for your efforts in my shop these past few days." Han Shuo naturally understood that those black crystal coins did not belong to Anido. He couldn't be bothered to haggle over such a trivial matter. "It's my pleasure, my pleasure." Anido hastily replied smilingly. After taking the medicines, he instructed his divine guards, "I will go to the third corps to hand in my report. You all stay here. You know what to do if anyone dares to cause trouble." After saying those words, Anido hastily left. "Brian, long time no see." Han Shuo, who was about to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Donna standing in front of the medicine door. Donna was as dazzling as ever. However, when Han Shuo saw her eyes, they seemed to be tinged with sadness. Although she was still smiling, that smile appeared somewhat forced. Han Shuo, who had killed Cage and Eve, had never regretted his actions. He had a clear conscience. Who asked Avery to attack him first? However, when facing Donna, Han Shuo still felt somewhat awkward. It was as though he felt that he had secretly done something wrong to Donna. Han Shuo chuckled and said, "Sister Donna, long time no see indeed. I heard that you had made a trip to the Space Dominion. I even paid you a visit. Too bad you weren't there." Donna looked at Han Shuo, who was praising her in front of her. She let out a soft sigh in her heart and replied with a forced smile, "Yes, I did go on a long trip. I didn't expect that when I returned, my two good-for-nothing siblings would be killed. She wouldn't have discovered something and become suspicious of me, right? That's impossible. Even Avery didn't suspect me. Why would Donna?" Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. He warmly invited Donna in before he sighed and said, "Sister Donna, I have heard a little about what happened to your siblings. My condolences." Could it be that it wasn't him? Donna, who had been secretly observing Han Shuo's every change in expression, did not see the slightest bit of abnormality on Han Shuo's face. No one in the House of Lavers would suspect Han Shuo because, to their knowledge, Han Shuo didn't have the strength nor the guts to do so. However, Donna, who had been to the Profound Continent and fought side by side with Han Shuo, didn't think so. Donna understood Han Shuo's viciousness and decisiveness. She had also faintly guessed that Han Shuo had concealed his strength. Therefore, when she learned of Cage and Eve's deaths, she only needed to do a little investigation before the first person she suspected was Han Shuo. There were many people in the City of Shadows who held grudges against Cage and Eve. However, Donna couldn't think of anyone who would be so decisive and ruthless. Avery suspected that Carmelita was the culprit, but Donna, who was quite close to Carmelita, knew that Carmelita wouldn't be so vengeful. She was sure that Carmelita wasn't the culprit. Donna didn't know why the first person she thought of was Han Shuo. However, when this thought surfaced in her mind, she felt that the possibility of it being the culprit was very high. Her suspicions grew even stronger after Han Shuo returned safely to the City of Shadows. Donna had arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy long ago but was not in a hurry to enter. She waited until everyone had left before she met with Han Shuo alone. "You saved Eve the last time. It's a pity that she didn't know any better and still harbors a grudge against you. I haven't thanked you yet." Donna thanked Han Shuo with a dejected expression. She had long figured out what happened last time. Donna kept mentioning Cage and Eve. Looking at her suspicious eyes, he wouldn't be Han Shuo if he still didn't know what was going on. Unknowingly, an irreparable crack had appeared between the two who should have been best friends. Donna did not expect this outcome, and neither did Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had guessed the purpose of Donna's visit, deepened the smile on his face. However, the sincerity in his voice had decreased by a few notches. After a series of half-truths and half-truths, Donna failed to obtain any information from Han Shuo. She left behind a bag of crystal coins and took the 100 vials of medicines from Han Shuo before she left in dejection. After arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Donna examined the vials of medicines in her hand. She softly muttered to herself, "I knew that you would climb to a high position, but I didn't expect that you would step on the corpses of my family members." After letting out a soft sigh, Donna quietly left. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo coldly watched as Donna walked further and further away. It was only after her figure had completely disappeared from his sight that he softly said, "I had no choice but to do so." Chapter 7:14. For the next few days Han Shuo lived a leisurely life. Andrina, who was on the third floor, was still munching on crystal coins as though they were biscuits. Her complexion was getting better and better. It was obvious that she had mostly recovered from her injuries. Han Shuo did not go out to collect medicinal ingredients or refine medicinal pellets. Instead, he stayed on the second floor and meditated. He understood that in the City of Shadows, only members of large family clans could afford to buy medicinal pellets with crystal coins. After all, such people were in the minority. If he were to refine too many medicinal pellets, the supply and demand would be out of balance. That would not reflect the rarity and preciousness of his medicines. Therefore, Han Shuo did not continue to collect medicinal ingredients to refine medicinal pellets. He told the public that he had too few medicinal ingredients and that his energy was limited. 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo's avatar that had been painstakingly cultivating the energy of death in the cauldron of myriad demon finally made a breakthrough to the early stage mid-god realm. With the help of the mid-god divine soul, Han Shuo's avatar rapidly stabilized its current realm and focused on mastering several new energy techniques. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had become even more adept at using the orb of destruction. He could now use it at will. According to Cauldron Spirit, after his main body was reconstructed, the strength of Han Shuo's physical body had improved to the point that it could withstand a portion of Cauldron Spirit's demon general energy. In other words, Han Shuo could temporarily borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase his strength for a short period of time. However, this came at a great risk. If Han Shuo's body was unable to withstand the risk, or if he was seriously injured again, he would not be able to recover as easily as before. That was because borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy required the use of Han Shuo's demonic infant. Once the demonic infant was injured, Han Shuo would have to spend far more time to recover than his physical body could. In short, according to Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo's current body could borrow a portion of Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase Han Shuo's strength in an instant. However, this process would only last for a very short period of time. Once it was over, both his physical body and his demonic infant would pay a heavy price. When Han Shuo learned of this information from Cauldron Spirit, he was rather delighted. The short-term boost in strength would be enough for Han Shuo to deal with some unexpected events, such as Avery's sudden attack. Donna never came to see him again. Although she didn't say it out loud, Han Shuo knew that Donna was suspicious of him. He knew that the two of them couldn't be as close as before. Although he felt helpless, Han Shuo didn't try to salvage the relationship. From the moment he treated Avery as his enemy, he knew that he and Donna would part ways one day. During this period of time, Andre paid another visit and asked Han Shuo if he knew anything about Carmelita. As Carmelita had not returned to the City of Shadows for several months and had not sent any news to the House of Saint for over a month, Andre was rather worried about her safety. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't provide Andre with any help. He could only honestly admit that he knew nothing about Carmelita's safety. It seemed that Avery of the Fifth Corps was also working outside. He hadn't been in the City of Shadows for over 2 months. With Avery not in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't have to be constantly on guard against Avery's attacks. One day, Han Shuo, who was meditating on the second floor, received an invitation. The invitation came from the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It stated that there was an exchange meeting between pharmacists and Han Shuo was invited. Han Shuo wanted to immediately decline the invitation, but the invitation clearly stated that they wanted to discuss business with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to go and take a look. At dusk of the second day. "Where are you going?" Andrina suddenly asked as soon as Han Shuo walked to the door. "There's an exchange meeting between pharmacists. I'm going there to take a look." "You can just stay here," Han Shuo replied casually and walked away without paying any attention to Andrina. "I'm going with you." Andrina's petite voice floated down from the third floor. She lightly stepped on Han Shuo's shoulder with her 2 little feet, giggled and hopped down. "My enemies aren't in the City of Shadows for the time being. You don't have to follow me. It'll be fine." With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo felt much more assured. He believed that if he were to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy in an instant, even if a high god were to launch a sneak attack, he would at least have the opportunity to escape using demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, he no longer needed to rely too much on Andrina. "No, I want to protect you. I have to follow you all the time." Andrina wrinkled her nose. Soon after, she let out a soft laugh and whispered, "Are you going to do something naughty? For example, fooling around with some woman? Eh. Even if that's the case, I will still follow you. Suit yourself." Han Shuo didn't particularly care whether he followed Andrina or not. However, Han Shuo suddenly recalled something. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked Andrina, "You have more or less recovered from your injuries. Will you be able to get rid of an early-stage high god?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment before she answered, "I haven't fully recovered. If that guy continues to fight me, I will definitely be able to kill him. But I will also be injured. But if he immediately escapes when he sees that the situation is bad, I won't be able to kill him." "I see." Han Shuo nodded. Shortly after, he put on a mischievous smile and said, "Little Andrina, there's a guy who wants me dead. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him? Don't worry, if you get injured, I will provide crystal coins for you to recover for free. What do you think?" Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo suddenly had a bold idea. He would wait for Avery to return, join forces with Andrina, and use the same method to launch a sneak attack on Avery, eliminating his greatest enemy. Han Shuo could roughly guess Andrina's strength. In addition to the instantaneous eruption of strength that he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo believed that if he and Andrina worked together, they would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of succeeding. Therefore, he could no longer suppress his evil thoughts. "No, I'm only responsible for protecting you. I won't help you kill anyone." Andrina flatly refused. When she saw Han Shuo's gloomy face, she giggled and said, "But I can look after you. You can do it yourself and I will cheer for you from the side. If you can't do it, I can save you. How does that sound?" Han Shuo coldly groaned and did not say anything. He walked towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Even with Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo did not believe that he could easily kill Avery. Without Andrina's assurance, Han Shuo would not take such an unknown risk. When Andrina, who was behind Han Shuo, saw Han Shuo's cold and stiff face, she giggled. She did not get angry and continued to follow Han Shuo. When Han Shuo appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Andrina, who had been lively all this time, suddenly turned cold. She immediately reverted to her cold, unapproachable demeanor when there were outsiders around. Her flushed little face was no longer adorable and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Before coming here, Han Shuo had learned that the God Swamp Pharmacy was not only famous in the City of Shadows, but also in the entire Darkness Dominion. The God Swamp Pharmacy was also sold in several other major cities that were equally famous as the City of Shadows. Although there were 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, it was said that the overall strength of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion was not weaker than that of the other 4 family clans except for the House of Saint. This piece of information was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He did not expect that a small pharmacy could possess such power. It was for this reason that Han Shuo felt that the God Swamp Pharmacy had pointed him in the right direction. He was very curious about the God Swamp Pharmacy and therefore decided to pay a visit after seeing the invitation for business. The interior of the God Swamp Pharmacy was very spacious. There were quite a few buildings scattered all over the place. Each and every one of them was bigger and more spacious than Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After handing over the invitation, the guard seemed to take Han Shuo very seriously when he learned that he was a pharmacist of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He personally led Han Shuo to a tall building at the back that was used to receive guests. They went all the way to the top floor. It was a banquet hall that was 1,000 square meters in size. Beautiful paintings were hung on the walls. Soft, colorless carpets were spread all over the floor. There were many glassware placed in the banquet hall. Some pharmacists with grizzled hair and rosy complexions were holding wine glasses in their hands and chatting cheerfully. It was not necessary for a pharmacist to be strong in the cultivation of physical strength. Most pharmacists used the cultivation of physical strength as a supplement. Most of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire or water. Fire elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine medicines, while water elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine the essence of medicines. However, as long as they cultivated to the realm of low god, they would be able to handle every step of medicine refinement. Therefore, almost all pharmacists would stay at this realm and spend the extra time studying the true essence of medicine refinement. The guard who led Han Shuo to the banquet hall announced Han Shuo's name after sweeping his eyes across the people in the banquet hall. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly quieted down. Those pharmacists who were chatting cheerfully turned their gazes to Han Shuo at the same time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment. During this period of time, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been in the limelight in the City of Shadows. The name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be mentioned in almost every banquet held by the members of large family clans. As fellow pharmacists, it would be difficult for these people not to hear Han Shuo's name. Therefore, when the young Han Shuo suddenly arrived and stood before them, these elderly pharmacists all turned their attention to him. They wanted to know what kind of person this famous pharmacist from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was. This youngster is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? An old woman with green hair and a face as pale as a sheet of paper, dressed in colorful clothes, suddenly cried out in alarm. Senior Gu Li, this is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian. The guard who led Han Shuo in confirmed smilingly. He pointed at the eccentric old woman in colorful clothes and continued to introduce, this is Senior Gu Li, a famous pharmacist in Mirage City. Senior Gu Li is the #1 pharmacist in Mirage City. Many large family clans have requested a bottle of medicine from Senior Gu Li, but it all depends on Senior Gu Li's mood. After that guard's introduction, Gu Li arrogantly sized up Han Shuo. After a long while, she coldly groaned and said, what can you refine by mixing heavenly musculus flour and green silver fruit at 500 degrees Celsius for 3 hours? Han Shuo smiled and paid no attention to Gu Li. As a matter of fact, he had no idea what he could refine because he wasn't a pharmacist at all. Alright, where is your owner? The invitation says that he wants to discuss business with me, Han Shuo said calmly as he looked at the guard who led the way. Humph, and pharmacist who only knows how to earn crystal coins has already fallen to such a low level. He doesn't seem to have any real talent, Gu Li sneered. He might have stolen a medicine recipe from somewhere. If he doesn't study hard at such a young age, he won't amount to much. Firecloud grass, frigid jade and boundless water, mixed at high speed and frozen at -130 degrees with frigid air. What can be formed? Han Shuo shot a cold glance at Gu Li and asked in a similarly arrogant manner. Wow, what is it? I have never heard of the ingredients you mentioned. Nonsense. Gu Li stared blankly for a moment before she sneered. Han Shuo put on a disdainful face and said in a cold voice, you haven't even heard of these ingredients and you call yourself the best pharmacist in the city of Mirage? You have lived for so many years in vain. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to participate in this conference. Han Shuo mocked them mercilessly and didn't even look at Gu Li, who was about to faint from anger. He said to the guards, take me to your master or I'll leave right away. I feel that it's embarrassing to be with a bunch of people who don't have any real skills. Yes. The guard put on an odd expression and hastily led Han Shuo through the area towards the midget. This is the owner of our God Swamp Pharmacy, Stice, the guard introduced respectfully as he pointed at the midget. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that the owner of the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the God Swamp Pharmacy, would be such an unprepossessing, deformed person. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and asked in a refined manner, nice to meet you, Mr. Stice. Are you here to discuss business with me? With a warm smile on his face, Stice nodded and said, that's right, I'm very happy to meet the young pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, if you don't mind, let's find a quiet place to talk. This way please. Stice led the way. Han Shuo immediately followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. This way please. Stice led the way. Han Shuo followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. Chapter 7:15. Senior Gu Li, please wait. The guard hastily stopped Gu Li, who was fuming with rage. By this time Han Shuo and Stice had entered the room and the door was shut. Get that youngster to come out. I must have a word with him. He doesn't know how to respect his seniors at all. I must teach him a good lesson. Gu Li was famous among the pharmacists in Mirage City for having a bad temper. However, due to her superb skills in medicine refinement, most of the family clans in Mirage City had been able to tolerate her temper. This was the first time she had been so mercilessly despised by someone. My apologies, Mr. Brian is currently talking to our master. If you have any questions, please wait for him to come out, the divine guard explained in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Alright, I will wait here. I don't believe that youngster won't come out. Gu Li's stubborn temper flared up. She paid no attention to the conference going on in the banquet hall. She stood motionless in front of the door and waited with a face full of anger. The divine guard did not pay much attention to her after seeing that she had stopped causing trouble. He stood face to face with Gu Li and looked at her smilingly without saying a word. Some of the pharmacists in the banquet hall were secretly delighted to see Gu Li being humiliated. There were also some who were extremely annoyed by Han Shua's attitude. They thought that Han Shua did not know how to respect his seniors at all. At this moment, those pharmacists stopped talking about medicine and started gossiping about Han Shua in low voices. It was a reception hall about 30 square meters in size. It was much smaller than the banquet hall outside, but the decorations were much more gorgeous. There were many rare medicines and some glassware, indicating that the owner was a pharmacist. After Stice led Han Shua into the hall, he personally poured a cup of fine wine for Han Shua and chatted with Han Shua about some interesting happenings in the City of Shadows. When he noticed that Han Shua was getting impatient, he finally brought up the main topic. He smilingly said, "The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in your hands has been in the limelight recently. All the aristocratic brothers in the City of Shadows are gossiping about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They are proud to own the medicines you refined. Haha, it is truly astonishing that you have achieved so much at such a young age. You flatter me?" Han Shua put on a calm smile and silently waited for Stice to get to the main topic. However, after Stice praised Han Shua for a while, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy started too late. If you want to make your medicines known to the entire Darkness Dominion, even the Death and Destruction Dominions, it will take more than 8 to 10 years. But if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can guarantee that your medicines will be made known to everyone in the shortest time possible and you will reap even greater profits. What do you think?" Stice asked sincerely. "Oh." Han Shua put on a bright smile and took a sip of the fine wine. He asked, "How do we cooperate?" "You will share the recipes of your medicines with us, God Swamp. All the medicines refined from your recipes can be sold through our pharmacies located all over the Darkness Dominion. We will split the profits 280. What do you think?" Stice probed with a gentle smile as he observed every expression on Han Shua's face. 280? You get 20 and I get 80? Han Shua thought that this was a rather generous way to split the profits. However, he was still unwilling to share the recipes of his medicines. At most, he would sell the medicines he refined to them. No, you misunderstand." Stice's expression changed and he hastily said, "You get 20 and we get 80. The smile on Han Shua's face froze. He stood up and nodded at Stice with a smile, saying, "I still have something to attend to. Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Then Han Shua opened the door and walked out without another word. Han Shua definitely couldn't accept this way of splitting the profits. Han Shua couldn't be bothered to entertain such insincere partners. "Wait, there's still room for negotiation." Stice shouted with a forced smile when he saw that Han Shua had turned to leave. His face was gloomy and his back was facing Han Shua. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm really not interested in cooperating with the God Swamp Pharmacy." "Excuse me," Han Shua said without turning his head and walked out of the room. "Rude brat, I'm going to reason with you today. I'd like to see what you're so proud of in the field of medicine refinement." Gu Li, who was guarding the door, immediately glared at Han Shua the moment she saw Han Shua coming out. She blocked Han Shua's path and screamed shrilly, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Han Shua felt that he had been tricked by the God Swamp Pharmacy and was in a bad mood. Seeing that old Gu was taking advantage of his seniority in front of him, Han Shua immediately pushed Gu Li away and said coldly. He ignored Gu Li, who was stumbling, and strode across the banquet hall. Gu Li had never been treated so rudely before. When she finally steadied herself, she realized that Han Shua had already left. When she saw the gloating gazes around her, Gu Li almost fainted from anger. She screamed, "Damn brat, I'm not done with you." After Han Shua left, the door of the room where he talked to Stice closed again. A side door suddenly opened. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade walked out with a tranquil face. He took a glance at the dwarf Stice and said in an indifferent voice, "This youngster is extremely ambitious. He won't share the medicine for petty gains. It seems that this method won't work. Master, why don't we just get rid of him and extract the memories in his soul?" Stice suggested with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry after being humiliated by Han Shua. The old man shook his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how he escaped from Avery, it is obvious that this brat isn't as simple as he seems. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not resort to violence. We, the God Swamp Pharmacy, have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years. Do you think that we can't handle a small character that popped out of nowhere? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we will teach him a lesson. Master, you mean? Stice looked at the old man respectfully. Just like how we dealt with henna medicine, we will first tarnish the reputation of his medicines. His medicines are his foundation. As long as those people lose confidence in his medicines, I don't think he will be able to survive in the City of Shadows. The reason why those large family clans are willing to give in to him is because of his medicines. If they find out that there's something wrong with his medicines, he will be driven out of the City of Shadows without us having to do anything. The old man said as he stroked his messy white hair. Understood, hee. Stice said with a sinister smile. What did you talk to him about just now? Why are you so angry? Andrina immediately asked Han Shua as soon as they walked out of the Godswamp pharmacy. Before Han Shua entered the room, Andrina tactfully retreated to the side. As she was a little girl, no one paid any attention to her. When Han Shua walked out of the room, she appeared out of nowhere and followed behind Han Shua. This Godswamp pharmacy wants to swallow up my medicine shop. They want me to share my medicine recipes with them? What a beautiful dream. Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Han Shua said angrily. After walking out of the Godswamp pharmacy, Han Shua turned his head to look at the towering buildings around him. He thought to himself, one day your Godswamp pharmacy will have no place in the City of Shadows. Damn it. Brian. Anaito hastily walked over with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Han Shua's heart sank when he saw Anaito in such a hurry. He knew that something must have happened. Carmelita has returned to the city. Anaito let out a light sigh. His face was unsightly as he continued, but she is seriously injured and has yet to regain consciousness. It's hard to say if she can hold on. Lord Andre knows that your medicines are miraculous and has sent me to look for you at top speed. Han Shua's expression changed when he heard that Carmelita was seriously injured. He knew that Carmelita had been searching for his whereabouts for a period of time. He had personally visited all the major fortresses in the City of Shadows. Now that he heard that Carmelita was injured, Han Shua immediately shouldered the greater part of the responsibility. Let's go. Han Shua immediately followed Anaito to the Saint residence with a gloomy face. Due to Carmelita's ugly appearance, Han Shua naturally would not have any other thoughts about her. However, after going through trials and tribulations together, Han Shua understood that Carmelita considered him a true friend. Now that Carmelita was injured because of him, Han Shua immediately regarded the murderer who injured Carmelita as his main enemy. With Carmelita's formidable strength and the House of Saint being the dominant power in the City of Shadows, who would dare to attack her? God hunters? Han Shua kept pondering along the way. Han Shua's mind was in a mess. Worried about Carmelita's injuries, he unknowingly increased his speed and left Anaito behind. Only Andrina was traveling side by side with him. This caused Anaito to look at Han Shua and Andrina strangely. She couldn't understand how Han Shua could travel so fast. When they were about to arrive at the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly said, "I'll wait for you outside," and soon after she vanished. Han Shua was worried about Carmelita and did not pay her any attention. When Han Shua arrived at the Saint residence, he discovered that Andre was personally waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, Andre's left pupil was dark purple. He was emitting a dense, sinister aura. It was a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. "You're here?" Andre had been pondering about something with a gloomy face. When he saw Han Shua, his expression relaxed and he hastily said, "Follow me." Inside a secret chamber. The strong smell of medicine assaulted their nostrils. Several healers were holding glistening radiance in their hands. The radiance continuously fell on Carmelita, who was covered in cuts and bruises. At this moment, Carmelita's entire body was covered in wounds that looked like they had been cut by knives. Her skin was split open and her flesh was split open. Inside the small secret chamber were City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and a few of the most important members of the House of Saint. After Andre brought Han Shua into the chamber, he only needed to take one look at Carmelita, who was lying in a medical container, to know how serious her injuries were. "Elder brother, I've brought her," Andre said to City Lord Wallace in a low voice. Wallace nodded, pointed at Carmelita, who was lying in the glass container, and said to Han Shua, "Her injuries are very serious. She has yet to wake up. I don't know if she can hold on." "Get everyone out," Han Shua suddenly said in a deep voice. "Brat, who do you think you are? You are just a pharmacist, not a specialized healer. What can you possibly do under such circumstances? The few best healers in the City of Shadows who were concentrating on treating Carmelita's injuries glared at Han Shuo angrily when they saw that Han Shuo had immediately chased them away. Andre, who had brought Han Shuo over, was also shocked. He did not expect that Han Shuo would be so bold. Generally speaking, such injuries would be treated by specialized healers. Pharmacists would only provide some special medicines. Andre had brought Han Shuo here because he wanted him to be his assistant and trust in the medicines he refined. He had never thought that Han Shuo would be the one to take charge of the situation. Without looking at anyone, Han Shuo stared at City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and said solemnly, "Let me do it. I am confident that I can make Carmelita recover to her original state. I have no intention of bragging or joking at such a critical moment." Wallace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Shuo's words. He waved his hand to stop the protests of the healers and said in a deep voice, "All of you get out." He was the most powerful man in the City of Shadows. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not something that these healers would dare to defy. Even though they were full of complaints, they had no choice but to obediently obey. They put down the medical instruments in their hands and left the small treatment room in a single file. "And the rest of you leave," Wallace ordered after taking another glance at the immediate family members of the House of Saint. Those people also left with their heads lowered. Before they left, they sized up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "If anything were to happen to Carmelita, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Do your best." Wallace patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and consoled him in a low voice. He said, "Second brother, let's go." Wallace and Andre were the last to leave the treatment room. "Elder brother, do you believe in that youngster Brian?" Andre hesitated for a moment before he asked after exiting the treatment room. "I don't know. Let's bet on it. Those healers have been busy for half a day and there is still no sign of Carmelita waking up. I don't think we can count on them. That youngster, on the other hand, has a very bright gleam in his eyes. I didn't see it in any of those dejected pharmacists. Therefore I think it's worth a gamble," Wallace said in a deep voice. "You mean, confidence?" Andre stared blankly for a moment before he asked. "That's right, confidence. When I saw that youngster's gleam of confidence, I feel that Carmelita can still be saved. Those healers, on the other hand, are all in a flurry. Their faces are gloomy and terrified. They are constantly conveying to me how powerless they are. How can I count on them?" Wallace replied in a low voice. Andre thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But soon after, he sighed and said in a low voice, "I hope she can pull through this. Have you found any clues?" Wallace took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. "I'm still investigating. It will take some time," Andre said with a gloomy face. "No matter who it is, as long as we find the target, kill them without mercy. This is a direct provocation to our House of Saint. It's been so many years, it seems that some people have forgotten what our family name means." Saint's right hand trembled unconsciously, like a wild beast excited to hunt its prey. "That's right." Andrea did not speak but nodded his head heavily. Within the treatment room, Han Shuo pressed both his hands on Carmelita's back. His body was wreathed in faint black smoke. Wisps of ink-black smoke twisted and turned in the treatment room, giving this man a sense of evil. Those who didn't know what was going on might even think that some sort of dark ritual was taking place here. Carmelita's body contained the three great divine powers of death, darkness, and destruction. These three types of divine powers did not belong to her, and they had already penetrated deep into every cell and bone marrow of her body, destroying almost all of her life functions. It was obvious that the few of them had joined forces to kill her. Carmelita's own divine energy of destruction had long been depleted. She could no longer organize an effective attack. The most difficult thing was that she had fallen into a coma. In a state of confusion, she could not understand the terrible state she was in. Without her willpower to resist, her divine body would not be able to hold on. The reason why Han Shuo dared to boast about healing Carmelita was because of the miraculous nature of demonic arts. Demonic yuan could be said to be the most miraculous way to use energy. Han Shuo could clearly understand Carmelita's physical condition through demonic yuan. He immediately understood that the most frightening part of Carmelita's body was the divine energy of darkness. Han Shuo had no way of using demonic yuan to purge this powerful energy. He could only slowly extract the divine energies of destruction and death from her cells and bone marrow. The energy of destruction and death that was constantly causing damage to Carmelita's body did not belong to Carmelita at all. This external energy had already deteriorated and was only left with the most basic damage attribute. After extracting it with demonic arts, Han Shuo immediately buried it in the ground. This type of divine energy would only bring harm to his avatars. It would not benefit either of his avatars. After exhausting a portion of his demonic yuan and exhausting himself, Han Shuo was finally able to extract the energy of destruction and death from Carmelita's body. As for the most powerful divine energy of darkness, Han Shuo was powerless to do anything about it. Han Shuo used his consciousness to infiltrate Carmelita's divine soul bit by bit. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, the perception of his consciousness was increased by tenfold. Han Shuo left a strong conviction in Carmelita's muddled divine soul to resist the divine energy of darkness in her body with all her might. Carmelita was after all a high god. Although she had yet to awaken, her divine soul started to reorganize the divine energy of destruction in her body by relying on the strong conviction Han Shuo left behind. Han Shuo fed Carmelita a few medicinal pellets in one go. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine energy of destruction in her body was gathering bit by bit. After resting for a while, Han Shuo wiped away the traces of him using demonic arts and opened the door with a weary face. "How is it?" Wallace and the others had been guarding outside. When they saw Han Shuo come out, Wallace hastily asked, "She's fine. But it will take a very long time for her to fully recover." Han Shuo wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly said, "There are many divine energies in her body. The most powerful one is the divine energy of darkness. The assailant must be a high god. Also, I feel that the divine energy seems somewhat familiar." Andre's left pupil suddenly turned dark purple. His face turned ashen. He looked as though he had turned into a god of death. Chapter 7:16. Wallace nodded and did not say anything else. He went straight into the treatment room. He seemed to be very anxious about Carmelita's condition. Andre did not enter the room. He kept silent for a moment with an ugly expression. Suddenly he looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "You said that you felt that darkness divine energy seems somewhat familiar? What do you mean?" Han Shuo did not think too much about it. As soon as he saw Andre's solemn face, he realized what Andre was suspecting. Han Shuo's face turned cold. That vague feeling suddenly became clear. He lowered his voice and said, "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Andre of course knew who Han Shuo was referring to. His expression turned even more unsightly. After another long period of silence, Andre seemed to be thinking about what to do. After a while he said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Don't make this matter known. I will investigate this thoroughly. If it really is that person, don't worry, he will not escape death." As the House of Saint could become the most powerful family in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo knew that Wallace and Andre were not benevolent people. After hearing Andre's assurance, Han Shuo knew that Avery would be dead if Andre were to learn of the situation. Therefore Han Shuo did not say anything. Soon enough Wallace came out of the room. After checking on Carmelita's injuries, his complexion looked much better. He nodded at Andre, indicating that Carmelita's life was no longer in danger. Then he said to Han Shuo, "You have saved Carmelita's life twice. I won't make any unnecessary promises, but I know what I'm doing." For someone like Wallace to say so, Han Shuo believed that in the future, as long as he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the House of Saint, Han Shuo would be able to do as he pleased in the City of Shadows. "Elder brother, there are some things I would like to discuss with you alone," Andre said in a deep voice. "Brian, why don't you go back first?" Wallace smiled faintly at Han Shuo after an idea struck him. Han Shuo nodded and walked away from the two. Before Han Shuo could walk too far, the relatives of the House of Saint came up to him and asked about Han Shuo and Carmelita. Due to their low statuses, these people had been waiting outside the Saint residence all this time and were unaware of Carmelita's condition. After Han Shuo informed them that Carmelita was fine, he walked past the group of healers who were both respectful and fearful of him and headed out of the Saint residence. The healers were all silently preparing themselves, waiting for Han Shuo to be unable to do anything to help. However, when they heard that Han Shuo had stabilized Carmelita's condition, all of them felt very conflicted. They no longer dared to look at Han Shuo with the slightest hint of contempt. On the way to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after leaving the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Why didn't you go in with me just now?" Han Shuo asked puzzledly after glancing at Andrina. "I heard that the City Lord of the City of Shadows is also inside. I was afraid that he could see through my true strength, so I didn't go in with you," Andrina answered honestly. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked again, "Why are you afraid that Wallace will find out about your strength? Also, what kind of energy have you cultivated? Why are you able to consume crystal coins to recover from your injuries?" "I will explain it to you in detail in the future. I can't tell you for now," Andrina replied smilingly and avoided Han Shuo's question. He was certain that Andrina was hiding some kind of secret. However, there was nothing Han Shuo could do if she was unwilling to reveal it. After all, Andrina's injuries had mostly recovered by now. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo couldn't force her. Although he was rather displeased, he had no choice but to let it go. The two soon returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, Gu Li, the pharmacist whom he once humiliated in the Godswamp Pharmacy, was waiting for him at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Gu Li saw Han Shuo, she immediately shouted angrily, "Brat, I don't believe that you are that good at medicine refinement. If you can't prove to me that you didn't steal your medicine refinement recipe, I will not let you off." Han Shuo was rather annoyed. Ignoring Gu Li's attempts to stop him, he pushed Gu Li aside and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Andrina. With his back facing Gu Li, he sneered, "I don't have any obligation to prove to you. Don't think that just because you have some status in the City of Mirages that everyone has to bow and scrape to you. We don't welcome you here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore." Han Shuo and Andrina had already entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They locked the door from the inside and paid no attention to Gu Li, who was screaming in exasperation. Gu Li screamed hysterically outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a while. Seeing that Han Shuo wasn't paying any attention to her, she finally left with her tail between her legs. 3 days later, Han Shuo, who was quietly cultivating in the middle of the night, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A few demon generals that Han Shuo had placed outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy soon discovered that someone was approaching. During this period of time, Han Shuo had been on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble. When they discovered that someone was approaching, before Han Shuo could take any action, a group of Anito's divine guards that had been stationed nearby had snuck up to them. "What are you doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Hand over your divine tablet," shouted one of the divine guards in a low voice. The few of them immediately surrounded the intruder. "I'm looking for Brian. What do you people want? Do you want to fight?" said the person fearlessly. He looked at the divine guards with an angry face. "Capture him." The divine guards of the House of Saint, who were used to running amok in the City of Shadows, upon seeing that the intruder wasn't cooperating, immediately prepared to capture him. It was at this moment that one of the demon generals finally saw the appearance of the intruder. Although he was dressed in ragged clothes and cut a sorry figure like a beggar, Han Shuo could just barely make out that he was Akeley. This was the fellow that Han Shuo got to know as soon as he arrived on Elysium. His temper was as stubborn as ever. He would clamor for a fight at the slightest disagreement. After confirming that the intruder was Akeley, Han Shuo immediately rushed over. Before the two parties started fighting, Han Shuo arrived and hastily said, "He's my friend. Why would Mr. Brian have such a friend?" Although the divine guards were puzzled, they did not dare to offend Han Shuo. They immediately retreated and stopped fighting. Han Shuo was currently a popular figure in the City of Shadows, while Akeley was behaving like a beggar. In the eyes of these divine guards, Akeley was a very suspicious person. "How did you become like this?" Leylin asked Akeley with an odd expression on his face. Before the two parted, Han Shuo had given Akeley quite a number of crystal coins. In addition, Akeley also had a portion of the neuro ore in his possession. Logically speaking, no matter how bad he was doing, he shouldn't be in such a state. Therefore Han Shuo found it very strange. Akeley's face turned rather unsightly. He seemed unwilling to talk about this matter in front of those divine guards. He forced a smile and said, "It's a long story, let's talk inside." Han Shuo gestured to the divine guards and they quietly withdrew. Akeley followed Han Shuo into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It wasn't long before Han Shuo became a celebrity in the City of Shadows. He was a figure that several large family clans strove to curry favor with. On the other hand, not only did Akeley fail to achieve great things with the crystal coins he had, but he also ended up in such a miserable state. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they met. "Youngster, you sure have gotten rich fast. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, but after I asked around in the City of Shadows, all the divine guards knew your name. At first, I thought that the person they were talking about wasn't you. But when I heard that you had concocted some medicine, I was sure that it was you. How unbelievable." Akeley looked at Han Shuo enviously. He had once eaten the medicinal pellets Han Shuo gave him and naturally knew how miraculous Han Shuo's medicinal pellets were. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Akeley wouldn't have believed that the most popular figure in the City of Shadows was the Han Shuo he knew. Haha, it's a long story. Even Han Shuo himself did not expect that he would be able to make a fortune so quickly. He smilingly said, "Right, how did you end up in such dire straits? Before we parted, I left you quite a lot of crystal coins. Besides, you still have divine essence mines. There's no way you would end up like this, right?" "Don't mention those divine essence mines. It's because of those divine essence mines that I'm so unlucky." Akeley put on a furious face and told Han Shuo about his recent experiences. After the two parted, Akeley first found a secluded place and absorbed all the divine essences containing destruction divine energy in his hand. His talent was truly outstanding. He had managed to break through to late-stage low-god realm just by relying on the divine essence mines he had. After absorbing all the destruction divine essences in his hand, Akeley discovered that his strength was progressing too slowly. Therefore he decided to purchase a few divine weapons to increase his strength. However, the crystal coins Han Shuo gave him were not enough to purchase the divine weapons he fancied. With no other choice, Akeley recklessly took out a few divine essences of wind in an attempt to make a trade. It was precisely those divine essences he took out that landed him in big trouble. As soon as he left the shop with the divine weapons, he was immediately targeted by others. What followed was a long period of pursuit. If it wasn't for Akeley's vast experience and great improvement in strength, he would have long been killed by those who coveted his divine essence mines. After trekking over mountains and rivers, Akeley managed to escape from those greedy pursuers with great difficulty. He no longer dared to take out his divine essence mines. The defenses of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows were far inferior to those in the City of Shadows. Akeley felt that only a place like the City of Shadows could allow him to sell his divine essences safely. On top of that, Han Shuo had told him that he would be in the City of Shadows as well. Therefore, Akeley decided to come to the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was rather paranoid from being pursued, had been wandering around barren mountains and swamps. He had even encountered a few groups of god hunters along the way. By the time he arrived at the City of Shadows, he was already in such a miserable state. "Back when we parted ways, I told you not to rashly take out your divine essence mines. But you just wouldn't listen to me. It would be a wonder if you didn't get hunted down. But you sure are lucky to be able to make it to the City of Shadows alive under such circumstances. I truly admire you. Now that you have struck it rich, you start making sarcastic remarks. Who knew that those people would be so crazy? They would attack me as soon as I was alone. Every time there would be several of them. If it wasn't for my top-notch fleeing skills, I would have long been killed by those bastards." Akeley said furiously. "Then why did you dare to compete with the divine guards just now? You should know that you are no match for those divine guards with your strength, right?" Han Shuo put on a spurious smile. This is the City of Shadows. What do I have to fear? Do they have the guts to kill me?" Akeley put on a smile and lamented, "Damn it, I have finally understood the situation on Elysium. It seems that the way I used to do things on the Blue Ocean continent is no longer suitable. I can't run amok in the future." After hearing those words, Han Shuo knew that Akeley's situation on Elysium had finally begun to change. But then again it made sense. If Akeley had continued to act the way he did when he first arrived on Elysium, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Elysium wasn't the Blue Ocean continent. Reality was cruel. But fortunately for Han Shuo, Akeley had recognized the situation. "What do you plan to do in the future?" asked Han Shuo. "Nothing much. I've traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't be so disloyal as to ignore me, would you?" Akeley had gone through thick and thin with Han Shuo. He knew that although Han Shuo was cruel to his enemies, he treated his friends well. Therefore, Akeley was determined to stick with Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "I'm just running a pharmacy. Why would you want to stick with me?" "Don't give me that. I've asked around. You are doing so well in the City of Shadows. There's nothing wrong with me following you. In any case, since I'm here, you can't just ignore me. We have gone through thick and thin together." Akeley laughed mischievously. He casually found a place to lie down comfortably and mumbled to himself, "My goodness, this place of yours is really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Right, you go about your business. I'll keep an eye on the door for you, all right?" To Han Shuo, it didn't matter if Akeley was as reckless as before. If Akeley was as reckless as before, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to keep him around. But now that Akeley seemed to have recognized the situation, and based on Han Shuo's understanding of Akeley, Han Shuo felt that Akeley wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, "If you don't mind my small shop, you can stay. After all, my pharmacy is really lacking in manpower." "That would be great. Ah, I knew you are a loyal fella." Akeley felt at ease. "Alright, you stay in my pharmacy for the time being. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I'm sure there will be something for you to do in the future," Han Shuo said. It was impossible for Han Shuo to stay in the Celestial Pro Pharmacy all the time. With Akeley keeping an eye on the door, Han Shuo wouldn't have to worry too much. Besides, Han Shuo's goal wasn't as simple as the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. One day he would have his own family clan and perhaps his own divine guards. And Akeley was a very good warrior. Good. For you to be able to gain a foothold in the City of Shadows so quickly, I will surely live a good life if I follow you. Haha. Akeley's words were meant to flatter Han Shuo. But it turned out that he was right. Just like that, other than the mysterious and unfathomable Andrina, the Celestial Pro Pharmacy gained the somewhat deranged Akeley. Chapter 717. At the Saint Residence. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had been in a bad mood recently. He had changed from his usual methodical approach to the management of the City of Shadows. He had become resolute and decisive in dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows. He had begun to focus on the issue of the 7 Divine Guards. There were a total of 7 chiefs of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows. The top 3 chiefs of Divine Guards were all from the House of Saint. The remaining 4 chiefs of Divine Guards were experts from the 4 major family clans. With the excuse of Carmelita's serious injury and the fact that the Dominions of Water and Life had infiltrated the City of Shadows, Wallace blamed the negligence of the 7 chiefs of Divine Guards and took the opportunity to reorganize the 7 corps. Everyone knew that Wallace was very angry about Carmelita's serious injury. During this sensitive period, no one dared to disobey Wallace's orders. Some of the orders that affected the City of Shadows were smoothly passed down. Avery was not in the City of Shadows for the time being. Therefore, several chiefs of the 5th Corps were assigned to the City of Shadows. The reason was that the 5th Corps might be short of manpower in Avery's absence. All this while, other than the top 3 chiefs of Divine Guards belonging to the House of Saint, the other 4 chiefs of Divine Guards were under the control of the 4 major family clans. Wallace had never interfered with them. This time, his actions had caused a great deal of controversy. However, Wallace firmly suppressed it. The chiefs of the 5th Corps were complaining about it. The Patriarch of the House of Lavers was also very displeased. However, under Wallace's wrath, no one dared to say anything. They merely assumed that Wallace's actions were because he was in a bad mood. They believed that he would change after Carmelita recovered. Andre was the only one who understood his elder brother's intentions. He secretly cooperated with Wallace and began to investigate Avery's actions. The House of Saint was the most powerful force in the City of Shadows. When they were serious about investigating a matter, very few schemes and machinations could escape the eyes of Wallace and Andre, the 2 vicious and merciless brothers. Soon enough, with Han Shuo's help, the 2 brothers who had suspected Avery as a suspect gradually found some clues. Some plans and operations were formulated, perfected, and carried out in the dark. On this day, Wallace, who had been in a gloomy mood for a long time, finally showed some gentleness on his face. Looking at Carmelita, who was slowly waking up, he said with concern, "Everything is fine now. Don't worry." Carmelita's body was still very weak. Although the divine energy of darkness in her body had been temporarily suppressed by her tenacious willpower, most of the destruction divine energy in her body had been consumed. Fortunately, the House of Saint was rich and generous. They were not stingy with their precious divine essences. The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed that her father was holding a heavy bag of destruction divine essences in his hand. "Father?" Looking at the concerned Wallace in front of her, Carmelita called out softly. "Don't talk. Rest well. Take this bag of divine crystals and absorb them. Heal your injuries as soon as possible." "Ah, I didn't expect that you would be seriously injured twice in such a short time. The House of Saint is running low on destruction divine essences. But don't worry, I have sent people to contact the other cities and will exchange some divine essences of other elements that the House of Saint has. You just need to recuperate in peace," said Wallace softly. "I'm feeling much better." Carmelita struggled for a moment. Wallace hastily helped her up. After she sat properly, he bunched his brows and asked, "Other than me, who else in that group of divine guards survived?" Wallace sighed softly and shook his head. "Karina, she was covering for me?" Carmelita's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. "I know. You just need to recuperate in peace. We have already found the culprit. Anyone who dares to attack you, no matter who they are, will not be able to escape death," assured Wallace. Of the 2 House of Saint Divine Guards that went with Carmelita, not a single one managed to escape alive. Carmelita was only able to escape the calamity when she arrived at Skyorchid Fort, where the Chief of Divine Guards, Aobashi, was temporarily stationed. For Carmelita's sake, Karina sacrificed her divine soul in order to buy her some time. "I couldn't see the shadows of those people in the canopy of darkness. I have no idea who did it, but most of them cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness." Carmelita slowly closed her eyes, recalled for a moment, and said to Wallace, "Since they dared to attack you and used the canopy of darkness to conceal their presence and traces, they must not want you to know their identities. Don't think too much about it. Father will find them one by one." Wallace comforted Carmelita gently so that she would not have to worry about the situation before she was seriously injured. "By the way, you were able to wake up this time because of that little guy called Brian." Wallace did not want Carmelita to wallow in the pain of Karina's death. Therefore he changed the topic and brought up Han Shua. "He's fine? I should have known that he would be fine. He's more cunning than anyone else." Carmelita forced a smile and asked Wallace, "Is he in the City of Shadows? I want to see him." Wallace revealed a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "He is fine at the moment. But your injuries have not stabilized yet. It's better to wait for a while. It won't be too late to see him after you have purged the divine energy of darkness in your body." Carmelita knew that Wallace was concerned for her well-being. She nodded and softly replied, "I understand. All right, rest well. Stabilizing your injuries as soon as possible is of utmost importance. I will take my leave now." Wallace stood up and walked out of the room smilingly. After arriving at a secret chamber in the Saint residence, Wallace asked Andre, who had been sitting there silently, "How did it go?" "We don't have conclusive evidence. But according to what Brian said, the divine energy of darkness left in Carmelita's body, the fact that that guy has been out of the city for such a long time, and the clues we found, we can deduce that it is indeed him." Andre replied in a low voice with a gloomy face. "We don't need any more evidence. We don't need to continue investigating the ins and outs of this matter. I trust your judgment." Wallace decisively made his decision. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, "Send a message to Aobashi and the other 2. Have them search for Avery's traces with all their might. Once they find his location, report to me immediately. We will arrest him immediately. Brother, we don't have any evidence. Won't we?" Andre's spirit was lifted. But soon after, he bunched his brows as though he had just recalled the House of Lavers. "It doesn't matter. Since we have already made our move, we don't have to worry about anything. Keep a close eye on the House of Lavers. Once it is proven that that guy is related to Avery, we will exterminate the entire House of Lavers." Wallace was indeed ruthless. Once he took action, he would not leave any leeway. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field, is involved in this matter. But I will do as you say. If Field really doesn't know about this, what should we do?" Andre asked. "If he really doesn't know anything, we will capture all of Avery's trusted aides in the 5th Corps. When the time comes, I will personally explain this matter to Field and see what his attitude is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will eliminate the House of Lavers from the City of Shadows." Wallace said in a deep voice. "Understood." Andre nodded. He knew that his big brother would not show any mercy once he took action. The reason why the House of Saint was able to stand tall in the City of Shadows for so many years was because they had such a decisive and ruthless patriarch. "Oh right, before we take action against the House of Lavers, you will personally explain the ins and outs of this matter to the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must not disappoint the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must make them understand that the House of Lavers deserves all of this." Wallace instructed after thinking for a moment. Andre nodded and expressed that he understood. After thinking for a moment, just as Andre was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Oh right, big brother, that youngster Brian has saved Carmelita's life twice. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? That youngster is not bad." Wallace praised when Andre mentioned Han Shua. After thinking for a moment, he said in a somewhat vexed manner, that youngster has a firm will and a sharp spirit. On top of that, he is an expert in medicine refinement. He is indeed a rare talent. However, this youngster's strength is a little too weak. I'm afraid that if we give him too many benefits for the time being, he won't be able to accept them all of a sudden. Otherwise, why don't we just hand over the fifth core to him? Andre's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wallace intended to hand over the fifth core to Han Shua. He thought to himself, this is an opportunity for me to reach the heavens in a single bound. There are so many experts in the City of Shadows. Every single one of them would be jealous of the position vacated by Avery. Once Han Shua becomes a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows, as long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can establish his own family clan. But after thinking for a moment, Andre shook his head slightly and said in a bitter smile, "It's a pity that youngster is too weak. He won't be able to convince the others to take over the fifth core." Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That kid has a good relationship with Carmelita. If he were to take over the fifth core, we would be able to save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that he's too weak. Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll see how it goes when the time comes. Wallace shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to discuss this further with Andre. Han Shua did not know that Wallace intended to hand over the coveted position of the fifth core to him. Had he known that Wallace intended to do so, he might have been willing to take the risk and prove his strength in order to seize this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. After all, by taking over the fifth core, Han Shua would be able to freely form his own team of divine guards. With a powerful force under his command and the wealth he obtained from his pharmacy, he would be able to smoothly establish another powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. He might even be able to replace the former House of Lavers and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Setting aside these beautiful prospects for the time being, Han Shua was currently faced with an extremely troublesome matter. If this matter was not handled properly, Han Shua might not even be able to maintain his transcendent status in the City of Shadows, let alone establishing his own family clan. How is this possible? Han Shua cried out involuntarily when he saw Anaito, who wore a solemn face. I don't know what's going on either. However, after a member of the House of Kisa took your medicine of tranquility, not only did he fail to stabilize his current realm, his body seemed to have suffered from a backlash. Not only has he failed to advance a single step, but his realm has also regressed. I am here to inform you of this matter, explained Anaito. It is impossible for the medicine I refined to have such a situation. There must be a problem somewhere. It is very possible that the fellow did not take the medicine according to my instructions. Han Shua had absolute confidence in the medicines he personally refined. He did not believe that such a problem would occur. I have just received the news. I don't know the details yet. Why don't you go to the House of Kisa and take a look? Suggested Anaito. Han Shua nodded and immediately headed for the House of Kisa under Anaito's lead without a second thought. Andrina, who was supposed to continue devouring crystal coins on the 3rd floor, silently floated down and landed beside Anaito, giving him a big fright. With sufficient crystal coins to consume, Andrina's injuries healed faster and faster. However, the mysterious and unfathomable aura on her body grew fainter and fainter. Han Shua knew that as Andrina's injuries healed, her ability to conceal her strength also grew stronger. Unlike Akeley, Andrina was determined to follow him. Han Shua had no choice but to let her follow him. Anaito sized up Andrina, who had silently appeared. He was startled by the unapproachable expression on her face. He looked at Han Shua, who was silently walking forward, and thought to himself, so this youngster has such a hobby. No wonder he has never properly communicated with any of the young and beautiful women in the City of Shadows after coming to the city for so long. Instead, he likes to hang out with Miss Carmelita. So it turns out that all strange people have strange hobbies. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes fell on Anaito. Anaito, who was having filthy thoughts, suddenly discovered that the ice-cold little girl was staring at him. For no reason, Anaito felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously let out 2 hollow laughs and did not dare to look into Andrina's eyes. If you dare to have any filthy thoughts again, I will kill you. Andrina coldly groaned and warned. I wouldn't dare, Anaito hastily said. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. He thought to himself, why would I be afraid of a little girl? It doesn't make sense. Han Shua paid no attention to the little disturbance between Anaito and Andrina. He was thinking about the medicinal pellets. Soon he arrived at the Kisa residence. After reporting his name, the guards of the Kisa residence coldly escorted Han Shua to the Kisa residence. Those guards looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a swindler. This made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with his brows bunched when he saw Rugersi in a gymnasium inside one of the buildings in the Kisa residence. Rugersi was in charge of the 6th Corps of Divine Guards. He was an influential person in the City of Shadows. The last time he met Han Shuo, he was very respectful and courteous. But this time he did not show any courtesy. After coldly sizing up Han Shuo, Rugersi lightly groaned and said, "You sure are fast." Rugersi then pointed at a young man who was convulsing on the ground and said furiously, "You sold a good medicine. My nephew is in this state because he took your medicine of tranquility. Your medicine is so unstable and has such terrifying side effects. Why didn't you tell him in advance? You caused his cultivation to regress instead of advancing. And yet you still dare to come? I have sold so many of my medicines and many people have taken them. This is the first time such a situation has happened. I believe that this has nothing to do with my medicine. He must have taken it improperly. There must be some misunderstanding." Han Shuo swept a glance at that young man and said with his brows bunched, "There is no misunderstanding. I have interrogated him. He took the medicine according to the prescription of your medicine. There is no mistake. There must be something wrong with your medicine that caused this situation. How dare you deny it?" Rugersi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a gloomy voice, "I know that you have a close relationship with Carmelita. You even saved her life a few days ago. That is why I am speaking to you in such an amiable manner. Otherwise, don't even think of standing in front of me right now." Rugersi's attitude made Han Shuo even angrier. He coldly gazed at that young man who was trembling on the ground. He raised his head and said to Rugersi in a sarcastic tone, "So many people have taken my medicine. Why is it that none of them are affected except for him? How would I know? Maybe the others haven't acted up yet. How dare you be so arrogant when there is a problem with your medicine? If it weren't for the House of Saint, I would have taken you down right now." Rugersi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately bellowed in a low voice. Beside him, several divine guards from the 6th Corps had surrounded Han Shuo. The reason why Rugersi was so friendly to Han Shuo was because of the medicine. Now that he saw that the medicine had such a side effect, he immediately felt that he had been deceived. Therefore his attitude towards Han Shuo, a mere low god, had completely changed. He did not immediately take action because he was apprehensive of the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. "Lord Rugersi, I hope that you will not act rashly before the matter is clarified. I am in charge of Mr. Brian's safety under the orders of Lord Erebus and Lord Andre. I hope that your lordship will not make things difficult for our 3rd Corps," Anaito hastily said when he saw that Rugersi was about to take Mr. Brian away. It was at this moment that Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, suddenly stepped forward. She stood in front of Han Shuo and looked at Rugersi with hostility. Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand and pulled her back. If Andrina was allowed to do as she pleased without clarifying the situation, the good reputation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy might very well be ruined. Han Shuo was counting on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to earn him a large amount of crystal coins. He knew that he could not be reckless at this moment. In short, "You must give my family clan an explanation." When Rugersi heard Annette mentioning Erebus and Andre's names, he didn't dare to act recklessly and shouted angrily. Rugersi was startled when he saw that Andrina had stepped forward. For a moment he felt that Andrina was an extremely formidable opponent. However, that feeling vanished without a trace when Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand. Rugersi thought that it was just a momentary hallucination. He was in a fit of anger at the moment and did not think too much about it. Let me take a look at the situation first. Han Shuo no longer paid any attention to Rugersi. He secretly decided that he would never sell any medicinal pellets to the House of Kisa again after this matter was clarified. Rugersi's attitude made him very unhappy. Chapter 7:18. Han Shuo squatted down and placed his hand on the man's back to examine the condition of his body. The news that Han Shuo had saved Carmelita 2 days ago had spread throughout the City of Shadows. Otherwise, Rugersi wouldn't have allowed Han Shuo to do as he pleased. With Han Shuo's hand on the man's back and Rugersi facing him, it was impossible for him to see what Han Shuo was doing. Han Shuo's demonic yuan was like tiny, formless snakes that slowly seeped into the man's body in an attempt to find the source of the disorder in his body. Han Shuo was well aware of the composition and effects of the medicine of Jade Pearl. With the miraculous demonic yuan, he quickly figured out what was going on. Something's wrong. Han Shuo bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's causing the convulsions in his body is another type of medicine. I can guarantee that the medicine of Jade Pearl I refined does not contain that type of medicine. Did he swallow some other medicine?" "No, I didn't." The man opened his mouth with great difficulty. His voice was very weak. "Kid, you aren't trying to shirk your responsibility, are you?" Rujersi immediately rebuked his nephew. It was obvious that he trusted his nephew more. "That's impossible." Han Shuo coldly shouted, "There is absolutely no other type of medicine in my medicine. There must be a problem." My lord." It was at this moment that another divine guard rushed over hastily. "What is it?" Rujersi was in a fit of rage. When he saw that the divine guard was flustered, he impatiently gave him a slap. The slap caused the divine guard's body to sway. When Rujersi finally stabilized his body, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he hastily explained, "A divine guard was accidentally injured in the gymnasium. After consuming young Master Gregor's medicine of rejuvenation, not only did his injuries not stabilize, he immediately died." Han Shuo's face jolted upon hearing those words. Rujersi immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Han Shuo and said, "How dare you deny that your medicine isn't the problem? Once is fine but twice. How dare you deny it? Arrest him." "Lord Rujersi." Anaito shouted anxiously. He intended to remind Han Shuo that Erebus and Andre were protecting him. "Say no more. Even if Andre and Erebus were here, I would still pursue this matter. If there is any responsibility, I will bear all of it. Capture this brat immediately and break his arms and legs. Later, I will personally question Andre and Erebus about this matter. I want to see how they will defend such a swindler." Rujersi's face was cold. He was truly enraged. The 6th Corps Divine Guards no longer hesitated after hearing Rujersi's words. They immediately surrounded Han Shuo. Several of the Divine Guards brandished their divine weapons and aimed them at Han Shuo's neck. As soon as Han Shuo heard Rujersi's order to break his arms and legs first, he became furious. There was clearly something fishy about this matter. Rujersi did not listen to Han Shuo's explanation and insisted that Han Shuo was a swindler. Such behavior had already violated some of the rules of the City of Shadows. However, Han Shuo wasn't worried that Rujersi would break his arms and legs. Given Han Shuo's monstrous regenerative ability, even if his internal organs were destroyed, he could quickly regenerate them, let alone broken bones. Besides, Han Shuo believed that once he unleashed his invincible omen body, would the attacks of those mid-god divine guards really have any effect on him? Han Shuo was not willing to endure such humiliation. He immediately gathered the energy in his body, ready to retaliate the moment those divine guards attacked him. Even if things escalated to the point where even the House of Saint could no longer protect him, Han Shuo didn't believe that he would have a bad life if he left the City of Shadows. At most, it would take him a little more time. However, before Han Shuo could act, Andrina, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly moved. A dazzling radiance revolved around Han Shuo. After a series of crackling noises, all the divine weapons pointed at Han Shuo suddenly exploded. Those divine guards of the 6th Corps who were holding the divine weapons were sent flying. Andrina, who was as cold as ice, stood proudly in front of Han Shuo. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Rujersi. She did not utter a single word. Anaito, who was about to persuade Han Shuo not to act rashly, was stunned on the spot when he saw such an unforeseen event. He did not know what to do. Who are you? How dare you injure my 6th Corps Divine Guards? You are making an enemy out of the City of Shadows. As the chief of the 6th Corps of the City of Shadows, Rujersi was not an easy character to deal with. He was initially astonished by Andrina's strength. But soon, he came to his senses and skillfully accused Andrina of a major crime. Han Shuo, who was about to attack, was also stunned. He turned to look at Andrina, who was tightly shielding him. For a moment he did not know what to do. "If you dare hurt him, I will kill you," Andrina said in a bone-chilling voice as she looked at Rujersi with her ice-cold eyes. Rujersi, who was about to make a move, suddenly felt that he was being affected by a strange magnetic field. In the next moment, a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to take a few steps back. Looking at Angelina, who was threatening him, Rujersi felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He could not estimate the strength of this little girl. "Let's go." After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly spoke. He shot a cold glance at the hesitant Rujersi and said, "Give me some time. I will get to the bottom of this matter." My medicines will not have any problems. I can guarantee that. Don't leave. He has injured so many divine guards," shouted a member of the House of Kisa who appeared out of nowhere. No one paid any attention to the member of the Sixth Corps. The divine guard stared at Rujursi and waited for his decision. At this moment Han Shua and Andrina had started walking towards the exit. However, they were on high alert, ready to deal with any attack from the House of Kisa at any moment. Rujursi stared at Andrina in silence for a long while. Suddenly, like a ferocious beast, he pounced at Andrina. This Rujursi was different from the person with the same name Andrina killed at Greenfire Swamp. He possessed early-stage high god strength and cultivated in the energy of death. While in midair, Rujursi's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. His entire body shrunk and shriveled in an instant. A bone suddenly appeared in his hand after a flash of phosphorescence. Soon after, the domain of divinity of death enveloped him. The bone turned into a beam of ghostly light as it shot towards Andrina. Andrina, who was protecting Han Shua, stared at Rujursi with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that Rujursi did not know how to appreciate her kindness. In an instant, her body turned translucent like a crystal. Even her little dress started glowing. Before anyone could see what happened, intense energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from her body. It was as though a whirlpool had suddenly sprung out from her body and collided with Rujursi. Bang! In the dazzling light there was an explosion. Rujursi had charged over at an extremely fast speed, but he retreated even faster. He landed on the ground in an instant with a face filled with disbelief. He turned to look at Andrina. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. She stared fixedly at Rujursi and took a few deep breaths. Then, a dazzling radiance flashed from her body and she pounced at Rujursi once again. Andrina's attack was too fast. At this moment, Han Shua was powerless to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that a battle of life and death was unavoidable, Han Shua decided that he should call Akeley and leave the City of Shadows as soon as possible. At this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed beside Rujursi in an instant. A loud rumble sounded from the dense darkness. By the time the darkness dispersed, two people were standing in front of Rujursi. Han Shua was already familiar with Andre. However, what surprised him was why Andre would appear at this moment. The other effeminate man wearing ink-black armor cried out in surprise, "How powerful! Who is this little girl?" Upon finishing those words, the man looked at Andrina with an astonished expression. Andrina took a deep breath and instantly retreated to Han Shua. She grabbed Han Shua and said in a low voice, "There are 3 of them. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. I'm no match for them." "Don't worry, they won't do anything," Han Shua consoled. He bowed from afar and said, "Greetings, Lord Andre, Lord Erebus." As soon as the effeminate man spoke, Han Shua could guess his identity. When Han Shua was trapped by Brofst, he had heard Erebus's voice. Therefore he would always pay extra attention to such powerful figures. Therefore, when Erebus cried out in surprise, Han Shua immediately guessed his identity from his voice. Andre and Erebus were looking at Andrina in shock. They only came back to their senses when they heard Han Shua's greeting from afar. They nodded at Han Shua in greeting. Erebus smiled in a friendly manner. His effeminate face was filled with amusement. He nodded at Han Shua and said, "Thank you for your potion. It's truly a magical thing." "What kind of **T magical potion is this? 2 members of my family have already been harmed by it. Erebus and Lord Andre, even if you are taking care of this kid, you have to give me justice," Rujursi said angrily as he panted heavily. It seemed that he had suffered a little in the fight with Andrina. "Brian, what's going on?" Andre had a very good impression of Han Shua, especially after he discovered that the little girl beside Han Shua was an unfathomably mysterious expert. He immediately raised the importance of Han Shua by a notch. 2 members of the House of Kisa have taken my potion. Something happened to them. I only took a look at one of them and discovered that there was another kind of potion in his body. I am certain that it is not from my Xuanji pharmacy. Before I could explain the situation, another member of the House of Kisa got into trouble. Rujursi insisted that it was related to my potion and refused to listen to my explanation. He planned to break my limbs and capture me, explained Han Shua. After Han Shua finished his explanation, Andre, Erebus, Rujursi, and the divine guards of the House of Kisa were looking at Andrina, who was holding hands with Han Shua. After a while, Andre let out a light cough and said to Rujursi, who was wearing a furious face, "There is something fishy about this matter. I believe that it has nothing to do with Blair." So many people in the City of Shadows have been fine after taking the potion. Even the divine guards of the House of Saint and Erebus are safe and sound. We can attest to this. From this aspect, perhaps there is something wrong with those two members of your family. How is that possible? Shouted Rugersi. However, as Andre and Erebus had just saved him and the strength of the House of Saint was clear for all to see, Rugersi's words sounded a little lacking in confidence. When Rugersi saw the exchange of glances between Han Shuo and Andre, he suddenly realized that he had misjudged one thing. Originally, he thought that Han Shuo had a simple relationship with the House of Saint and that Andre and Erebus wouldn't disrespect him for a puny low god. But judging from the current situation, it was obvious that the two were protecting Han Shuo. Rugersi had no choice but to reconsider. I think we should first figure out the situation, Erebus suddenly said. Brian, are you saying that the potion in this person's body is not what your pharmacy of Xuanji should have? Andre asked Han Shuo smilingly. He could also see through Rugersi's guilty conscience. Definitely not. I am now certain that the pharmacy of Xuanji that this person consumed has either been tampered with or he lied and consumed some other potion. Han Shuo said affirmatively. Isn't there another person? Why don't we take a look at that person first? Andre, who believed in Han Shuo, immediately turned around and looked at Rugersi. Bring his body over, under Andre's gaze Rugersi unwillingly instructed. Soon enough, a body was carried over by the 6th Corps Divine Guards. Han Shuo moved forward and carefully examined the body before he said with certainty, there is another potion in this person's body. That potion is definitely not the same as my rejuvenation potion. Hey, can you still talk? Try to recall. Did anyone touch the potion in your hand? The feminine-looking Erebus suddenly squatted in front of the person whose body was convulsing. He looked at him with cold eyes and asked. Rugersi's nephew appeared rather flustered under Erebus' gaze. His body slightly convulsed for a moment before he suddenly recalled something and said, Grego used this pharmacy of Xuanji to exchange for my rejuvenation potion. I heard from my uncle that Xuanji pharmacy is much more precious than the rejuvenation potion. Therefore, I made the exchange without hesitation. It seems that the rejuvenation potion that this dead divine guard consumed was also given to him by that man named Grego, right? Han Shuo put on a cold smile and suddenly asked, where is that man named Grego? Erebus stood up, looked at Rugersi and asked. He was screaming just now, asking us to stop them. Where is he? Rugersi turned around and looked at the divine guard beside him in puzzlement. He instructed, go look for him. Call him here. He should have nothing to do with this. He is a member of our House of Kisa. There shouldn't be any problems. Rugersi was feeling uncertain when he said those words. It seemed that the current situation was telling him something. That's hard to say. Erebus chuckled. He shot a glance at Andrina who was standing beside Han Shuo and remarked, what an amazing little girl. A dozen or so minutes later, several divine guards rushed over with ugly faces. The leader of the divine guards hastily reported, my lord, Grego has disappeared. All the crystal coins in his room have been taken away. Rugersi was no fool. His face immediately turned ugly and he angrily shouted, what is Grego doing? As a member of the House of Kisa, why would he be messing around at this time? Hurry up and find him. Rugersi, I think this is your House of Kisa's fault. Andre's face turned cold and he softly groaned. This. Rugersi was startled and immediately put on an embarrassed face. He turned to Han Shuo and said, that, Brian. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Brian, it's all right. Han Shuo put on a faint smile as though he didn't mind the matter at all. He stood up, bowed to Andre and Erebus and straightforwardly announced, from today onwards the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will no longer do business with your House of Kisa. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo pulled Andrina and walked out of the room. Arg. Rugersi was filled with regret. He knew that he had made a grave mistake this time when he saw Han Shuo leaving. Chapter 719. Andre and Erebus put on a gloating smile and ignored Rugersi. They immediately followed after Han Shuo and Erebus. The two were now filled with curiosity towards Angelina. They didn't understand how a little girl like her could possess such terrifying strength, and even more so didn't understand why she would follow Han Shuo so obediently. Therefore they were anxious to clarify the situation. Outside the Kisa residence, Andre and Erebus had caught up to Han Shuo. When Han Shuo saw Andre and Erebus following behind, he slowed down his pace and smilingly said, thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for me to walk out of the Kisa residence. Not at all. With such a powerful expert by your side, the Kisa residents wouldn't have had much of an advantage in a fight. Erebus swept a glance at Han Shuo before turning his attention to Andrina. He asked puzzledly, "Young lady, what kind of energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before?" Andrina glared at Erebus and coldly replied, "None of your business." Ahem. Erebus let out 2 dry laughs in embarrassment. Andre, who was about to ask Erebus about it, tactfully did not pursue the matter. However, he still looked at Andrina with great astonishment. Andrina obviously did not have a good impression of the two. She only silently followed behind Han Shuo and paid them no heed. Brian, there is something fishy about what happened at the Kisa residence today. That youngster, as a member of the Kisa residence, dared to use your medicine to harm others. He must be targeting your celestial pro pharmacy. He might have been instigated by someone. You must be careful, Andre said after a moment of silence. Yes, this incident is obviously targeting me. I wonder who it is that wants to do this to me. Han Shuo nodded. He knew that Gale wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Besides, he had no grudge against that youngster. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Have you offended anyone recently? I mean, apart from Avery. Avery hasn't been in the City of Shadows recently, and I've been keeping an eye on the Fifth Corps' every move. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment. He was rather puzzled. Han Shuo was taken aback. He stopped moving and pondered for a moment. Suddenly Han Shuo had an idea and said, I've been to the Godswamp Pharmacy. The owner, Stice, wanted to do business with me, but we parted on bad terms. In the banquet hall of that alchemist, I got into an argument with an alchemist named Ghoulie. Could it be that Ghoulie? Phantom City's Ghoulie? Erebus exclaimed softly. Soon after, he shook his head and explained, this Ghoulie has an eccentric temperament. Although she is rather famous in Mirage City, she shouldn't have that much influence in our City of Shadows, right? Someone is trying to tarnish the reputation of my Celestial Pro Pharmacy. If my Celestial Pro Pharmacy were to collapse, who in the City of Shadows would benefit the most? Han Shuo mumbled to himself with his brows bunched. Suddenly, he bunched his brows and became suspicious of that Stice from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo had a bad impression of that person. The reason why he didn't want to talk to him was because he felt that this person was too scheming. If something happens to your medicines, the ones who will benefit the most will be the pharmacies in the City of Shadows. You might not have noticed it, but the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's appearance has affected the businesses of all the major pharmacies in the City of Shadows. Among them, the Godswamp Pharmacy has suffered the greatest loss. Andre seemed to have realized something when he heard Han Shuo mumbling to himself. Han Shuo became even more puzzled after hearing Andre's words. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly put on a smile and said, I will have to trouble you two lords to look into this matter. I believe that you two lords will be able to find the cause of this matter. Don't try to drug us, kid. But I will keep an eye out. Andre replied smilingly. All right, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Han Shuo knew that Andre would definitely help him. Before he left, he asked, Oh right, how is Carmelita? Don't worry, she has woken up and is recovering well. Andre's smile grew even more gentle when he saw how concerned Han Shuo was about Carmelita. Then I am truly relieved. Han Shuo waved at the two and left with Andrina. Andre and Erebus did not pursue them. After Han Shuo and Andrina were gone, Erebus said in a low voice, That young lady is no pushover. Even I have no confidence in defeating her in a real fight. Andre nodded in agreement and said, I didn't even realize her true strength the last time we fought her. If we hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid that Rugersi would have suffered greatly. What I am most curious about is that youngster Brian. Why is that young lady so dependent on him even though she is so powerful? And from the looks of it, that young lady only listens to him. This is really strange. Erebus bunched his brows. His heart was filled with doubts. We have plenty of time to figure out the situation. Fortunately, that youngster Brian seems to be more inclined towards our family. If that young lady completely listens to him, I believe it won't be a bad thing for us. Andre thought for a moment and said to Erebus, Have you found Avery's whereabouts? Not yet, Erebus shook his head. Keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy. I feel that there's something unusual about Brian, Andre said. Got it? That youngster's medicines are truly miraculous. I will have my men keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy to see if they are behind this, Erebus said smilingly. It seemed that he was very curious about Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo became suspicious and immediately began to take action. After Andre's reminder, Han Shuo suddenly realized that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had seriously threatened the original pharmacies in the city. As the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the God Swamp Pharmacy had suffered the heaviest losses. Han Shuo knew that they would definitely take action. Stai's invitation to cooperate with Han Shuo could be considered as an action taken by the God Swamp Pharmacy. However, Han Shuo had flatly refused. Since soft tactics didn't work, it was only natural for them to use a little more forceful means to force Han Shuo into submission. As his suspicions grew, Han Shuo immediately set his sights on the God Swamp Pharmacy. With the help of the demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shuo was blessed with many opportunities to secretly investigate. Soon enough, Han Shuo and Andrina arrived at the area where the God Swamp Pharmacy was located. Han Shuo found a shadowy area to hide in. After that, Han Shuo released his demon generals and flew towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Huh? What's that? Andrina suddenly let out a soft cry. Her eyes glistened with dazzling radiance. The silhouettes of several demon generals appeared in her pupils. Those demon generals refined by Cauldron Spirit could skillfully transform into their incorporeal forms. When Han Shuo released them, he deliberately made them appear incorporeal. Only Han Shuo, with his super-strong consciousness, could clearly see the traces of those demon generals. An average person wouldn't be able to detect them at all. Han Shuo was careless and forgot about Andrina's mysterious strength. After Andrina let out a soft cry, the few demon generals quickly disappeared from Han Shuo's vicinity. At this moment, Andrina's eyes were fixed on Han Shuo. She asked in incomparable astonishment, Did those things come out from your body? I saw it clearly. Don't try to hide it. Han Shuo felt a headache coming on under Andrina's fiery eyes. What exactly were those things? So strange. If we weren't so close to each other, I probably wouldn't have discovered them. How interesting. What exactly were they? Andrina was very interested. She shook Han Shuo's arm with both hands and wore an excited face. That's a strange life form. It's a kind of life form on our profound continent. It can be used to gather information. Han Shuo explained to Andrina with a bitter face. He thought to himself, I must be careful when I'm with her in the future. This little girl's senses are way too sharp. This life form is so miraculous. It doesn't seem to have a physical body. It's like pure soul energy, and the energy isn't weak at all. By the way, why are they in your body? Are you also a strange life form? Angelina showed great interest in this matter and pestered Han Shuo with questions. That's right. Why are they in your body? No, I'm just using a kind of container to store them. I can take them out to gather information when I need it. It's that simple. Don't ask any more questions. I still have things to do. Han Shuo hastily replied. He then closed his eyes and pretended to be very busy. He ignored Andrina. The use of demon generals was far more than just gathering information. They could be used for sneak attacks, deployment of formations, assassination, concealment, and many other purposes. The demon generals refined by Cauldron Spirit, in particular, possessed immense strength. They were Han Shuo's main helpers. Of course, these were all secrets that Han Shuo would definitely keep. He would never tell Andrina about them. Andrina was about to continue asking, but when she saw that Han Shuo had even closed his eyes, she knew that Han Shuo didn't want to talk about it. However, she became more and more curious about Han Shuo. Her gaze when she looked at Han Shuo was filled with amazement. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Naturally, it was protected by boundaries. However, the God Swamp Pharmacy was just a pharmacy after all. Although it possessed extraordinary strength, it did not dare to show off in the City of Shadows. Therefore, the boundaries they set up were not particularly powerful. Therefore, the demon generals were able to easily sneak in. Han Shuo's demon generals circled around a few buildings in the God Swamp Pharmacy and discovered that there were entire sets of medicine refining equipment. Many pharmacists were busy using the equipment in their hands to refine strange medicines. There were also some pharmacists of higher status who were arguing in a few rooms with flushed faces. Using his demon general's senses of sight and hearing, Han Shuo discovered that they were merely discussing medicine refining techniques. They did not mention anything about the House of Kisa. One of the demon generals discovered Gu Li in Mirage City. Due to the gathering of pharmacists, Gu Li was still residing in the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo treated Gu Li as a suspect. His demon general carefully observed Gu Li's every movement. He saw that Gu Li had an irritated face. She was flipping through thick medicine refining books and muttering to herself. When the demon general heard what she was muttering, he nearly laughed out loud. It turned out that Gu Li was flipping through thick medicine refining books in search of the few medicinal ingredients that Han Shuo had casually mentioned in the banquet hall. Those medicinal ingredients weren't something that the people of this universe should know about. Even if they knew about those medicinal ingredients, they wouldn't have given them the same names. Han Shuo had only said those words to annoy Gu Li. He did not expect that she would be so persistent. Just by looking at the medicine refining books scattered on the ground and Gu Li's messy hair, Han Shuo knew that Gu Li had probably been searching through those books for a long time. Ah! Gu Li pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman, "That kid must be talking nonsense. That's impossible. If those medicinal ingredients really exist, there's no way I wouldn't know about them. He must be lying. He must be a liar." After yelling for a while, Han Shuo thought that Gu Li would give up on this pointless method. He did not expect that after yelling for a while, she would pull out an even thicker medicine refining book and continue to read it. She lowered her head to look for the medicinal ingredients while cursing him in a low voice. Han Shuo, who originally loathed Gu Li, was somewhat impressed by her tireless spirit. Gu Li's character was indeed problematic, but Han Shuo could not help but admire her enthusiasm in studying medicine refining. It was no wonder that she could become the best medicine refining pharmacist in Phantom City. Based on her enthusiasm alone, Han Shuo believed that she must be a real talent. Because of this, Han Shuo immediately excluded Gu Li from the list of suspects. A crazy woman like her who only knew how to refine medicine shouldn't have so many thoughts to deal with him. Moreover, judging from Gu Li's appearance, Han Shuo guessed that she had not left this place for a long time. It was impossible for her to have the time to carry out any schemes. After excluding Gu Li, Han Shuo focused on Stice. However, after searching the God Swamp Pharmacy with his demon generals, they could not find Stice. This made Han Shuo feel a little strange. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo dispersed his demon generals even more. This time he no longer searched the obvious buildings but focused on some remote areas where boundaries might appear. 3 secret chambers with powerful boundaries were discovered by the demon generals. 2 of them had relatively weaker defensive boundaries. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo carefully controlled the 2 strongest demon generals to barge into the 2 boundaries. Everything went smoothly. The boundaries did not trigger any alarms or counterattacks. As soon as the 2 demon generals entered the 2 secret chambers, Han Shuo was immediately startled by what he saw. Inside one of the boundaries were many frozen organs. Most of those organs belonged to humans. Every single one of them was in good condition. Inside the other boundary were many low gods and base gods with weak strength. Several pharmacists with cold expressions were feeding some of the prisoners medicines that were emitting green smoke. One of the base gods seemed to be unable to withstand the effects of the medicine and soon turned into a puddle of green blood. Han Shuo was shocked by what he saw in the 2 secret chambers. The methods used in the 2 secret chambers were illegal, especially the experiments on gods. The drugs used were clearly poisons. This was strictly forbidden by all dominions. Han Shuo did not expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy would dare to disregard the laws of all dominions and conduct such a thing in the City of Shadows. The 2 secret chambers with relatively weaker boundaries had already produced such shocking scenes to Han Shuo. With that, Han Shuo became even more curious about the last secret chamber with the strongest boundary. Furthermore, Han Shuo was now very suspicious of the God Swamp Pharmacy. When he thought about the abnormal situation at the House of Kisa, Han Shuo suspected that it was because of the poisons that one of the 2 had died and the other had regressed in strength. What's wrong? Andrina's voice suddenly sounded beside Han Shuo's ear. Han Shuo came to his senses. He turned to look at Andrina beside him, took a deep breath, forced a smile and said, Nothing. You don't look too good. Did you discover something?" Andrina asked in a concerned tone. "I'll tell you later. Don't talk to me for now." Han Shuo did not say much and closed his eyes again. No matter what illegal things the God Swamp Pharmacy did, Han Shuo could not be bothered to ask. However, judging from the current situation, the God Swamp Pharmacy was the biggest suspect in what happened at the House of Kisa. Therefore, Han Shuo had to get to the bottom of the situation. The most powerful demon general arrived at the secret chamber with the strongest defense. The walls of the secret chamber were made of special materials. There were several boundaries on the walls that Han Shuo was not familiar with. Han Shuo was not confident that the demon general could break through the boundaries and see what was inside. Therefore he was a little hesitant. I should be discovered. However, I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat immediately. I believe they won't be able to find me anyway, Han Shuo thought to himself. After focusing his attention, Han Shuo ordered the demon general to enter. The demon general carefully clung to the wall and slowly broke through the boundaries. Only 2/3 of the way through the wall, a force suddenly chased after the demon general. Han Shuo was shocked. He immediately understood that the demon general had been detected by the boundaries. However, he did not order the demon general to retreat. Instead, he ordered the demon general to break through the boundaries as fast as he could. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds came from the walls of the secret chamber. The demon general had successfully broken through the boundaries and entered the secret chamber. Brian, that guy must be someone. A white-haired old man with a jade-like face ordered Styles, who was kneeling on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately noticed the abnormality of the boundaries and shouted. The demon general did not hear anything else. However, based on those few words, Han Shuo was sure that what happened at the house of Kisa must have something to do with the two people in the secret chamber. There was no time to inquire about what was going on in the secret chamber. The old man seemed to have sensed the demon general's location. Han Shuo ordered the demon general to retreat immediately. As soon as it entered the secret chamber, the demon general immediately received the order. Without any hesitation, it returned at an even faster speed. Anyway, its whereabouts had been exposed, so it was not afraid of making any noise. There was another series of pa-pa-pa sounds. The demon general quickly broke through the boundaries and returned. At this time, the old man in the secret chamber had just gotten up and was about to chase after the demon general. Let's go. Han Shuo, who was outside, simply grabbed Andrina and quickly left while the God Swamp Pharmacy was in a mess. As soon as the demon general came out of the boundaries, it immediately flew into the sky. The old man seemed to have some misgivings. He looked up at the sky and did not chase after it. His expression was very ugly. Chapter 720. After returning to the secret chamber, Stice immediately asked, Master, did someone discover the situation here? I'm not sure. But something just penetrated the boundary. As for the other two secret chambers, I don't know if they have been discovered as well, the old man replied with uncertainty. Then what should we do? Stice was rather flustered. He said anxiously, if the House of Saint learns that we have been doing this behind their backs, we will not be able to escape from their pursuit. What are you panicking for? The old man chided. He slowly sat down, thought for a moment and instructed, immediately move all the unclean things out of this place. I need to stay away for a while. Don't worry, even if the disturbance just now was caused by the House of Saint, I believe that they won't act rashly if they can't find any evidence. But according to my estimation, the intruders are definitely not from the House of Saint. Otherwise they wouldn't have retreated. Based on the usual style of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, if they were really from the House of Saint, they would have invaded by now. You're right, Master. I will make the preparations right away. Stice heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the old man's analysis. Go. Move all the unclean things out of those secret chambers as fast as you can. Don't alarm those pharmacists who are here to participate in the exchange. The old man nodded. Stice knew that the situation was urgent and immediately left the secret chamber to deal with the situation in the other secret chambers. At this moment, Guli from Mirage City was clutching her hair in frustration. She threw a thick book on medicine refinement to the side and cursed, that youngster must be spouting nonsense. There are no names of those medicines in the book. He must be lying. Liar. That scoundrel. I'm going to find him and ask him. While muttering to herself, Guli left the VIP lounge. She did not care that it was already late at night. Huh. Guli softly cried out. She suddenly discovered that in the dark night, there were hazy shadows shuttling back and forth at high speed in the forbidden areas of the Godswamp Pharmacy. She initially thought that the Godswamp Pharmacy had been attacked by enemies. She was just a pharmacist and her strength was very limited. She was very afraid of death. After observing for a while, she found that the shuttling shadows seemed to be carrying something in several rooms. They seemed to be very anxious. At first, Guli did not pay too much attention to it. She thought that the Godswamp Pharmacy must have purchased some medicinal ingredients. Just as she was about to head to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to question Han Shuo, she suddenly heard a loud clang as though a glass container had been shattered. Idiot, can't you be a little softer? If you're discovered, none of you will survive. A voice that was deliberately lowered came from that area. Guli was startled and paid attention to it. She cautiously approached the area and immediately smelled the sour smell of medicine. Guli knitted her brows and took 2 deep breaths before her face changed. She hurriedly took out a bottle of potion and swallowed it. It's poison. Guli immediately identified the liquid that had seeped out of the broken glass container. As an old fellow who had been immersed in the art of medicine refinement for many years, although Guli had never studied poisons, she was very sensitive to the smell of some special potions. Guli's curiosity grew even more. However, she did not dare to approach this time. She took out several kinds of potions that she had meticulously refined and cautiously smeared them all over her body, completely concealing her scent. Even the energy waves in her body gradually stabilized. With that, Guli gained some confidence and continued to approach stealthily. It was late at night and everyone's vision was impaired. Those people were busy dealing with some unclean objects and did not pay much attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, Guli had used special potions to conceal her scent. Therefore, no one discovered that there was a person hiding in the darkness not far away. When Guli saw clearly what those people were carrying, she was so shocked that she almost cried out. She covered her mouth tightly and did not dare to look any longer. She slowly retreated. The trafficking of organs and the refinement of poisons were strictly prohibited activities in every dominion. Just like the god hunters, they were hated by everyone. Guli immediately understood what the God Swamp Pharmacy was doing after she saw what those people were carrying. Generally speaking, those who dared to dabble in these 2 fields would possess extraordinary strength. Once they were discovered, they would not leave anyone alive. Guli was well aware of this. She wisely retreated as soon as she sensed that something was amiss. I can't stay in this place any longer. I didn't expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy, the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion, would dare to commit such atrocities. I must take this opportunity to expose this matter to the public, Guli thought to herself. She retreated to the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy. Why are you going out so late at night? The divine guards at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy recognized the eccentric Guli. They were baffled to see her leaving so late at night. I have something to do. If Guli had not witnessed the scene just now, she wouldn't have been so nervous. She might even have arrogantly ignored the divine guards and left with her head held high. But now, due to her guilty conscience, Guli's attitude was poles apart from her usual self. The divine guards found it rather strange. Oh, please be careful, Senior Guli. Although the City of Shadows has always been peaceful, there might be bandits lurking at night. The divine guard did not know what Guli had seen and did not think much of it. He even reminded her out of goodwill. He thought to himself that Guli's temper was pretty good at night. I know. I will. Guli was rather timid and stuttered when she heard the divine guard mention that there might be bandits lurking in the City of Shadows at night. Guli was even more flustered when she heard the divine guard mention that bandits might lurk in the City of Shadows at night. Guli replied stutteringly and hastily. She did not dare to say anything more to the divine guard and hastily left. The God Swamp Pharmacy did not impose too many restrictions on the eccentric pharmacists. The divine guards did not stop Guli from leaving. They were still chatting merrily as they watched Guli leave. They were puzzled as to why Guli was so agreeable today. Wasn't she usually ignoring them? As soon as Guli left the God Swamp Pharmacy, she started running like crazy. The divine guards were even more baffled. Not long after Guli left, a divine guard with a gloomy face walked out of the pharmacy. He came to the door and asked in a low voice, "Did someone leave just now?" "That's right. It's that Guli who got into a big argument with Brian of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy in the banquet hall. That old hag has a very strange temper. But today she looks very flustered as though she had seen a ghost," replied the divine guards at the door. The person who asked the question did not pay much attention to it at first. But after hearing those words he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed and he hastily asked, "Where did she go?" "I think she went to the Saint residence." "What's the matter?" one of the divine guards asked. "No, nothing." The divine guard who asked the question knew what was going on. Without saying anything else, he quickly ran out of the pharmacy and chased after Guli. He thought to himself, "Oh no, that old hag must have seen something. She must have informed the Saint residence about it." His judgment was correct. Guli was indeed planning to do so. Although she had an eccentric temper and was very arrogant, she was still a relatively traditional pharmacist. She was very resistant to the practice of using living people to research poisons. Without giving it much thought, she immediately ran towards the Saint residence based on her memory. However, Guli was, after all, just a pharmacist. She had never really put much effort into her cultivation. Not long after she started running, she heard a low and deep voice behind her. "Stay where you are. You are not allowed to leave the God Swamp Pharmacy today." "Oh no, I must have been discovered." Guli turned pale with fright. Not only did she not stop running, she even ran as fast as she could. She thought to herself, "They must be here to silence me." When the divine guard saw that not only did Guli not stop running, but she also ran even faster, he was certain that she knew what was going on. With that, the killing intent in his heart surged and he decided not to hold back anymore. Fearing that Guli would attract the patrolling divine guards, he flew to the top of a tall building, took out a strange-looking crossbow and aimed it at Guli. After thinking for a moment, the divine guard smeared some poison on the crossbow. He planned to destroy Guli's body immediately after shooting her. Whoosh! A cold radiance streaked across the night sky. As a pharmacist, Guli was not a god who was good at fighting. When she heard the sound of the crossbow behind her, she was so frightened that she could only run as fast as she could. Poof! The crossbow bolt pierced Guli's left shoulder and sent her flying. By the time she landed on the ground, she was already feeling dizzy. She immediately felt a numbing sensation in her shoulder. Guli's face changed. She thought to herself, "I'm done for." The crossbow bolt was smeared with poison. "I'm dead for sure." The divine guard who shot the crossbow heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he smeared some poison on the crossbow bolt. Otherwise the wound wouldn't have been fatal. The divine guard did not dare to linger any longer. He landed lightly on the ground and chased after Guli. He planned to destroy her body to prevent the secret of the God Swamp Pharmacy from being exposed. It was at this moment that Han Shua, who was flying towards the Saint residence with Andrina, suddenly heard the sound of crossbow bolts piercing through the air. Han Shua was startled for a moment. He thought that the divine guard had been chasing them. A demon general nearby quickly arrived and saw Guli's condition clearly. "Poison, poison," Guli murmured in a muddle-headed voice. Her body was so numb that she couldn't move. Han Shua was alarmed. Through the demon general, he saw a divine guard of the God Swamp Pharmacy chasing after Guli at high speed. It was obvious that he was going to eliminate Guli completely. Based on Guli's explanation and the resolute killing intent of that divine guard, Han Shua immediately understood that Guli must have known something as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words and those from the God Swamp Pharmacy wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. Just a moment ago, Han Shua was worried about how he should explain to Andre and the others about the God Swamp Pharmacy. After all, the secrets of the secret chambers in the God Swamp Pharmacy could only be uncovered by demon generals. If Andre and the others were to ask, Han Shua wouldn't be able to tell them. But now that Guli was here, Han Shua felt that he would be less worried if she was the one to tell him. Although Han Shua didn't like Guli very much, he could make use of her at this moment. Han Shua immediately decided to save Guli. It was at this moment that the divine guard from the God Swamp Pharmacy arrived beside Guli. He took out a bottle of potion emitting green smoke and was about to pour it on Guli's body. Through the observation of his demon general, Han Shua knew that the potion emitting green smoke could dissolve a god's body into green water. It was an extremely potent poison. As long as a single drop of the potion was poured on Guli's body, Han Shua wouldn't be able to save her no matter how powerful he was. Although Han Shua was quite a distance away from that area, he wasn't completely helpless because there was a demon general there. "Old fart, you've got quite the temper. You even yelled at me the last time. Humph, you actually dared to come to the Saint residence to inform? Let's see what you can do when you're reduced to a puddle of blood." That divine guard from the God Swamp Pharmacy seemed to have been treated badly by Guli as well. He muttered to himself and tilted the bottle of potion. All of a sudden, a phantom that resembled a demon hovering in the air suddenly appeared and collided with the green potion bottle. Clang! The bottle fell to the ground. The divine guard was startled by the sudden appearance of the demon general and hastily retreated. Before he could take out his weapon, the demon had already circled around him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If Donna happened to be here at this moment and saw this strange life form that had appeared in the ninth realm Mysticaline Harvester, she might very well suspect Han Shua. That divine guard was completely clueless about the existence of the demon general. Since physical attacks were ineffective against the demon general, he was flustered. "Wow, what are you? What the hell are you?" The divine guard cried out in alarm as he defended himself. Most of the demon generals evolved from low gods and cauldron spirit were evolved from low gods. None of them could be underestimated. The divine guard had no idea how the demon general attacked and could only retreat step by step. It was at this moment that Han Shuo was rushing to the Divine Guard's location. The man from the God Swamp Pharmacy was flustered by the demon generals. Seeing that he could not take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the corpses and erase all evidence, and that there might be Divine Guards patrolling the area, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hastily retreated before Han Shuo could arrive. He thought to himself, Gu Li has been poisoned. Given the level of poison concocted by the God Swamp Pharmacy, there shouldn't be anyone who can save her. It shouldn't be a problem as long as she dies, right? With that thought in mind, the Divine Guard quickly disappeared. Although the demon general could keep him occupied, it wouldn't be easy for it to kill him. Therefore the Divine Guard had no choice but to let him leave. A few minutes after the Divine Guard left, Han Shuo arrived at Gu Li's location. Naturally, Andrina also came with him. Gu Li's face had turned green. The poison had invaded her cells. Han Shuo sent his demonic yuan into Gu Li's body to investigate. His face slightly changed as he was certain that the God Swamp Pharmacy was behind the incident at the house of Kisa. The poison in Gu Li's body was exactly the same as that of the Divine Guard from the house of Kisa who died after consuming the pill of rejuvenation. Han Shuo took out a detoxifying pill, stuffed it into Gu Li's mouth, grabbed her and hurried to the saint residence. That Divine Guard from the house of Kisa fell into Gu Li's hands after his death. Han Shuo couldn't treat him, but Gu Li discovered it in time. A single detoxifying pill was enough to heal her. With the God Swamp Pharmacy exposed, Han Shuo believed that they must be thinking of ways to remedy the situation. The sooner Andre learned of the situation, the faster they could control the situation. Han Shuo wasn't doing this to help the House of Saint, but for himself. Judging from the current situation, as long as the God Swamp Pharmacy wasn't removed from the City of Shadows, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be his greatest rival. Judging from this incident, the God Swamp Pharmacy wouldn't let Han Shuo off the hook. Since the God Swamp Pharmacy had taken the initiative and threatened his interests, Han Shuo naturally had to do everything in his power to completely destroy the God Swamp Pharmacy. After taking the detoxifying pill, Gu Li's breathing gradually stabilized. Han Shuo secretly checked her condition with his demonic yuan and discovered that the poison in Gu Li's body was gradually being expelled from her body through her pores. With that, Han Shuo finally felt relieved. Why did you save her? Andrina was bewildered. She bunched her brows and asked Han Shuo, this woman has been hurling malicious words at you. Based on my understanding of you, it's already a blessing that you didn't take the opportunity to kill her. Why are you willing to save her? She's useful to me alive. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time explaining the situation of the God Swamp Pharmacy to Andre. Andre would also be suspicious of how we discovered the situation there. With her around, everything will be solved. If she wasn't useful to me, I wouldn't even take a second look at her, Han Shuo explained. You are indeed a bad guy. Andrina giggled and said while pointing at Han Shuo. Good people have short lives, bad people can wreak havoc for thousands of years, Han Shuo casually remarked while carrying Gu Li. He then headed straight for the Saint residence with Andrina. Who goes there? The Divine Guards of the Saint residence were on high alert when they saw Han Shuo approaching with a person in his hand in the middle of the night. I am Brian from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I'm looking for Lord Andre. It's urgent. Han Shuo hastily replied. The Divine Guards all knew Han Shuo. They admired this young man who had saved Carmelita's life twice. When they heard that Han Shuo was in a hurry, one of them immediately said, Come with me, I will take you to Lord Andre. Han Shuo was dragging a dying person to the Saint residence in the middle of the night. The Divine Guard dared not delay Han Shuo's business. Poison, concocting poison. Gu Li, who had consumed an antidote, slowly woke up from her coma. She mumbled vaguely on the way to Andre. She woke up just in time, Han Shuo thought as he lowered his head to look at Gu Li, who was still thinking about the poison. He thought to himself, I won't waste any more time. Chapter 721. What's going on? Asked Andre in a puzzled face as he looked at Han Shuo, who had come to visit in the middle of the night. Han Shuo casually tossed Gu Li to the ground. She was slowly regaining consciousness, but it seemed that she had not figured out what was going on. Her brows were bunched and she was mumbling in a low voice. Just now, I went to the God Swamp Pharmacy to ask about the situation. Little did I expect to run into people from the God Swamp Pharmacy chasing after her. I heard her talking about the God Swamp Pharmacy. She said that there are toxicologists who conduct experiments on living people. She also mentioned something about organs. I noticed that the poison in her body was exactly the same as the poison in the body of the divine guard from the house of Kisa. That was why I brought her to you, explained Han Shuo after tossing Guli to the ground. What? Andre was startled. He softly cried out, You are saying that the God Swamp Pharmacy is brazenly committing illegal acts? That's right. I don't know the specifics, but Guli is about to wake up. You can ask her about it, replied Han Shuo. He wanted to draw a clear line between the matter and himself so that Andre would not think that Han Shuo was trying to frame the God Swamp family. Andre suddenly landed beside Guli and covered Guli's head with his large hand. 2 puffs of black smoke slowly came out from Guli's nostrils. She immediately woke up and cried out in alarm, God Swamp Pharmacy. Poison. Poison. Guli quickly saw who the people around her were. She was rather startled at first as she did not know why she was in this place. But when she saw that Han Shuo was still around, she suddenly shrieked, You lied to me. Those medicinal ingredients that you mentioned are not in the pharmacological records. Are you lying to me? I am Andre from the House of Saint. What did you see in the God Swamp Pharmacy? Asked Andre with a gloomy face. He had no time to care about the dispute between Guli and Han Shuo. Guli was shocked. She finally understood the situation. Then she screamed even louder, That's right. Tonight I accidentally saw the God Swamp Pharmacy moving some things. I discovered that they... Guli explained what had happened in a few words. Then she said in a panic, I was shot by that person with a crossbow. There's poison on the crossbow. Why am I here? It was Brian who saved you. Andre replied impatiently. He then asked in a deep voice, Is what you said true? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. Guli affirmed. Very well. I didn't expect the God Swamp Pharmacy to do such a thing right under our noses. Andre wore a gloomy face. He paced around the room and said to Han Shuo, Thank you, Brian. I need to get to the bottom of the situation immediately. If the God Swamp Pharmacy is really going to do that, they will be removed from the City of Shadows after tonight. Lord Andre, I can go with you. The God Swamp Pharmacy might have moved those unclean things away. I am very good at locating things. Perhaps I can be of help to you. Before Han Shuo left, he placed a few demon generals on top of a few nearby buildings and secretly observed the process of those people moving. He had a good idea of the new location of those things. Andre had heard from Carmelita about Han Shuo's expertise in this field. He nodded in agreement and said, Although the God Swamp Pharmacy won't be that fast, there's no harm in you tagging along. Let's go. It was obvious that Andre did not think that a mere pharmacy shop would have that much influence. It seemed that he wanted to grab a ready-made one as soon as possible. Hey brat, you saved me? Why did you save me? And I was clearly poisoned. Why am I fine? Don't tell me it was you? Guli was still making a fuss. Han Shuo paid no attention to her. He casually replied, A mere poison is nothing to me. You are a pharmacist but you can't even handle such a small matter. Guli wanted to say something but Han Shuo had already left with Saint. Naturally, Andrina followed closely behind Han Shuo. Andre immediately mobilized his army. The House of Saint was a powerful force. Very soon, they had gathered nearly 100 family divine guards. Every one of them possessed mid-god strength. Andre used a magic crystal device to contact Erebus and asked him to lead the divine guards of the Third Corps. The party rapidly headed towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. By the time Han Shuo, Andre, and the others arrived, they discovered that Erebus had already arrived with nearly 100 mid-gods of the Third Corps. At this moment, they had surrounded the God Swamp Pharmacy. My lords, what's going on? Why have you surrounded our shop in the middle of the night? Could it be that there's something wrong with those pharmacists who attended the banquet? Many of the God Swamp Pharmacy's divine guards who were guarding the entrance were not aware of the actual situation in the God Swamp Pharmacy. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was the absolute ruler. It had been a long time since the House of Saint dispatched hundreds of divine guards at once. This meant that something major must have happened. Although the divine guards were panic-stricken, none of them dared to step forward to stop them. Without my command, no one is to leave the God Swamp Pharmacy. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed on the spot. Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He commanded the divine guards behind him in a cold and sinister manner. Without even looking at the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guard who spoke, Andre, Erebus, and Andre barged into the building. None of the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards dared to stop them. Take control of every building inside and block all the entrances. Don't let a single person leave. After entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, the effeminate-looking chief of the Third Corps, Erebus, immediately instructed the Third Corps Divine Guards beside him. Those Third Corps Divine Guards followed his order and spread out. Like ghostly shadows under a curtain of darkness, they flew towards different areas of God Swamp Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus each led a team of Divine Guards and headed straight for the largest building. Han Shua and Andrina silently followed behind them. The dwarf Stice rushed over after hearing the commotion. He stood in front of the building in a flustered manner and asked, "Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, what's going on? Why did you come all the way to the God Swamp Pharmacy? Is there something wrong with our actions?" Stice, on the other hand, was very good at acting. Han Shua couldn't find a single flaw on his face. He could see the panic on his face, but he couldn't detect his guilty conscience. After coldly sizing up Stice, Han Shua immediately realized that this person wasn't an easy character to deal with. Your God Swamp Pharmacy attacked Gu Li, a visiting pharmacist, and used poison. Gu Li said that your God Swamp Pharmacy hid divine organs and used living humans to refine poison. This is a grave matter. We had no choice but to come and get to the bottom of this. Erebus said in a deep voice. I'm being wrongly accused. Stice cried out in alarm. How could our God Swamp Pharmacy do such a thing? We have always been law-abiding in the City of Shadows for so many years. We have paid the required crystal coins and have always acted according to the rules. How could we do such a thing? That Gu Li must be holding a grudge against us for not helping her deal with Mr. Brian of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. That's why she is slandering us. What a troublesome character. Andre came to a conclusion in his heart. This fellow seemed to have been prepared for this. His words were flawless. Andre's intentional exclamation also startled the alchemists from various cities who had come over for the exchange. One by one they walked out of their rooms and came over to watch, their hearts filled with doubt. Just like Gu Li, these pharmacists came from various cities in the Darkness Dominion. Some even came from the Death and Destruction Dominions. Pharmacists possessed extraordinary identities. If Andre were to arrest them without any evidence, the reputation of the City of Shadows would certainly be affected. If the gods of the various cities felt that the city lord of the City of Shadows acted according to his whims, it would be detrimental to the City of Shadows' trade and other aspects. Although Stice's shriek seemed unintentional, it put Andre, Erebus, and the others in a very disadvantageous position. If they failed to find the culprit in the God Swamp Pharmacy, not only would they not be able to do anything to the God Swamp Pharmacy, they might even be blamed by all parties. With that, Andre and Erebus's hearts sank. They thought to themselves that this Stice was indeed treacherous. If we can prove that the God Swamp Pharmacy has nothing to do with this matter, rest assured, we will punish Gu Li severely. However, this matter is of grave importance and we have to treat it with utmost caution. Please cooperate with us. As the number 2 character of the House of Saint, Andre was definitely not an easy character to deal with. He immediately blocked Gu Li's path and pushed all the blame to her. He said that the poison was an extremely important matter and that his actions were not inappropriate. As citizens of the City of Shadows, we will naturally cooperate with you. My lords, please feel free to investigate. If there is anything wrong with the God Swamp Pharmacy, as the owner of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, I will immediately commit suicide as an apology," said Stice in a righteous manner. Anyone who didn't know better would not suspect that there was anything wrong with the God Swamp Pharmacy just by looking at him. Oh no, everything must have been moved away. Andre and Erebus exchanged glances with each other. Their faces immediately sank. Both of them were wily old foxes. After hearing Stice's fearless assurance, they knew that they wouldn't be able to find anything in the God Swamp Pharmacy. They had underestimated the God Swamp Pharmacy's capabilities. They did not expect that they could evacuate everything in such a short period of time. Search carefully. Andre and Erebus had no choice but to summon up their courage and give the order. As soon as those words were uttered, shadows flew out from the darkness. They shuttled back and forth between the buildings of the God Swamp Pharmacy like specters. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here either. My lords, everything is normal. The shadows returned to Erebus and Andre's side and expressed that they had not found anything. My lords, we at the God Swamp Pharmacy have always done things according to the rules. We would never dare to do anything that would incur the wrath of man and God. Please, my lords, investigate this. Stice suddenly kowtowed on the ground and put on an aggrieved face. Upon finishing those words, he took out his space ring and said, My lords, if you don't believe me, you can check our space rings. If there is anything wrong, we, the people of the God Swamp Pharmacy, are willing to pay with our lives. Those divine organs had to be stored in ice. Some poisons also had to be kept at a special temperature. It was impossible for the temperature of the space ring to be different from one another. Therefore there couldn't be anything in the space ring. Stice did all that just to prove that he was innocent. How could the God Swamp Pharmacy do that? The God Swamp Pharmacy has a good reputation in the Darkness Dominion. The City of Shadows must have made a mistake and acted recklessly. Really, I didn't expect that the divine guards of the City of Shadows would be so impudent. Aren't they accusing innocent people? Who would dare to sell their medicines in the City of Shadows in the future? Yeah, there's clearly nothing. Why would they come here in the middle of the night? I think Ghoulie is just talking nonsense. That old hag was humiliated the last time. Seeing that the God Swamp Pharmacy didn't back her up, she harbored a grudge and deliberately took revenge. That must be it. The surrounding pharmacists who had come from various large cities were discussing with sarcasm. These people were rather prestigious in their respective cities. Their remarks could have an immeasurable impact on the City of Shadows. Andre and Erebus put on bitter smiles in their minds. They felt that they were in a difficult position. The two had underestimated the power of the God Swamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy would be so powerful that it could remove all the unclean items in just an hour. My lords, you must be mistaken. Ghoulie harbors a grudge against us and has maliciously spread such malicious rumors. This is an unforgivable crime. Please uphold justice for us, my lords. Stice cried out in grievance. However, he was sneering in his heart. Do you really think that the God Swamp Pharmacy is just a small shop? This. Andre put on a bitter smile. He no longer dared to look down on this dwarf. After hearing Stice's words, he decided to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. He planned to return to the God Swamp Pharmacy and investigate the matter in secret. Lord Andre, I smell a very strange odor in the air. This odor contains traces of poison. I believe that Ghoulie is right. If Lord Andre trusts me, I can lead you to continue searching through these odors. Perhaps you will find something. Just as Andre and Erebus were about to step down from the stage, Han Shua, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Impossible. What are you talking about? There's no smell of poison in the air. If there was, we would have smelled it long ago. There are so many pharmacists around and we didn't even notice it. Are you the only one who can do that? A pharmacist jumped up and criticized Han Shua. That's right. You're still young. Don't spout nonsense at such a crucial time. Even if you want to be in the limelight, you should look at the situation clearly. Another pharmacist shouted angrily. Han Shua said that he could smell poison in the air. However, none of the pharmacists present said anything. Didn't this prove that Han Shua was better than all the pharmacists present? With that, the pharmacists were naturally unhappy. They jumped up and accused Han Shua of spouting nonsense. Han Shua was spouting nonsense. However, his demon king had already investigated the situation. It wasn't difficult for him to use this excuse to find the target, saying that was purely an excuse to continue the operation. Fine. If you really find something unclean, my promise just now remains unchanged. I will still commit suicide as an apology. Stice naturally didn't believe it either. He had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Han Shua. Now that Han Shua had delivered himself to his doorstep, he was truly overjoyed. However, his face was full of anger as he roared, "But what if you slander me and can't find anything? I'm also willing to commit suicide as an apology." Han Shua said decisively with a cold smile on his face. Brian? Andre was originally prepared to take the opportunity to step down. However, after hearing Han Shua's words, he was somewhat uncertain. He had an extremely good impression of Han Shua. He didn't want anything to happen to Han Shua. Brian, don't mess around. Erebus was also concerned about Han Shua. He anxiously winked at Han Shua as a hint. Commit suicide as an apology. This was no joking matter. With so many pharmacists present and Andre and Erebus as witnesses, if Han Shua couldn't find anything, nobody could change the situation. Suddenly Han Shua's left hand tightened. He lowered his head and found that Andrina was also looking at him cautiously. She shook her head at him, hinting at Han Shua not to act recklessly. Fine. Our God Swamp Pharmacy is upright and not afraid of your slander. Go ahead and investigate. We will follow. As long as we can prove that this matter is related to our God Swamp Pharmacy, I will not shirk my responsibility. Stice laughed heartily after hearing those words. He appeared to be full of heroic spirit and was truly open and aboveboard. This. Andrei hesitated when he saw Stice's confidence. He didn't expect things to go out of control like this. He began to worry about Han Shuo. With that thought in mind, Andrei looked worriedly at Han Shuo. However, he saw Han Shuo smiling confidently and nodding at him discreetly, indicating that he was confident. Andrei, who was still hesitating, suddenly recalled the confident smile on Han Shuo's face. When Han Shuo asked everyone to leave before rescuing Carmelita at the Saint residence, Han Shuo also wore this confident and somewhat arrogant smile. For some unknown reason, perhaps because he recalled that Carmelita was safe and sound, Andrei unexpectedly chose to believe in Han Shuo. Under everyone's gaze, Andrei nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, Brian, you lead the way. If you prove that you are spouting nonsense, I will not let you off easily." Andrei did not say that he wanted Han Shuo to commit suicide as an apology. It was obvious that he was trying to protect Han Shuo. Stice sneered in his mind. How could he not see that Andrei was trying to protect Han Shuo? However, after Han Shuo said those words in front of so many people, even if Andrei didn't kill him, Stice believed that Han Shuo wouldn't have the face to continue living. Stice became even more excited when he thought that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his greatest threat, would be eliminated tonight. He thought to himself, I didn't expect things to be so interesting tonight. All I have to do is add fuel to the fire, and I believe that those pharmacists will spread rumors about the House of Saints' tyrannical and unreasonable conduct in every city. This will be in line with Master's desire to deal with the House of Saint. Master will be overjoyed. Everyone follow me. Han Shuo sneered in his mind. He thought to himself, if I don't screw with your God Swamp Pharmacy this time, I will remove your name from the City of Shadows. Then I will prove that I'm better than all of you as a pharmacist. Who in the City of Shadows will dare to doubt my abilities in the future? The party followed Han Shuo in a majestic manner, each with their own little plans as they began the magical search. Chapter 722. In the dead of night, the group of divine guards who were patrolling from the Godswamp Pharmacy attracted the attention of even more divine guards. Some of those divine guards were from major family clans. When they saw that Andrei and Erebus were in the group and hundreds of divine guards were dispatched, they immediately realized that something major had happened in the City of Shadows. Soon, the patriarchs of the other 4 major family clans received the news. None of them dared to lower their guard and sent experts from their family clans to spy on the situation. Soon, experts from the other 4 major family clans joined the search with all kinds of excuses. After learning what was going on, they followed the group and showed great interest in the matter. Andrei and Erebus were having a headache. They had underestimated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the situation would develop to such an extent. By now, the other 4 major family clans had secretly followed the group. As Han Shuo had announced that if Han Shuo couldn't find any evidence, even if Andrei wanted to protect Han Shuo, he wouldn't be able to do so. Stice was not alarmed when he saw that the 4 major family clans had arrived. With so many witnesses, Andrei and Erebus surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even the heavens are on my side. Brian, how much longer do we have to go? Stice asked Han Shuo, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks. They were at a crossroad that led to 4 blocks. Han Shuo did not hurry forward but bunched his brows and pondered. Everyone's gazes were on Han Shuo, waiting for Han Shuo to make his move. This way, Han Shuo twitched his nose and pretended to sniff. He pointed at a street and led the way. Stice, who had been wearing a cold smile all this time, had a slight change in his expression. The items that he had moved were indeed in that direction. He felt that something was amiss. He must have guessed it. Don't worry, Stice consoled himself. Mr. Stice doesn't look too good. Are you getting scared? Han Shuo had been secretly observing Stice. When he saw the slight change in Stice's expression, he immediately mocked. Haha. Stice laughed and said, Me? Scared? What am I scared of? You should be the one who's afraid. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and turned away from Stice. He said to Andrei and Erebus, Let's hurry up. It's almost daybreak. It's better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Okay. Andrei didn't know where Han Shuo got his confidence from, but he still nodded. Han Shuo suddenly sped up and headed straight for the dirtiest and most chaotic street in the City of Shadows. Andrei, Erebus, and the others hastily followed behind him. Those from the major family clans also followed behind. Rugersi of the House of Kisa had heard the whole story after arriving. When he learned that the poison in Guli's body was exactly the same as the poison in that divine guard of his House of Kisa, He started sizing up Stice with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was planning. Gia of the House of Kinson came with her uncle Feisli. Tuyas of the House of Buller came with a small team of Buller Divine Guards. These people were all secretly discussing the matter. Naturally, the topic of their discussion would always be Han Shua. Those from the Lavers family were Han Shua's old friends Donna and her brother Diwei. As she heard that the matter was related to Han Shua, she immediately rushed over. Diwei also felt that the atmosphere in the City of Shadows wasn't quite right lately and was worried about Donna. Is that youngster courting death? So many pharmacists couldn't sniff out the odor, but he can? Experts from all the family clans have gathered here. If he can't find any evidence, even Andre won't be able to protect him. Sister, you know him. Don't you think there's something wrong with his head? Diwei asked Donna beside him in a disdainful manner. With all 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows here, this matter was destined to become the hottest topic in the City of Shadows in the future. Of all those present, only Andre had some confidence in Han Shua. However, he was still feeling apprehensive. He kept thinking about what he should do if Han Shua couldn't find any evidence. He was having a huge headache. If there was one person among these people who truly had confidence in Han Shua, it would be Donna. There's something wrong with his head? Donna sneered and shook her head. She said, if there's something wrong with Brian's head, then everyone who came here today is a retard. Including myself. Donna softly sighed when she saw Diwei's astonished face. She explained, I have known Brian for a long time. I know him better than any of you. Since he is so confident, he must be very confident. Brother, the God Swamp Pharmacy is finished. No one can save them if they dare to do such a thing. I have long warned Uncle Avery not to get too close to the God Swamp Pharmacy. I hope he won't drag our family clan into this. You trust him that much? How can you be so sure? Diwei's face was filled with disbelief. He softly cried out, this youngster is just a low god. Even if he is a pharmacist, how much can he accomplish at such a young age? Sister, have you lost your mind? This has nothing to do with strength. Just keep watching. Donna knew that Diwei wouldn't believe her no matter how much she explained. She paused for a moment before she added, perhaps Brian's strength isn't what we know. This fella isn't something that ordinary people can imagine. Sai, how did we end up like this? All right. Let's see how he conjures poison. Diwei sneered. The veins on Stice's forehead twitched. Sweat had unwittingly moistened the back of his lapel. As he got closer and closer to that area, the fear in Stice's heart intensified. At this moment, when Stice looked at Han Shua again, there was no longer a trace of complacency in his heart. There was only boundless fear. How could it be? How could he know? It can't be. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Stice comforted himself over and over again. However, the sweat on his face increased and his footsteps became more unsteady. All right, this should be the place. Han Shua said in a low voice when he arrived in front of a few dilapidated buildings. Stice's body swayed and he nearly fell on his butt. When he raised his head to look at the buildings that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, the fear in his heart intensified. Mr. Stice, you seem to be sweating. The weather is very cool. It can't be that hot, right? Besides, you are also a low god. How could you be affected by this kind of weather? Han Shua cried out in astonishment. He pointed at Stice as though he had discovered a new continent. When the crowd followed Han Shua's gaze, they immediately discovered that Stice was behaving strangely. The eyes of those old foxes were getting weirder and weirder. I have been studying medicine refinement and have neglected my cultivation for a long time. Everyone is walking too fast and it is rather strenuous for me to keep up. That's why I'm sweating. It's normal. Stice hastily explained with a somewhat forced smile. This was the poorest street block in the City of Shadows. Those living in the vicinity were the most impoverished gods. Most of them were base gods or demigods. Their strength was meager. Anyone with a little bit of wealth would not come to this place. The disciples of major family clans would even less so because this place held no attraction for them. As far as the eye could see, the buildings here were dilapidated. No one was cleaning up the garbage and dirty water. The air was filled with a sour stench. Beautiful women such as Donna and Gia were covering their noses with one hand and waving the other around. It seemed that they were very fed up with this place. Brian, everyone is looking at you. Can you hurry up? Gia urged with a big smile on her face while covering her nose with one hand. Those who didn't know her might think that she had some kind of relationship with Han Shua. This caused several disciples of major family clans who admired her to glare fiercely at Han Shuo. "That's right, I'm also looking at you." Stice forced a smile and also urged Han Shuo. He also covered his nose with one hand to conceal the fear on his face. He mumbled to himself, "How did you find such a place? It's too filthy. Let's just admit defeat and leave this place as soon as possible. I don't think anyone can wait any longer." "So what if I found the place?" "This place is covered with layers of concealment boundaries and is buried deep underground. There's no way you can find the entrance." Stice encouraged himself. He was afraid that if he didn't do so, others would see through his lies. No hurry. We can wait. I can stay here even if the environment is 10 times dirtier." Erebus had long noticed the strange expression on Stice's face. "That's right. We can wait as long as we can prove it." Ridgersi's voice was ice cold as he said fiercely. He looked at Stice with eyes full of savagery. After arriving here, many people could see that Stice was behaving strangely. Their faces turned gloomy as they waited in silence. "Mr. Stice, do you think that the things are hidden underground and I can't find them?" After arriving at this place, Han Shuo had completely relaxed. He looked at Stice smilingly and slowly tortured him. Nonsense. Stice was startled. He put on a fierce front and said with a strange smile, "Are you deliberately stalling for time? Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, please look after him." Han Shuo nodded at Andre, and Erebus intentionally sighed and said in a pitiful tone, "As pharmacists, instead of spending your energy on saving people, you spend it on killing and harming others. You will be punished for your actions that incur the wrath of man and God." You. Stice pointed at Han Shuo. It was unknown whether he was afraid or angry. He couldn't finish his sentence. "There's a large pharmaceutical warehouse 30 meters underground. I'll have to trouble you two lords to help me." Han Shuo bowed at Andre and Erebus and said with a smile. Plop. Stice fell on his butt. He no longer had any confidence. Han Shuo had accurately said that 30 meters underground. Stice knew that he was done for. He was also afraid of death. When he knew that he was about to face death, all the perseverance he had built up along the way was instantly destroyed. He couldn't bear it anymore. As matters stood, there was no longer a need to investigate further. Just by looking at Stice's helplessness and fear, anyone with eyes that weren't blind would know the truth. "Seize him!" Andre shouted. Several divine guards swarmed over and immediately restrained Stice. "Everyone from Godswamp Pharmacy, stay where you are or you will be killed," Erebus shouted in an ice-cold and merciless voice. Impossible, you can't possibly smell it with your nose? I've cleaned it all up. None of the pharmacists there could have done it." Stice cried out in despair as he looked at Han Shuo. He knew that he couldn't escape death. "You were talking about them?" Han Shuo pointed at those pharmacists who had been following him. He sneered and said, "They are all mediocre. I've told you before that these so-called pharmacist gatherings are just a bunch of people with undeserved reputations." Those pharmacists who had opposed Han Shuo earlier were so infuriated that they nearly vomited blood. They pointed at Han Shuo but couldn't say a word. Han Shuo had proven that he could smell poison just by relying on his nose, and from such a great distance. In this aspect, he had already proven that his skill was clearly superior to anyone else's. Those pharmacists were pointed at their noses and scolded, but because the truth was right in front of them, they simply couldn't find any words to refute. Those from major family clans in the City of Shadows looked at those pharmacists with gazes full of disdain. Some of them even said in a low voice, "All of them are so weak and yet they are shameless enough to participate in a pharmacist conference. Sigh, there are so many shameless people. Yeah, they don't have any real skills. In the future, we will just have to buy medicines from the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. As for the other shops, it's fine even if we don't go. Maybe they will sell poisons like the Godswamp Pharmacy." Another person chimed in. We're done for by the Godswamp Pharmacy." All the pharmacists were panic-stricken. When they saw the disdain on the faces of the members of major family clans, they realized that they could no longer stay in the City of Shadows. Be it the pharmacists in the City of Shadows or those who came from other cities to participate in the conference, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, all of them turned around and left in shame. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Not a single one of them dared to stay and be humiliated. "Did you see that?" Donna glanced at Dewey, who wore a face full of disbelief, and said in a soft voice. How is this possible? How did he do it?" Dewey's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Han Shuo again. There was not the slightest trace of disdain in his eyes. I tried my best to recruit him into my family clan from the very beginning. You all thought that I was giving him face. Little did you know that I was begging him. Now you know his value, don't you? But it's too late. Otherwise, if he had joined our family clan, our House of Lavers would surely be much stronger than the other 3 major family clans. It's too late for regrets now. Donna let out a long sigh. Dewey was a little embarrassed. He had thought that Han Shua was deliberately trying to curry favor with Donna and desperately trying to join the House of Lavers. He had seen too many people like Han Shua. Therefore, he did not have a good attitude towards Han Shua from the very beginning. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was wrong, gravely wrong. It was a pity that Han Shua did not refine medicine of regret. Otherwise, Dewey would have been willing to buy it at a high price. Chapter 723. At the first glimmer of dawn, Andre and Erebus broke through 7 layers of barriers in a row and finally found the underground tunnel. The divine guards that the two brought with them pounced towards the underground tunnel like hungry wolves. Soon enough, they captured 15 pharmacists who refined poisons. Naturally, all the dirty things that were transferred over were seized. Having been caught red-handed, Stice was unable to defend himself. He knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he hung his head and did not say a word. So it was you who did this. You have destroyed my friendship with Mr. Bryan. You deserve to die. Rugersi said through gnashed teeth as he looked at Stice coldly. It was because of the Godswamp Pharmacy that Han Shua had a very bad impression of the House of Kisa. Now that Han Shua had proven that he was better than any pharmacist, no one dared to doubt the effectiveness of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. At a time when everyone was fighting for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Rugersi had offended Han Shua because of the Godswamp Pharmacy. The rage in his heart was uncontrollable. If it weren't for Andre and Erebus, Rugersi would have killed Stice. The members of the major family clans who came to watch felt that the trip was not in vain. When they saw with their own eyes the frozen glassware being carried out from the underground tunnel, their faces turned ugly. The Godswamp Pharmacy had committed such an atrocity right under their noses. Not to mention that each of the 4 major family clans had a chief of divine guards. This was a slap to the faces of the 5 major family clans. Stice, what do you have to say now? Andre glared at Stice and coldly shouted. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say. Stice knew that he would not be able to escape death. He took out a dagger glittering with cold light and was ready to commit suicide on the spot. Clang. Andre flicked his index finger. A dark light flashed and the dagger flew out of Stice's hand. Before we get to the bottom of the matter, it won't be that easy for you to die. Andre coldly groaned and shouted, capture him and put him on death row. Erebus too waved his hand. The divine guards of the Third Corps rushed out. Not only did they capture the toxicologists, they also captured those experts from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Bryan, I owe you another favor, said Andre smilingly to Han Shua after seeing that all the experts from the Godswamp Pharmacy had been captured. It's only right. I didn't think too much about it when the Godswamp Pharmacy attacked me first. How could I have known that they would do such atrocities behind my back? Han Shua was in a great mood. The Godswamp Pharmacy was done for and he had seized the opportunity to make a name for himself. From now on, all the major family clans in the City of Shadows would know which pharmacy was the best. Everyone, this matter has come to an end for now. Please return. Andre smiled and informed everyone. Then he said in a low voice, wait for a while. I have something to tell you later. Han Shua didn't understand what Andre meant. He nodded in puzzlement and stayed. After Andre called out to him, the experts from the large family clans in the City of Shadows bid farewell to him smilingly. They were even more impressed with Han Shua's pharmaceutical refining skills. Before leaving, they tried to befriend Han Shua in a very friendly manner. They only left contentedly when Han Shua expressed that he would provide them with new medicines. Bryan, I'm really sorry that we didn't get to the bottom of the matter. You are a magnanimous person and do not hold a grudge against a lowly person. Rugersi came to Han Shua's side awkwardly and said while rubbing his hands. Although I'm not a person who holds grudges, I'm definitely not in a good mood after what happened just now. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in doing business with your family clan for the time being. Han Shua shrugged and said without the slightest politeness. Rugersi knew that he had to take things slowly. He had just offended Han Shua during the day and Han Shua must still be furious. It seemed that he couldn't afford to be impatient. With that thought in mind, Rugersi had no choice but to put on a flattering smile and persuade Han Shuo in every possible way before leaving with his men. Donna and Dewey were the last to leave. After those people left, Donna looked at Han Shuo as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Donna decided not to say anything to salvage the relationship between the two. She looked at Han Shuo, sighed softly and left with Dewey. Han Shuo understood that Donna still suspected that he was the one who killed Cage and Dewey. He too sighed in his heart and did not say anything. However, Dewey, who used to be very arrogant and haughty towards him, nodded at him with a smile. It was as though he was expressing goodwill towards Han Shuo. This surprised Han Shuo a little. Erebus, escort these people back to the third corps. I will go over after I have a few words with Brian, Andre said to Erebus smilingly. Erebus nodded, walked to Han Shuo's side, patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and softly said, "Youngster, you are quite interesting." Upon finishing those words, Erebus led his divine guards and escorted those from God Swamp Pharmacy away. Although Erebus could be considered a member of the House of Saint, he was not a member of the House of Saint and had no blood relationship with Andre. He was an expert recruited by Wallace with his own strength and means. In the City of Shadows, Erebus could be considered a tyrant. But in the end he was just a high-grade divine guard of the House of Saint. Although he only answered to Wallace, he still had to heed Andre's orders. Soon enough, Erebus and his group of divine guards escorted those from God Swamp Pharmacy away. A portion of those divine guards who had followed Andre from the Saint residence had also left. The remaining 30 or so divine guards were scattered all over the city, secretly protecting Andre. "Lord Andre, what can I do for you?" Han Shuo was rather puzzled and asked. "You have saved Carmelita twice and this time, you have helped us uncover the evidence of the God Swamp Pharmacy's crimes. I haven't been able to find the opportunity to thank you. Now I finally have the chance," Andre said in a gentle smile. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he shook his head and smilingly replied, "Lord Andre, what are you talking about? It was all thanks to Lord Andre and Miss Carmelita that I was able to establish the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows so quickly. There are some things that I will remember even if you don't mention it. My lord, you don't have to thank me specifically." "Of course," Andre replied smilingly. After thinking for a moment he continued, "After this incident the God Swamp Pharmacy is completely finished. According to the rules, all the buildings and properties owned by the God Swamp Pharmacy will be confiscated. Although the God Swamp Pharmacy's foundation in the City of Shadows has been destroyed, their buildings and medicine refinement equipment are still very valuable. There are hundreds and thousands of medicine refinement equipment and a large number of medicine refinement books in those buildings. These are enormous resources for any pharmacy." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Andre, you mean?" Andre nodded and said, "The House of Saint doesn't know how to refine medicine. Those resources are useless to us. They will be auctioned off to other pharmacies sooner or later. Rather than letting someone else take advantage of you, for example, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has already made a name for itself. As long as you take over some of the resources from the former God Swamp Pharmacy, I believe it will only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy becomes the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows." Han Shuo finally understood the wonderful meaning of the saying, "It's always cool under a big tree." Although the God Swamp Pharmacy was completely finished, the God Swamp Pharmacy occupied an enormous amount of resources in the City of Shadows. Not only in the City of Shadows but also in many of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows. If Han Shuo were to change the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows overnight. What did it mean for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to take over all the resources of the God Swamp Pharmacy? It was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Under normal circumstances, it would take Han Shuo 10 years or even 100 years for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach the level of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. But with Andre's help, the time needed would be shortened by at least 100 times. How could Han Shuo not be excited? This is too valuable. Han Shuo rubbed his hands and did not know what to say. "Who asked you to prove in front of those fellas that you are better than all pharmacists? Just you wait, those fellas will immediately spread what happened tonight to the entire City of Shadows. This is the best publicity. The God Swamp Pharmacy's reputation is completely ruined. Only by accepting the God Swamp Pharmacy can those resources be put to good use," Andre said smilingly. "Lord Andre, since you have put it that way, I shall not stand on ceremony." "Thank you." Han Shuo bowed respectfully. I will go back and inform my elder brother. When everything is settled, I will let you know. Also, prepare a sum of crystal coins. We still need to collect some crystal coins to prevent our family members from gossiping. Andre thought for a moment and continued, not too much, just a few tens of thousands of black crystal coins. We can talk about it later. Those few buildings of the God Swamp Pharmacy were worth at least 1 million black crystal coins. Adding the pharmaceutical information and the branches all over the City of Shadows, the total value would be no less than 5 million black crystal coins. But judging from Andre's words, he would not ask Han Shuo to fork out that much gold coins. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Got it? Han Shuo nodded with a silly smile. Also, you have offended more than half of the pharmacists in the City of Shadows today. Those pharmacists from the God Swamp family will hate you to the bone. Those pharmacists who have nothing to do with this matter, even if they are acquitted, they will not work for you. The God Swamp Pharmacy is too big for you to handle alone. You will need a lot of talents. You will have to solve this problem by yourself. Andre reminded. Han Shuo could not help but smile bitterly after hearing those words. He started to get a headache. What happened today would surely spread throughout the City of Shadows. Most of the people in the God Swamp Pharmacy were not involved in the business of selling poison. Therefore, they would not be punished by the House of Saint. However, to many of them, Han Shuo was an enemy of the God Swamp Pharmacy. It would be a huge problem for them to work for Han Shuo. The God Swamp Pharmacy had a huge foundation and needed a lot of pharmacists and all kinds of talents. If Han Shuo could not handle all of this, even if he obtained all the resources from the God Swamp Pharmacy, he would not be able to develop the God Swamp Pharmacy well. What a headache. Han Shuo was feeling both pain and happiness. He had started to rack his brain for a solution. Andre patted Han Shuo's shoulder and said with a smile, "You'll have to think of a way on your own in this regard. I can't help you. Who told you to offend all the pharmacists in a moment of excitement today? You youngster, you are good at everything but you can't stand being bullied. How could I have known that you would hand over the remaining assets of the God Swamp Pharmacy to me? If I had known, I would have swallowed my anger." Han Shuo sighed and forced a smile. "Alright, I'll be leaving now. I really can't help you with the matters regarding pharmacists. After all, we can't force them to do these things. You just have to put in more effort. At most, you can train your own pharmacist. With your skills, you think no one will be willing to come and learn from you." Andre laughed and left with a group of divine guards. I have to really know how to refine medicine, thought Han Shuo. He was starting to worry about such a huge foundation. You have struck it rich. Andrina, who would usually remain silent when there were outsiders around, immediately started to congratulate Han Shuo after everyone left. Yes, I have struck it rich. But I have to take care of things first. Otherwise, I won't be able to prosper even if I have enormous resources but no one to use them, said Han Shuo mischievously with a big smile on his face. In his heart, Han Shuo was very excited. Compared to the sudden profits of a snake swallowing an elephant, this difficulty was totally worth it. Don't think I can't tell, said Andrina disdainfully. But soon after, she giggled and said excitedly, you are going to make a lot of money this time. I won't have to worry about not having enough crystal coins in the future, right? Han Shuo's face darkened. He hastily said, you still have to control yourself. No amount of crystal coins will be enough for you to eat the way you eat. But I can guarantee that you will eat more than you do now, provided that I can earn enough crystal coins. I believe you. It seems that I have followed the right person, said Andrina happily. The sky was completely bright. Han Shuo and Andrina chatted as they walked. Very soon they returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After entering the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he felt that it was too small no matter how he looked at it. When he thought about the enormous amount of resources he would soon possess, he was both excited and vexed at the same time. 4 or 5 days in a row, the entire City of Shadows was talking about what happened that night. As expected, Han Shuo's reputation surpassed that of all pharmacists. He became the well-deserving #1 pharmacist in the City of Shadows. Many people knew about him. The God Swamp Pharmacy was temporarily shut down. All the pharmacists were interrogated. Andre arrested some and released some. Many of those who came to the City of Shadows to attend the conference left the City of Shadows one after another after being humiliated by Han Shuo. Meanwhile, Han Shuo was busy recruiting pharmacists. With Anido's help, recruitment scrolls were posted at various conspicuous places in the City of Shadows, attracting the attention of many. However, as Han Shuo had offended almost all the pharmacists in the City of Shadows, Not a single person showed up after posting the recruitment scrolls. Naturally, those pharmacists from the Godswamp Pharmacy did not have a good impression of Han Shuo. They started spreading rumors that Han Shuo acted alone and considered everyone beneath him. Han Shuo's recruitment efforts suffered a great setback. There were those who were interested in the art of medicine refinement who came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, hoping to be apprenticed to Han Shuo. However, as Han Shuo knew nothing about medicine refinement, there was no way he could teach anyone. He might even expose himself. Therefore all of them were turned down. After a few more days there was still no proficient pharmacist. Han Shuo began to have a headache. Seeing that Han Shuo was at his wit's end, she advised, "Don't worry, just wait a little longer." How unlucky. Andrina was also very concerned about the matter. In order to gobble up more crystal coins, she had been busy posting recruitment scrolls with Anito. She advised when she saw that Han Shuo was at his wit's end. "It's all my fault. Otherwise I wouldn't have offended so many pharmacists. How unlucky." Han Shuo was having a headache. He felt as though he had come to a mountain of gold but did not bring his space ring with him. Seeing that Andre was about to finish dealing with the Godswamp Pharmacy and that the enormous Godswamp Pharmacy would soon be Han Shuo's, Han Shuo felt aggrieved. Akeley was just as concerned about Han Shuo's affairs. Unfortunately, he could not be of any help to Han Shuo in this matter. All he knew was to bring up the idea of abducting a pharmacist. After being scolded by Han Shuo for a bit, Akeley calmed down and no longer cared about what Han Shuo was up to. This isn't going to work. Han Shuo sighed again. Han Shuo only knew how to refine medicinal pellets. However, his ability was limited. In addition, medicinal pellets were extremely expensive and not many people could afford them. Therefore, the Godswamp Pharmacy's ordinary medicines were the key to making money. Han Shuo had long recognized this point. Therefore, he definitely needed experienced pharmacists. Ahem. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Then the eccentric Guli slowly walked in. Han Shuo, who was originally delighted, immediately turned gloomy when he saw Guli. He said with a cold face, "What are you doing here?" Han Shuo had been in a bad mood recently. He had no interest in fooling around with Guli. He stood up and was about to chase her away. "Aren't you recruiting pharmacists?" Guli asked puzzledly as she pointed at the recruitment scrolls in front of the door. "Yes. But what does that have to do with you?" Han Shuo did not seem to be in a good mood. "Do you think I can do it?" Guli asked cautiously. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He asked, "You mean you want to join our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "That's right. I have heard about what happened last time. You are indeed an amazing pharmacist. I apologize for my rashness back then and thank you for saving my life. I am here in the hope of learning some medicine refinement techniques from you. I hope that you will grant me my wish." Guli bowed respectfully and said in a serious manner, Isn't your business in the City of Shadows? I heard that you have a lot of apprentices. Are you willing to stay in the City of Shadows?" Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. "As long as I can learn more about medicine refinement, I am willing to pay any price. As for my apprentices, if you don't mind, can they all join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Guli asked. "Of course, why not? That's great." Han Shuo was just worrying about not being able to find anyone. He was overjoyed when he heard Guli's offer. Although he was having a headache about how to teach Guli medicine refinement techniques, he couldn't care less at this point in time. Chapter 724. Time flew by and another half a month had passed. The Godswamp Pharmacy was rather influential in the Darkness Dominion. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had been completely destroyed, the House of Saints' control over the Godswamp Pharmacy was limited to the City of Shadows and its vassals. In the Darkness Dominion, there were 7 cities of the same scale as the City of Shadows. The Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters was located in Hushvale City and the House of Saints' influence was limited to the other cities. The true master of the Godswamp Pharmacy blamed Stice for everything that happened in the City of Shadows. He claimed that he knew nothing about it and that it was Stice who made the decision on his own and that it had nothing to do with the Godswamp Pharmacy. In addition, he strongly condemned the House of Saints' actions and claimed that the House of Saint had no right to confiscate all the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows. He demanded that the House of Saint return everything to him. However, Andre obviously wouldn't listen to him. He posted notices in every district of the City of Shadows, spreading the Godswamp Pharmacy's actions throughout the City of Shadows. He also stated that Stice had admitted that the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy was aware of everything that happened in the City of Shadows. Andre not only took back some of the City of Shadows resources and shops, but also requested the City Lord of Hushvale City to take down the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy. All kinds of rumors rapidly spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. The dispute between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy became the hottest topic in the entire Darkness Dominion. The Godswamp Pharmacy's pharmacy shops in the Darkness Dominion were greatly affected during this period. However, the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy was obviously not an easy character to deal with. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy's business had been affected, the owner had acted promptly and distanced himself from the incident in the City of Shadows. As a result, the Godswamp Pharmacy was not persecuted by the authorities in the major cities. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Godswamp Pharmacy had quite an impression of the Darkness Dominion. Although the House of Saint was very powerful, they could only do whatever they wanted in the cities under their jurisdiction. They were powerless in the other cities. As time went by, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy gradually died down. Naturally, the House of Saint would not hand over their resources. They also made it clear that they would not allow any important figures of the Godswamp Pharmacy to enter the City of Shadows. The master of the Godswamp Pharmacy, on the other hand, spread malicious rumors about the House of Saint, saying that the House of Saint was tyrannical and domineering, and that they had seized the opportunity to annex the Godswamp Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. All kinds of discussions were going on in the major cities of the Darkness Dominion. One of the names was remembered by many, the genius pharmacist Brian. The one who benefited the most from the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy was undoubtedly Han Shua. Following the spread and exaggeration of the incident that night, Han Shua, a fake who knew nothing about alchemy, suddenly became known as a genius alchemist. The City of Shadows had no shortage of rumors about Han Shua's miraculous medicinal pellets to begin with. Riding on this wave of rumors, the reputation of Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and Han Shua himself rose to a new height. Not only did Han Shua become the best pharmacist in the City of Shadows, but many people in the Darkness Dominion also recognized Han Shua as a young genius pharmacist. With that, the problem that had been troubling Han Shua for a long time was easily solved. With the deliberate efforts of certain people, the news that Han Shua was recruiting skilled pharmacists spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although those pharmacists who left the City of Shadows spared no effort in slandering Han Shua for being domineering and unreasonable, there were still many pharmacists like Guli who were obsessed with the art of medicine refinement. They paid no heed to Han Shua's temperament and traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows from various cities just to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. These pharmacists who were willing to put up with Han Shua's irascible and exaggerated temper were basically people of genuine ability. With Gu Li, who was very familiar with the medicine refinement industry, the number of pharmacists in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gradually became more plentiful. Gradually, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's three-story shop could no longer accommodate the number of pharmacists. Han Shua had been waiting for Andre's message and was ready to take over the Godswamp Pharmacy. After a few more days, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy finally died down. It was at this time that Andre sent someone to invite Han Shua to the Saint residence. Han Shua was overjoyed and immediately brought Andrina to the Saint residence. Han Shua first found Andre. Han Shua's heart sank when he saw the worried look on Andre's face. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Andre, you look troubled. Don't tell me you have failed? I have recruited quite a number of pharmacists. What should I do if I can't take over the Godswamp Pharmacy?" Andre's expression turned a little better when he saw Han Shua. He smiled and shook his head. He then said, "It's not as bad as you think. But I did run into some trouble. You know that the House of Saint has a lot of mouths. Sometimes even my elder brother and I have to consider the feelings of some of our family members. The resources from the Godswamp Pharmacy are worth more than 5 million black crystal coins. My intention is the same as before. I want you to take out some crystal coins first and slowly repay them after the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has stabilized and earned enough crystal coins. But recently, some people in the family have been making a fuss. They feel that we can't give you such a huge advantage. They have raised all kinds of conditions. Sai, I'm in a difficult position." "What conditions?" Han Shua bunched his brows. He could somewhat understand Andre's difficulties. He knew that some things were not easy for Andre to handle. "Since you saved Carmelita twice, they want you to either fork out 3 million black crystal coins at once, or cooperate with the House of Saint to manage the Godswamp. In other words, you will be managing the House of Saint, and the profits will be split according to a certain percentage." Andre forced a smile and said, Brian, there are a few uncles in the House of Saint who are my elder brother and I. Although they don't possess much strength, they are, after all, influential. If the entire family doesn't agree to it, it will be very difficult for me to do so. This wasn't Han Shua's first day in the City of Shadows. He had more or less learned about the situation of the major family clans. In the House of Saint, Wallace and Andre naturally held the highest positions. However, they did have a few uncles above them. Although those uncles did not possess much strength, they had the qualifications to do so. Even Wallace and Andre had to give them some face in certain matters. However, Han Shua didn't believe that Andre and Wallace had no selfish motives at all. The Godswamp Pharmacy's resources were no small sum. Even if Andre and Wallace were willing to hand over the resources to Han Shua, they wouldn't be asking for nothing. This was something Han Shua was well aware of. The total value of the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows was over 5 million black crystal coins. It was unrealistic to expect them to hand over the resources for free. Han Shua had no intention of taking the resources for free and had made up his mind to repay them in the future. Little did he expect that things would change. How are they going to split the profits? Han Shua hesitated for a moment before he asked. 370. You will take 30% and our House of Saint will take 70%. That way you won't have to repay us any crystal coins. Andre replied rather embarrassedly after hesitating for a moment. 370? Han Shua bunched his brows. If they were to split the profits like that, a large portion of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits would go to the House of Saint. This was clearly not in line with Han Shua's plan. Lord Andre, can you help me sell some divine essences? Han Shua suddenly asked after hesitating for a moment. Divine essences? You have divine essences? Andre stared blankly for a moment and asked with uncertainty. That's right. Not long after I arrived in the Darkness Dominion, I discovered a divine essence mine and extracted some divine essences. I know that divine essences are very valuable, but I didn't dare to take them out because I lacked the strength. Now that things have come to this, I urgently need crystal coins. Would Lord Andre be willing to help me? If it weren't for the special circumstances, Han Shua definitely wouldn't be willing to sell those divine essences. In order to prevent the House of Saint from monopolizing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits, Han Shua had no choice but to do so. No problem. I don't care where you got your goods from. As long as you can produce 3 million black crystal coins to shut those people up, the Godswamp Pharmacy will be yours. In fact, I originally planned to charge you 2 million black crystal coins and have you take out a few tens of thousands of crystal coins as a token of my sincerity. The rest will be yours in the future. But those old fellas don't believe you, so I have no other choice. I'm sorry, Brian. Andre sighed. Don't worry about it. Han Shua replied smilingly. Soon after, he took out the divine essences in his hand and placed them in front of Andre. Earth Elite Zombie had given Han Shua all the divine essences of the energy of Earth he obtained last time. Han Shua consumed all the divine essences of death and destruction. As for the divine essences of the energy of life and energy of life, Han Shua did not take them out because he was in the Darkness Dominion. With that, Han Shua took out 22 pieces of wind divine essences and 18 pieces of lightning divine essences. He placed them in front of Andre and asked, That's it? Lord Andre, please give me a price and see if they are worth 3 million black crystal coins. If they are not enough, I will think of something else. Akeley still had some divine essences with him. Han Shua had prepared everything in order to acquire the Godswamp Pharmacy. In truth, it was very risky for Han Shua to take out so many divine essences in front of Andre. However, as Andre was a high-ranking member of the House of Saint and was by no means inexperienced, Han Shua believed that Andre would not do anything impulsive for the sake of these divine essences. Most importantly, Han Shua trusted Andre and believed that his existence would only bring benefits to the City of Shadows and the House of Saint. That was why Han Shua dared to take out so many divine essences. In the Darkness Dominion, a piece of divine essence of wind is worth 60,000 black crystal coins. Lightning is slightly more expensive at 70,000 black crystal coins. The total value is about 2.5 million black crystal coins. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he said, How about this? I will make up for the rest. In the future, when the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy makes profits, give 10% of the profits to Carmelita. This way, you will have an explanation for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. 10% of Carmelita's profits isn't much, but it will be much more convenient for you to get things done. What do you think? 10% wasn't much and it was Carmelita who would benefit from it. Without hesitation, Han Shuo readily agreed, "Okay. Wait a moment, I will go and communicate with them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem." Andre seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. He hastily left and headed for a tall, dark building behind the Saint residence. An hour later, Andre returned smilingly with a stack of official documents in his hand. He handed them to Han Shuo and said, "These documents prove that you own all the rights and interests of the Godswamp Pharmacy. From today onwards, all the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows and its subordinate towns and cities are yours. Congratulations, Brian." "Congratulations to you too, hee." Han Shuo laughed and pushed the divine essence ores to Andre. He asked, "How is Carmelita? Is she feeling better?" Andre didn't hold back. He put away all the divine crystals and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." After taking a short pause, Andre continued, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you again. With these divine essence ores, we will be able to exchange for more divine essences of destruction for Carmelita. Our family clan has invested quite a lot of resources in order for her to recover. I hope she doesn't suffer any more injuries." Han Shuo's heart had already flown out of his chest as he caressed the documents in his hand. He stood up and smilingly replied, "That's good to hear. Right, I still have to settle the matters regarding the Godswamp Pharmacy. I won't disturb you any longer. You're going to be busy for a while. Off you go." Andre, of course, knew that Han Shuo would have to deal with the matters regarding the Godswamp Pharmacy and the Celestial Pro Pharmacy after receiving the documents. "Brian, do you think that fella has selfish motives?" Andrina asked Han Shuo on the way back. "Of course he does." Han Shuo let out a faint smile and said, "The Godswamp Pharmacy possesses an enormous amount of resources. With the reputation and strength of our Celestial Pro Pharmacy, it is a given that the Celestial Pro Pharmacy will surpass the Godswamp Pharmacy in the future. I reckon that Andre wants to reap some benefits for the House of Saint. That way of splitting the profits is obviously beneficial to the House of Saint. Otherwise, with Wallace and Andre's influence in the House of Saint, although it might be a little difficult, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to suppress the opinions of their uncles. It's just that Andre definitely didn't expect me to have so many divine essence ores. Hehe. Will he think of other ways to obstruct us?" Andrina bunched her brows and asked. Han Shuo shook his head and smilingly said, "Don't worry, he's a smart man. Besides, we have given him so many divine essences. To the House of Saint, my existence is obviously beneficial to the City of Shadows. Their House of Saint controls all the resources in the City of Shadows. They definitely won't make things difficult for me just because of this little bit of profit. In the future they will be relying on me for many things." After Han Shuo left, Andre fiddled with the divine essence ore in his hand and said in a bitter smile, "This fella, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through him. How long has it been since he came to Elysium? Where did this divine essence ore come from? The future value of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy will be far more than 3 million black crystal coins. This fella is cunning." Chapter 725. The Godswamp Pharmacy had completely disappeared from the City of Shadows and was replaced by Han Shuo's Godswamp Pharmacy. However, it was only after Han Shuo took over the business that he realized how much effort it took to manage such a huge business. Before taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo was solely in charge of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. Collecting medicinal ingredients, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them were all handled by Han Shuo alone. However, after taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo was far from being able to make full use of the enormous resources that the Celestial Pro Pharmacy had. Collecting medicinal ingredients, storing medicinal pellets, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them had to be done separately. As a result, the Celestial Pro Pharmacy required more than just pharmacists. Han Shuo soon realized that he was far from having enough manpower. Therefore, he began a new round of recruitment. Han Shuo was lacking in many talents. He had spent a great deal of time recruiting but still couldn't find enough manpower. It was even more difficult to find talents who were adept in business management. However, Han Shuo wasn't proficient in business management. This gave him yet another headache. Andre and a few other large family clans did recommend some capable people to Han Shuo. However, those people were more or less related to their family clans. Han Shuo was afraid that his family clans would learn of even the slightest movement of the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. Therefore he reluctantly refused the people recommended by his family clans and continued to rack his brains for the Celestial Pro Pharmacy. Han Shua had long moved into the former Godswamp Pharmacy. All 17 large and small shops belonging to the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows were now under Han Shua's control. However, even after 2 months, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still hadn't opened for business due to a lack of manpower. With no other choice, Han Shua temporarily closed the 16 pharmacies outside the City of Shadows and transferred all the talents he could to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. He planned to put the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track in the City of Shadows and at the same time, vigorously recruit talents from all over the world. While Han Shua was busy with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Avery, who had left the City of Shadows for a long time, suddenly appeared in the mountain range outside the city. Avery had disappeared for more than half a year under the pretext that he was hunting for the murderer of his children. Now that he had finally reappeared, he did not dare to return to the City of Shadows immediately. Instead he stayed outside the city. Avery was all too familiar with the surroundings of the City of Shadows. In addition to his formidable strength, he managed to evade the detection of many divine guards in the mountain range. He seemed to be waiting for something. There were 3 squads of over 30 divine guards from the 5th Corps standing beside him. These divine guards were from the Laver's residence and were loyal and devoted to Avery. Night fell. Avery was standing on top of a towering ancient tree with his eyes squinted. He gazed at the City of Shadows in the distance with a gloomy face. Gradually, a human silhouette flew out from the City of Shadows. That silhouette seemed to be afraid that someone might discover his presence. He drifted all over the place in the middle of the night and changed directions several times before finally arriving before Avery. Kneeling on one knee, the newcomer looked at Avery, who was standing proudly on the tree, and said in a low voice, "This subordinate greets Sir. Number 3, tell me about the recent situation in the City of Shadows." Avery was still gazing at the City of Shadows not far away. There are some people in the City of Shadows that I have long disliked. I will kill them all tonight. The sooner we resolve this problem, the sooner we can leave. We must not alert the House of Saint. Otherwise, we will not be able to leave the City of Shadows, Avery coldly commanded. He cast a nostalgic glance at the Laver's residence in the distance before he quietly left with his men. It was a moonless and windy night, a time of murder and arson. Relying on his familiarity with the City of Shadows, Avery and a few elite divine guards of the 5th Corps evaded layers upon layers of guards along the way. They changed locations and stealthily eliminated a few characters of average strength but were rather influential in the City of Shadows. For example, Tuyas of the House of Buller. Although he possessed ordinary strength, he was an expert in business. He had always been at odds with the House of Lavers. Usually, Avery would not dare to do anything to him. But tonight, Avery had the audacity to kill him in the largest crystal stone shop of the House of Buller. Other than Tuyas, there were a few others who were killed by Avery. As Avery possessed profound strength and most of his targets were mid-gods, he did not attract much attention. "My lord, it's about time. We should leave." Number 3 reminded Avery in a soft voice. "There is one more person. We will leave immediately after dealing with him." Avery suddenly said in a deep voice after keeping silent for a moment. "Who is it?" Number 3 asked softly. "Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. That youngster has been enjoying the limelight for quite some time. It's time for him to die. If it weren't for him, Cage and Eve wouldn't have died in Carmelita's hands. I can't touch Carmelita for now, but this youngster must die." Avery said in a cold voice. "My lord, I heard that the youngster has a very powerful little girl with him. According to those from the House of Kisa, that little girl had fought with Rugersi before. She was only slightly weaker than him." Number 3 hastily reminded when he heard that Avery was going to kill Han Shua before leaving. Back at the House of Kisa, Andrina had forced Rugersi to retreat. She clearly had the upper hand. However, as the House of Kisa valued their reputation, no one dared to say that Rugersi had suffered a loss. If word got out, it would spread to Andrina being at a disadvantage. Those who were directly involved in the matter would dismiss the rumors with a smile. As Andrina was just a little girl, everyone took it for granted that what those from the House of Kisa said was the truth. She's just a little girl. So what if she's powerful? Avery said disdainfully, "Moreover, Rugersi's strength is inferior to mine. If he can defeat that little girl, what do you have to worry about?" Number 3 knew that Avery had made up his mind after hearing those words and dared not try to dissuade him. On the rooftop of the largest building in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo was cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he was exhausted from the recent events at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo had never slacked off in his cultivation. His two avatars had been staying in the cauldron of Myriad Demon and were not affected in the slightest. Han Shuo's avatar of death had reached early-stage mid-god realm. Recently, he had been slowly consolidating his new realm while trying to understand a few new ways to utilize his energy. His avatar of destruction was also studying the usage of the orb of destruction. He was becoming more and more adept at it. Suddenly Han Shuo sensed danger. His consciousness immediately sensed the arrival of a crisis. After suffering a serious injury the last time, Han Shuo had become more sensitive to danger. The invincible omen body immediately formed an enormous amount of energy around his body. Han Shuo remained motionless as he calmly sensed the intensity of the crisis. His heart jolted and he immediately transmitted to Cauldron Spirit, "The intruder is very powerful. Lend me your demon general energy." Cauldron Spirit had obviously sensed the aura that had secretly locked onto Han Shuo. Without wasting any time, it softly instructed, "Take note. When the demon general energy is channeled into your body, you will suffer tremendous pain. Moreover, when the energy flows through your body, it will also cause damage to your body. You cannot sustain the process for too long. Immediately return the demon general energy to me if you feel that you can't take it anymore. Hurry up or it will be too late." Han Shuo shouted at Cauldron Spirit. At the next moment, a terrifying energy violently surged from the Cauldron Spirit in Han Shuo's body. In an instant, Han Shuo felt as though he was being stabbed by a knife. But along with the immense pain, an endless amount of energy filled his body. It made Han Shuo want to face the sky and let out a long howl. The energy of a few dozen low-god and mid-god demon generals was so enormous that it was hard for Han Shuo to imagine. The pleasant sensation of having the energy in his hands made him want to release it immediately. Otherwise, if he allowed the energy to run amok in his demonic body, it would be a torment to his demonic body. You have to release the energy quickly. Otherwise, if the energy is all concentrated in your body, you will be unable to endure it and your demonic infant will be damaged. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. "I understand. Why isn't that damn thing attacking yet? God damn it." Han Shuo could sense that his enemies were close by. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. Avery was indeed hiding in the darkness. But after his previous failed attempt at ambushing Han Shuo, Avery no longer dared to attack recklessly. He was still observing Han Shuo and cautiously approaching Han Shuo. He was looking for the most opportune moment to strike. By doing so, Han Shuo, who was gathering energy, suffered greatly. "Hurry up and release the energy. At this rate, you will soon be unable to endure it." Cauldron Spirit transmitted again. Unbearable pain filled every corner of Han Shuo's body. Seeing that his enemies were still not attacking, Han Shuo could no longer endure it. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he bellowed, "Show yourself." The terrifying sound waves blasted towards Avery, who was hiding in the darkness. Intense ripples appeared in the darkness. Avery, who was about to attack, was startled. He did not understand how Han Shuo discovered his position. Roar. Han Shuo's eyes turned scarlet. The muscles all over his body tightened as he charged towards Avery. "How is this possible?" Avery cried out involuntarily. He hastily gathered all the darkness divine energy in his body and formed layers upon layers of darkness barriers around him. His domain of divinity instantly absorbed all the element of darkness. Boom. Han Shuo brandished the demonic blades in his hands. He charged into the domain of darkness like a bloodthirsty demon. The terrifying energy bombarded the darkness barriers through the demonic blades and destroyed them in an instant. A tyrannical energy rushed into Avery's body. His divine body was immediately injured and he was sent flying. After the attack, the surging energy in his body was released. Han Shuo suddenly felt much better. Seeing that Avery was sent flying by his attack, Han Shuo was overjoyed. He quickly charged at Avery. The demonic blades were like two rays of cold light as they slashed towards Avery. However, compared to the previous attack that was full of energy, the current attack was obviously much weaker. Although Avery still dodged in a flurry, Han Shuo's attack was not enough to take Avery's life. Even so, Avery was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Han Shuo would suddenly change into a different person. The ruthless energy that he suddenly displayed was filled with bloodthirst and madness. Avery had never seen such a person before. Too cunning. This kid has been hiding his strength all along. He is even more sinister than Andre. Avery cursed in his heart. He frantically defended against Han Shua's attacks, constantly looking for a way to escape. Brian, return the demon's power to me. You can't do whatever you want anymore. Otherwise, your demonic infant will be injured. Cauldron's spirit transmitted anxiously while Han Shua was beating Avery to his heart's content and forcing him to retreat. Han Shua was startled. He immediately sensed the abnormality of the demonic infant in his body. With the demon energy filling every corner of his body, the blood essence that nourished Han Shua's demonic infant was rapidly being depleted. The blood essence disappeared from Han Shua's body, allowing his bones and meridians to withstand the flow of demon energy. However, the demonic infant was also inseparable from the blood essence. When the blood essence in the demonic infant was insufficient to support its survival, the demonic infant would be injured and weakened. This was absolutely not what Han Shua wanted to see. Damn it, count yourself lucky. Han Shua cursed in a low voice. He suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. He hastily returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron's spirit. Avery finally came to his senses after being bombarded by Han Shua. He took a glance at Han Shua in shock. Without saying a word, Avery turned around and hid in the darkness. He led his 5th Corps Divine Guards away from the scene. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Angelina, who had arrived earlier, looked at Han Shua with an incredulous expression, her mouth wide open. It was precisely because he saw Angelina coming over that he dared to let go of her without hesitation. Han Shua did not reply immediately. He first returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron's spirit before pointing in the direction Avery left in and said, "Andrina, kill that guy for me. I will give you 100,000 black crystal coins." Andrina shook her head and replied, "I'm only protecting you. I'm not helping you kill anyone." "Forget it then. Avery has escaped. If he comes back again I will be in deep trouble," said Han Shua in a bitter smile. He had obviously recognized the attacker after fighting for dozens of seconds. "I think he is the one who should be afraid. Given the strength you displayed just now, there's no way he can kill you." Andrina looked deeply at Han Shua, put on a faint smile and asked, "Brian, can you tell me what energy you used? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Tell me about yourself first. Only then will I consider if I should tell you the truth," replied Han Shua mischievously. "Forget it if you don't want to tell me. What's so great about it?" Andrina pouted and said angrily. What's going on?" Akeley rushed over excitedly and shouted, "Was there a battle just now? Where is he?" The battle between Han Shua and Avery ended in just a few dozen seconds. Akeley was training in a gymnasium a distance away. As his strength was inferior to Andrina's, he did not arrive in time. By the time he arrived, the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. "You're late." Andrina glared at Akeley. She paused for a moment and said disdainfully, "But even if you came early, you wouldn't have been able to interfere." Akeley knew that Andrina's strength was unfathomable. He became even more excited after hearing those words, "Mid-God." "High God," shouted Andrina coldly. "Ugh." Akeley immediately hung his head dejectedly. He stole a glance at Andrina in awe and mumbled, "Damn it, it's actually a high god." Judging from Akeley's expression, he obviously thought that Andrina had repelled the attacker. "It wasn't me." Andrina knew what Akeley was thinking with just a glance. She pointed at Han Shua and said, "He was the one who repelled the attacker." "Save it. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going back." Akeley waved his hand. He simply did not believe that Han Shua could repel a high god. He lazily turned around and went back to his place. "That idiot," cursed Andrina, who was in a bad mood. Chapter 726. The next day, news of what Avery did that night spread throughout the City of Shadows. Including Tuyas of the House of Buller, a total of 5 people from the City of Shadows had been killed. Although all 5 of them possessed mid-god strength, they were still characters of great renown. Their sudden deaths immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy did not have its own divine guards. During this period, Erebus had sent Anaito and a small team of divine guards from the 3rd Corps to patrol the vicinity. Anaito soon received news of what happened in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, as he arrived later than Akeley, he had no idea what happened. Early in the morning, Erebus, chief of the 3rd Corps, personally came to look for Han Shua. "Are you sure it's him?" Erebus immediately asked after he arrived and was led into a secret chamber by Han Shuo. That's right, it's Avery. If it wasn't for Andrina being beside me, I would have ended up like Tuyas and the others, replied Han Shuo with a frightened face. He told Han Shuo that it was Andrina who repelled Avery to prevent him from drawing the attention of the House of Saint and the others. Even if Han Shuo didn't deliberately explain, Erebus would have taken it for granted that Avery was repelled by Andrina. Erebus had witnessed Andrina's strength back at the Kisa residence. He believed that in the entire Celestial Pro Pharmacy, only Andrina possessed that kind of strength. Erebus nodded and coldly groaned, Avery is truly audacious. It seems that he really doesn't want to stay in the City of Shadows any longer. Han Shuo kept quiet. He knew that Avery had left the City of Shadows last night. Given Avery's familiarity with the City of Shadows and the help of some of his former confidants, even the House of Saint would have a hard time tracking him down if he wanted to leave the City of Shadows. After all, he was once the chief of the Fifth Corps. Erebus did not stay in the Celestial Pro Pharmacy for too long. After asking Han Shuo about what happened last night, he hastily left. Over the next few days, Han Shuo learned from Anaito that although the House of Saint had gone all out to search for Avery's whereabouts, they ultimately returned empty-handed due to Avery's well-prepared and timely departure. That night, all of Avery's trusted subordinates left with him. As for those Fifth Corps Divine Guards who remained in the City of Shadows, after a round of thorough interrogation, they were secretly captured. The things that Avery had done in the City of Shadows were soon publicized by the House of Saint, including the fact that he had assassinated Carmelita. These events brought new topics of discussion in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans were discussing Avery's actions. As expected, the investigation of the Fifth Corps was temporarily put on hold. The members of the House of Lavers were interrogated one after another during this period. The patriarch of the House of Lavers, Felder, firmly dissociated himself from having anything to do with Avery. For the sake of the safety of the members of the House of Lavers, Felder pushed all the blame onto Avery. He even declared that he would expel Avery from the House of Lavers and that he would no longer be a member of the House of Lavers. Field's resolute action had ensured the safety of many members of the House of Lavers. However, the incident with Avery had greatly affected the strength of the House of Lavers. Without the authority of the Fifth Corps, in addition to the suspicion and suppression of the House of Saint, the House of Lavers suddenly became the weakest of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. The tumultuous events in the City of Shadows did not affect Han Shuo too much. After a period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had recruited quite a number of people from all walks of life. It was sufficient for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to open for business in the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Han Shuo came across an extremely thorny problem. A group of pharmacists led by Guli had been urging Han Shuo to explain to them the refining principles of the rejuvenation medicine, celestial pearl medicine, and rebirth medicine. The group of pharmacists led by Guli had traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows. They were full of admiration for Han Shuo's skill in medicine refinement and wanted to learn from him. In the beginning, as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been too busy, they had behaved themselves and worked hard to get the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track. But now, from their perspective, everything was progressing smoothly. They heaved a sigh of relief and started asking Han Shuo questions about pharmaceutics that were difficult to understand. As a result, Han Shuo's head was as big as a cow's. As someone who knew nothing about pharmacists, Han Shuo was completely helpless in the face of those questions. He had tried to evade them several times in a row. But now that Gu Li and the others had arrived, he knew that he could no longer avoid them. He was in a pharmacy lab. All around him were glassware. The glass cabinets were filled with colorful bottles and jars. Many medicinal ingredients were neatly arranged. At the center of the lab was a complicated glass ball. The bottom of the glass ball was filled with energy crystals that were glistening brightly. The 13 pharmacists led by Gu Li were scattered around the lab. Each and every one of them was looking at Han Shuo with eager eyes. Every one of these pharmacists who dared to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy despite hearing about Han Shuo's irascible and tyrannical temper were as capable as Gu Li. It was impossible for Han Shuo to bluff his way through. Han Shuo felt as though he was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. He had to get past this hurdle. Otherwise, these pharmacists would surely leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with their disciples without hesitation. If that happened, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that they had worked so hard to get back on the right track would surely collapse. Actually, my knowledge of medicine refinement is different from what you know. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo had no choice but to brace himself and say, I don't know much about your knowledge of medicine refinement. The eyes of the pharmacists were filled with doubt and puzzlement when they heard this. However, none of them said anything. My master taught me medicine refinement. You might not have come into contact with it. Let me show you. Han Shuo knew that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be destroyed if he didn't show some tricks. With one thought, the 9 tessellation cauldron flew into Han Shuo's palm. Your medicine refinement requires a large number of medicines to be mixed in glass containers. The medicines are mixed by adjusting the temperature between high and cold temperatures. My method of medicine refinement is somewhat different from yours. I directly smelt the medicinal ingredients together, use a special method to extract the ingredients, and then condense them into a solid at high speed. Han Shuo explained slowly. As he explained, Han Shuo demonstrated the process of medicine refinement. The 9 tessellation cauldron spun on his palm. He tossed several kinds of medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. A fragrant aroma instantly filled the lab. Under the control of the red flame on Han Shuo's palm, the 9 tessellation cauldron spun at high speed. The patterns on its surface glowed faintly and looked extremely beautiful. To these pharmacists, Han Shuo's method was simply unimaginable. They stared dumbfoundedly at Han Shuo's movements. They simply couldn't understand how one could refine medicine using only raw materials and a container. They would first extract the ingredients from the raw materials and then mix them together to create medicines with different functions. Compared to Han Shuo's method, they had subdivided the process into many steps. However, the end result was not as good as Han Shuo's all-in-one method. A fragrant aroma permeated the lab. After a while, a few dark golden nirvana pills flew out. Han Shuo crushed them and stored them in a medicine bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He then handed them to the pharmacists and said with a smile, "Have a taste, it will greatly benefit your body." The pharmacists who received the nirvana pills couldn't control their desires just by smelling the aroma. They had long heard about the miraculous medicines refined by Han Shuo in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After hearing Han Shuo's words, they hesitated for a moment before swallowing the medicine in their hands. All of them were professional alchemists. Although there were some differences between dawn and potions, there were still some similarities in their effects. After taking the nirvana pill, all of them immediately felt the changes in their bodies. They could clearly feel the fierceness of the medicinal efficacy of the pill in their bodies. Very quickly, the few alchemists went to look for the toilet one after another. Each and every one of them had a messy bowel movement. However, every time they came out of the toilet, the complexion on their faces was clearly much better. Each and every one of them exclaimed, "What a miraculous medicine! This medicinal effect is too overbearing." The pharmacists who didn't get the nirvana pills were amazed. Seeing their complexions getting better and better, their admiration for Han Shuo grew. "You are not my disciples. I cannot impart the methods and techniques of refining medicine to you." Han Shuo took in the expressions of the pharmacists and saw the disappointment in their eyes. He then added, "However, we can discuss the effects of some special medicinal ingredients. There are some medicinal ingredients that you aren't familiar with, but their medicinal efficacy is very miraculous. I can communicate with you and you can study them on your own. You will still be able to make progress." Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't impart the techniques of refining medicine to these pharmacists because refining medicine required demonic yuan. Even if Han Shuo told them, it would still be difficult for them to refine medicine without cultivating demonic yuan. However, Han Shuo could give them some pointers on the uses of certain medicinal ingredients as a way of thanking them for taking the trouble to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists expressed their gratitude. They obviously understood that Han Shuo wouldn't impart the techniques to them. However, they were very satisfied with Han Shuo's guarantee. Gu Li's face grew redder and redder. She immediately bowed to Han Shuo and said, "I'm convinced." Gu Li was the most famous among the pharmacists. No one dared to doubt Han Shuo's ability after hearing her praise after trying out the effects of the nirvana pill. Han Shuo took out some of the medicinal ingredients he'd personally picked and placed them in the glass containers in front of him. He explained the effects of a few medicinal ingredients to the alchemists. As Han Shuo explained a series of professional pill refining terms, the alchemists all felt that he was profound and unfathomable. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo were full of admiration. These people were completely absorbed in recording Han Shuo's words onto the notebooks in their hands. When Han Shuo finished, each and every one of them couldn't wait to try out the effects of those ingredients. They seemed indescribably excited. "Alright, I've told you about the effects and ingredients of these medicinal herbs. The rest is up to you to comprehend. Whether or not you can use these medicinal ingredients to refine new medicines will depend on your own abilities. I won't be able to help you with that. Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that he'd finally dealt with the situation. He left the pharmacy after leaving these words behind. Everything went smoothly for a period of time. A few pharmacists, inspired by Han Shuo, managed to concoct a few new medicines using medicinal ingredients that they had never heard of before. Although the effects of those medicines were far inferior to Han Shuo's pellets, the pharmacists were very excited to have such a good start. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track, Han Shuo recruited a few more warehouse staff and had the apprentices of those pharmacists gather more medicinal ingredients. He was ready to officially open the new Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Dana suddenly came to Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When Han Shuo saw Dana, he immediately noticed that Dana looked much more haggard than before. There was a deep frown on her brows as though she had some unresolved thoughts. She forced a smile after seeing Han Shuo. Her smile was very bitter. "Long time no see, big sister Dana?" Han Shuo exclaimed in his heart. He had heard a little about the situation of the House of Lavers. Due to Avery's incident, the House of Lavers was greatly affected. The House of Saint no longer trusted them as much as they used to. The House of Lavers was having a hard time in the City of Shadows. Compared to the desolate state of the House of Lavers, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was flourishing and was on the verge of becoming a new family clan. Dana's mood became even more gloomy when she recalled the circumstances when Han Shuo first arrived in the City of Shadows. "Congratulations, Brian. It seems that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is about to become a rising star in the City of Shadows," Dana said with a forced smile. "Thank you, big sister Dana. What brings you to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy this time?" "Haha, if you need medicines, given our relationship, I will surely give you the most reasonable price." Han Shuo patted his chest as though they were on good terms. Dana shook her head smilingly and said, "I'm here to bid farewell to you. I might be away for a long time. We won't have many chances to meet again." "Big sister Dana, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Where are you going?" Han Shuo was startled and hastily asked. "Our House of Lavers won't be able to do much in the City of Shadows. Haha, rather than staying here and being looked down upon by others, I might as well leave as soon as possible. Brian, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I have not misjudged you. I am truly proud of you for being able to establish a firm foothold in the City of Shadows in such a short period of time," Dana said smilingly. Han Shuo sighed in his mind after hearing Dana's words. The current situation in the City of Shadows was indeed unfavorable for the House of Lavers. Han Shuo did not know how to console Dana. After remaining silent for a long while, he softly sighed and said, "Big sister Dana, take care. I will never forget how big sister Dana has taken care of me. Farewell. I hope that the next time we meet, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will replace our House of Lavers and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows." Dana smiled and waved goodbye. Han Shuo was stunned because he sensed an obscure hatred in Dana's words. Han Shuo shook his head and forced a smile. He thought to himself, "Does Dana think that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is by stepping on my House of Lavers?" Chapter 727. After a long period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy finally opened for business. On that day, the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows sent representatives to congratulate the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus from the House of Saint, Jia and her uncle from the House of Kinson, Rugersi from the House of Kisa, Tushi from the House of Buller who had replaced Tuyas came with a gift. Even Dewey from the House of Lavers who had a bad relationship with Han Shuo came to present a silk banner. On that day the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was truly a gathering of celebrities. In order to establish a good relationship with Han Shuo, all the major family clans spared no effort to show their support. The grand opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was held in a splendid manner. Those pharmacists who followed Han Shuo had refined some medicines commonly used on Elysium. A dazzling array of medicine bottles filled up the empty cupboards. Han Shuo busied himself for the entire day. He only sent away the guests when it was dark. As Han Shuo did not personally refine any new medicines, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was selling all kinds of commonly used medicines. Although the representatives from the major family clans were disappointed, they still bought more than 400 bottles out of respect for Han Shuo. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a net profit of more than 20,000 black crystal coins. With this good omen, Han Shuo believed that with his reputation in the City of Shadows, it would only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a fortune. Everything in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track. Han Shuo left Gu Li to handle all the pharmaceutical-related issues. Gu Li, who used to be at odds with Han Shuo, now admired Han Shuo from the bottom of her heart. She was truly loyal and devoted to Han Shuo. As a result, Han Shuo had more time to cultivate. With the experience of borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo spent the next few days in the gymnasium trying to use Cauldron Spirit's energy. When Cauldron Spirit's energy was infused into Han Shuo's body, Han Shuo would instantly gain tremendous strength, allowing him to fight a high god head-on. However, although Han Shuo's demonic body was tough, he could not sustain it for too long. After dozens of attempts, Han Shuo could only sustain it for 3 minutes at most. Han Shuo's demonic infant would not be able to endure any longer. Han Shuo quickly realized that borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy wasn't the right way to cultivate. Only by forging his demonic body to an even more tenacious state of mind could he truly become powerful. Although Han Shuo had never stopped comprehending and cultivating in the Omen realm, he did not have much time left. It would be extremely difficult to make any progress without at least 100 years of cultivation. The Omen realm was not the ultimate realm of demonic arts. There were 3 other realms after the Omen realm: Skybreak Realm, Demon Lord Realm, and Exalted Demon Lord Realm. The Exalted Demon Lord Realm was the pinnacle realm. It was at this realm that Gu Tianxia forcibly pierced through a cosmic rift and arrived at this realm. Just from Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo could imagine how powerful the Exalted Demon Lord Realm was. In the future, every step of advancement would require a long period of cultivation, and there would be great dangers along the way. When breaking through from the Omen realm to the Skybreak realm, one would have to face the demonic tribulation. This was a process that one had to go through. If one failed to overcome the demonic tribulation, not only would one's strength stagnate, one might even perish in body and soul. This made Han Shuo realize that every subsequent breakthrough would be extremely dangerous. Time flew by quickly. Han Shuo stayed in the gymnasium in seclusion. 10 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. After his adventures on Elysium, Han Shuo's strength in all aspects had improved to varying degrees. The 10 years of meditation had calmed his mind and stabilized his Omen realm. 10 years on Elysium would pass in the blink of an eye. But for gods whose lifespans could easily reach tens of thousands of years, 10 years was just too short. After Han Shuo walked out of the gymnasium, he quickly learned about the current situation from Gu Li and the others. During the time he was in seclusion, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had earned Han Shuo more than 1 million black crystal coins. 5 of its 16 branches had opened for business. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had undeniably become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. During this time, the members of the House of Lavers had used all sorts of excuses to withdraw from the City of Shadows. The House of Saint had turned a blind eye to this as the House of Lavers had contributed to the City of Shadows. Even though Wallace was wary of the House of Lavers, he could not be too harsh on them as they had not betrayed the City of Shadows. Field obviously understood Wallace's intentions. He had been overseeing the Lavers' residence all this time and had only asked Donna, Dewey, and the others to leave under the pretext that they were traveling and cultivating. With Field deliberately keeping a low profile, the House of Lavers that had lost the trust of the House of Saint rapidly declined. In just a short 10 years, the House of Lavers had lost the prestige of being one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Some members of smaller family clans even dared to go against the House of Lavers. Field did not mind all this. He endured everything with great patience and used all sorts of methods to send the members of the House of Lavers away. It seemed that Field's actions were in line with Wallace's intentions. Not only did Wallace not stop Field's actions, he even tacitly approved of Field's actions. The existence of a small rift between major family clans could destroy the friendship they had painstakingly built up. Especially when Avery had nearly killed Carmelita, Wallace could not forgive him. After Avery's disappearance, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps had been vacant. Other than the House of Lavers, the other 3 major family clans had shown great interest in the position of Chief of Divine Guards. Even some of the smaller family clans saw the position as an opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. They had used all sorts of methods to try to snatch the position from the hands of the House of Saint. However, in order to maintain the balance between the major family clans, Wallace had issued an order. Anyone who wished to take the position of Chief of Divine Guards must exchange it with Avery's head. Avery had been missing for many years and no one knew where he had gone. After Wallace issued that order, although all the major family clans in the City of Shadows had painstakingly searched for Avery, they had not made any headway. As such, although the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps was coveted by all the major family clans, it had remained vacant until today. After learning about the recent news in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo saw that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track and that he had established some foundation in the City of Shadows. Therefore, as much time had passed, Han Shuo decided to travel to Profound Continent and bring those he could not part with to Elysium. Han Shuo had no enemies in the City of Shadows for the time being. With the financial resources of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the backing of the House of Saint, Han Shuo believed that the safety of Phoebe and the others would not be a problem. Elysium was rich in elemental energies. There were just too many experiences and references on the path to godhood. There were even some divine souls of low god that could be purchased. Compared to Profound Continent, the cultivation environment here was undoubtedly dozens of times better. Emily, Phoebe, and the others possessed extraordinary strength. Han Shuo believed that they would make rapid progress in this superior environment in the City of Shadows. They would advance much faster than if they were to cultivate on Elysium. After making up his mind, Han Shuo prepared to head to the Interplanar Transportation Matrix and return to Profound Continent. Before leaving, Han Shuo made a trip to the Saint residence as Carmelita had fully recovered from her injuries. Han Shuo was shocked when he saw Carmelita again. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Carmelita's skin had become much fairer than before. Although there were still some spots on her face, they looked very faint. Although the originally ugly Carmelita was no longer beautiful, she looked much easier to accept. She no longer had that malevolent aura about her. Carmelita was overjoyed at Han Shuo's arrival. She patted Han Shuo's shoulder excitedly and said, "Brat, I've been to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for you several times. I didn't expect that you would be cultivating all this time. Look at me, what's different about me? You've become prettier." Han Shuo said sincerely. "Ah, that's what everyone says. Thank you, Brian. Not only did you save me twice, but you also turned my damned face around. I don't even know how to repay you," Carmelita said with a big smile. "We're friends after all?" Han Shuo said smilingly. After chatting with Carmelita for a while, Han Shuo said, "I'm going to leave Elysium for a while. It might be some time before I can return." Carmelita let out a soft cry and asked in astonishment, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to my hometown to bring some people over. Haha, Elysium is the most suitable place for cultivation. I've been living a good life here. I can't forget my old friends. Back when I was on Elysium, I couldn't even fend for myself. Now that I've finally settled down, I should do something for my old friends." When Han Shuo thought of Emily, Phoebe, and the others, he found it hard to suppress the longing in his heart. "You sure are nostalgic." I've been forced by my father to cultivate recently. Otherwise, I would have gone to play with you. But I know that the little girl is very powerful. It shouldn't be a problem for her to follow you. Just be careful," Carmelita said smilingly. "By the way, why do all the interplanar transportation matrices in the City of Shadows have to be built so far away?" Han Shuo asked after thinking for a moment. "To us, people from other continents are just slaves who provide us with the power of faith. Generally speaking, we rarely travel to other material planes. Therefore, we rarely use interplanar transportation matrices. Besides, to us, those who can enter Elysium have to walk out from the most remote places. Only those who have made it to the big cities through their own efforts will be able to gain some recognition. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices are usually built in remote valleys," Carmelita explained. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing those words. He understood that to the people of Elysium, people from other low-level continents were only worthy of being ordered around by them. They had a natural sense of superiority. Generally speaking, they would leave Elysium for the sole purpose of conquering other continents and obtaining the power of faith from them. Although Elysium was vast, the people of Elysium were willing to waste time on traveling as they saw it as a way to temper themselves. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices were usually located rather far away from the main cities. This was also to let outsiders know that Elysium was not as easy to live on as their original material planes. After chatting with Carmelita for a while longer, Han Shuo left the Saint residence and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After 2 days of preparation, he left with Andrina. Andrina possessed formidable strength. With her alone, Han Shuo believed that there wouldn't be too many problems during the journey. Even if they ran into a god hunter like Bravst, Andrina could easily escape with Han Shuo. This time was different from the past. Han Shuo was going to bring all his friends from Profound Continent to the City of Shadows. They would have to pass through many places along the way. With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo's safety was greatly assured. After leaving the City of Shadows, Han Shuo and Andrina headed straight for the valley where the transportation matrices were located. Along the way, Andrina was very curious. She kept asking Han Shuo about the situation on Profound Continent, annoying Han Shuo to no end. Along the way they passed through a few mountain ranges and did run into a few scattered god hunters. However, none of those god hunters managed to escape from Andrina's ruthless attacks. All of them died by Andrina's hands. You don't seem to show any mercy to god hunters. Do you have some kind of blood feud with them? Han Shuo asked Andrina puzzledly after passing through a mountain range. Having known her for so long, Han Shuo had never seen Andrina kill anyone. Even when Han Shuo tried to tempt her with crystal coins, she wouldn't kill for Han Shuo. However, back when Han Shuo first got to know Andrina, he had seen her hunt god hunters in Greenfire Swamp. She was severely injured because she was besieged by a few god hunter leaders. From this aspect, it could be seen that Andrina was indeed very special to god hunters. From her recent behavior, Han Shuo could tell that Andrina had a deep hatred for god hunters. They deserve to die. Andrina's face immediately turned ice cold when she heard Han Shuo mention god hunters. You have a grudge against them? Han Shuo asked. Andrina nodded. When she saw that Han Shuo was about to ask more questions, she hastily said, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask so many questions." After taking a short pause, Andrina said in a low voice, "You have a lot of secrets too. I haven't asked about them in detail." After hearing those words, Andrina forced a smile and nodded. He did not pursue the matter any further. The two continued on their journey. Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and Han Shuo was very fast. After spending more than 2 months, the two finally arrived at the interplanar transportation matrix that Han Shuo had come from. Unlike when he first came here, he had to pay a sufficient amount of crystal coins to use the interplanar transportation matrix. After arriving at the valley, Han Shuo soon met with Jeff, who had previously helped him apply for a divine tablet. However, compared to his previous enthusiasm, Jeff's attitude this time was much colder. When Jeff heard that Han Shuo wanted to use the interplanar transportation matrix, he said in an eccentric manner, "Yo, I heard that you have been doing quite well in the City of Shadows recently. However, you seem to have forgotten who was the one who helped you arrange everything when you first arrived here. Although we live in a remote area, we still know a lot of rumors. We are very concerned about the ungrateful behavior of certain people." After taking a short pause, Jeff said mischievously, "I'm sorry, today the interplanar transportation matrix only allows entry and not exit. You'll have to wait for a while." Han Shuo's face turned cold and he asked, "Then when is it going out?" "I can't say for sure. That will depend on Lord Dolores," Jeff replied lazily. Dolores was Dolox's elder brother. On the first day Han Shuo arrived at the Laver's residence, he nearly killed Dolox's. It was obvious that everyone in the City of Shadows knew about what happened in the City of Shadows. Unfortunately, they had only seen the glorious side of Han Shuo and had absolutely no idea about Dolox's despicable behavior. They also did not know that Avery had tried to kill him twice. From these people's point of view, the House of Lavers had been taking good care of Han Shuo. They had arranged everything for him even before he arrived on Elysium. Little did they know that after Han Shuo arrived in the City of Shadows, not only did he not contribute anything to the House of Lavers, but he even made an enemy of the House of Lavers. Therefore they thought that Han Shuo was ungrateful. "Take me to Dolores. I'll talk to him," Han Shuo shouted coldly while suppressing the anger in his heart. "Hee, Lord Dolores is busy and has no time to talk to you. Besides, I also have something to do and I don't have the time to bring you around." "Please go ahead," Jeff said in an indifferent and mocking manner. It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Han Shuo. Jeff had made things difficult for Han Shuo previously. But because of Dolores, Han Shuo quickly understood the situation and Han Shuo did not bicker with him. But Han Shuo did not expect that he would be obstructed on his return to Profound Continent. Han Shuo was immediately enraged. Slap. Han Shuo delivered a slap to Jeff's face. A line of blood flowed from the corner of Jeff's mouth and his body staggered. You dare hit me?" Jeff shrieked. He immediately rushed out and yelled, "Murder! Guards!" Han Shuo sneered and followed after Jeff. He looked at Jeff, who was shouting and yelling with cold eyes, and sent another kick at Jeff. The kick sent Jeff flying. When Jeff landed on the ground, several of his bones were broken. Soon enough, a group of divine guards in the vicinity rushed over. Among them was their leader, Dolores. When Dolores saw Han Shuo, he put on a cold and murderous face and said, "I don't care what you do in the City of Shadows. Since you dare to strut around in my territory, I have the right to take you down." After the incident with the Lavers family, Dolores would no longer be as friendly to Han Shuo as before. Han Shuo was well aware of this. He knew that the reason why Jeff dared to talk to him so brazenly was because of Dolores. "I want to use the interplanar transportation matrix. He deliberately obstructed me. He's asking for a beating." Han Shuo sneered and took out the House of Saint badge from his space ring. He waved it in front of the divine guards and said, "This is the badge of the House of Saint. I believe you all recognize it. Please open the interplanar transportation matrix and let me leave. Otherwise you will be betraying the House of Saint. You know the consequences." It was destined that Han Shuo would never be friends with Dolores. Since Dolores had instigated Jeff to do so, Han Shuo did not hold back. Dolores glared at Han Shuo coldly. He looked to his left and right, took a deep breath, stopped his subordinates and shouted in a deep voice, "Let them pass." Under the watchful eyes of the divine guards, Han Shuo boldly left through the interplanar transportation matrix. After Han Shuo disappeared, Dolores put on a cold smile and ordered, "Jeff, bring those prisoners that have been locked up recently. Send them to the coordinates. Whatever happens to them, it has nothing to do with us." "My lord is wise." Jeff was overjoyed when he heard this. He eagerly led his men to fetch the vicious prisoners. Chapter 728. Profound Continent. Nothing much had changed. The ocean surrounding the cemetery of death was azure. The sea breeze was gentle and the air was fresh. However, the elemental energies of heaven and earth were much thinner. Han Shuo, who had just returned from Elysium, found it rather difficult to adapt. "The elemental density here is a little too low," remarked Andrina with a frown as soon as she walked out of the cemetery of death. "This place is different from Elysium. If the elemental density here was too high, I'm afraid that even high-level gods would have come." Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He unfolded his consciousness and took in the surroundings. He suddenly let out a long laugh and said, "Come, follow me back to the city." The two soared into the sky and flew towards Brettel city of Lancelot Empire. Half a day later, Han Shuo and Andrina appeared on the streets of Brettel city. As soon as Han Shuo landed in the city, the scenery of Brettel city was immediately imprinted in his mind. Brettel city was obviously much more prosperous than before. The originally lifeless city was now bustling with traffic. All kinds of shops could be found on every street block. The dazzling array of goods could dazzle one's eyes. Standing on the streets of Brettel city, a sense of familiarity rose spontaneously. After experiencing the liveliness of the city for a while, Han Shuo and Andrina headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Brettel city had changed a lot after being away for more than a decade. The city lord's mansion stood at the center of the city. Squadrons of knights clad in black armor stood proudly on all four sides of the mansion, guarding it. Han Shuo's arrival caused the entire mansion to seethe with excitement. Those whom he was familiar with gathered at the mansion from various districts upon hearing the news. They expressed their excitement in various ways. Jack, Dorcas, and the others had obviously aged. Having not spent much effort cultivating their various energies, they had all become middle-aged men. Jack's children had even joined the army and become Brettel city's knight captains. Helen, on the other hand, was still as beautiful as ever. She had taken a rebirth pill to preserve her youth. She was now a fire-sacred magus with a dazzling halo around her. Very soon, familiar characters began to arrive one after another. Through Dick's message, Emily, Phoebe, Fanny, Jasper, and others who were familiar with Han Shuo arrived via transportation matrices from various major cities. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Emily, Fanny, and the other girls all shed silent tears when they saw Han Shuo, blaming Han Shuo for being so heartless. With a few comforting words, these women of high status in the Lancelot Empire finally calmed their chaotic emotions and began to discuss the situation with Han Shuo. Unsurprisingly, Lancelot Empire had now become the most powerful nation on Profound Continent. Odin Empire, Brute Merchant Alliance, and Kasi Empire had all been annexed. Lawrence had achieved his wish of becoming the overlord of Profound Continent on the surface. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had retreated to impoverished lands and stopped recruiting believers. They had also ceased their religious activities on Profound Continent, gradually withdrawing from the stage of profound continent over the past 10 years. In Lancelot Empire, there were only believers of the Druidic Order and the Calamity Church. A large portion of them worshipped the new god Han Shua. No matter how one looked at it, the current situation on profound continent was very ideal. Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, his apprentice Sanguiner, Balins, Trunks, and others who were familiar with Han Shua all hurried over after receiving the news. In the largest banquet hall of the city lord's mansion, these people who were familiar with Han Shua were all gathered together. Everyone, I have been away for more than 10 years. I am truly happy to be able to gather here today. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Han Shua raised his cup and laughed heartily. The crowd raised their cups and drank to their heart's content. After getting drunk for 3 days, the sober crowd gathered together. This time, Han Shua started to talk about serious matters. The elemental energies on profound continent are too weak, resources are not abundant, and the cultivation of energy is still at a low level. Han Shua slowly described the situation on profound continent and Elysium. The crowd listened attentively to Han Shua's words. For many of them, this was the first time they had learned about this vast universe. When they heard that Elysium was rich in elemental energies and gods were everywhere, many of them were greatly shocked. I will be leaving soon after I return. After I leave this time, there won't be many opportunities for me to return. All in all, Elysium is a much more suitable place for cultivation. I have established some businesses there and I can guarantee your safety. If any of you wish to pursue greater strength, you can tell me and I will bring you to Elysium, Han Shua said in a deep voice. A decade or so was a long time for ordinary people, especially those who did not spend time and energy on cultivation. They spent most of their time and energy on having children. Some of them already had family and love on profound continent that they could not bear to part with. Han Shua knew that not everyone would be willing to make a long and arduous journey to a new and unfamiliar environment. Master, I will go wherever you go. Gilbert immediately declared without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Balins, Sanguiner, and the others who wholeheartedly pursued greater strength also excitedly expressed their support and strongly requested to leave with Han Shua. These people did not have too many attachments on profound continent and were wholeheartedly working hard to become stronger. Now that they heard that they would be offered even better conditions, they did not even think twice and immediately agreed. Fanny, Emily, Phoebe, Helen, Jasper, and the other women who were close to Han Shua more or less had family and loved ones on profound continent. However, it was even more difficult for them to bear the thought of being separated from Han Shua. After hesitating for a moment, they too expressed their willingness to follow Han Shua. However, before leaving, they wanted to bid farewell to their loved ones. As for people like Dorcas and Jack, as they pursued different things in addition to the fact that they already had a family in Brettel City, after pondering for a period of time, they ultimately did not decide to leave. Having gotten his revenge, Trunks now possessed an enormous amount of resources, including the Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest. Now that he had a daughter with that female bandit Janet, he too could not bear to leave and therefore decided to stay. Even those who did not leave would need some time to settle some affairs. Therefore, after tallying up the number of people, Han Shua gave them a time limit. 3 months. After 3 months, they would gather at Brettel City. Those who did not show up at that time would be considered to have decided to stay. Knowing that Han Shua would not have many opportunities to meet them after leaving, those who had decided to stay did not leave Brettel City. During this period of time, they reunited with Han Shua and drank to their heart's content. Han Shua unceremoniously took out some of the cultivation items that he had prepared for Emily and the others and handed them to his friends who planned to stay on profound continent. Some of those items were origin crystals, while others could be used in secret arts. They were priceless items on profound continent. Han Shua generously distributed them. Emily and the others did not mind as Han Shua had informed them that these items could be purchased on Elysium with crystal coins. Therefore they had no qualms about it. Parting was always somewhat sorrowful. Everyone made use of getting drunk to make up for it. For more than 2 months in a row, the city lord's mansion in Brettel City was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. The fragrance of fine wine could be smelled from miles away. Drunken dignitaries constantly walked in and out of the city lord's mansion, drawing the attention of the residents in the city. Han Shua even made a trip to Asen City to bid farewell to King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire. Lawrence was very helpless about Han Shua's departure. However, now that profound continent was completely under his control, it didn't seem like a big deal to lose Han Shuo. Lawrence and Han Shuo could not be persuaded to stay. In Asen City, Candide, Emma, and Gree the Banshees, Pegasus, and Ermite Cotton, who were once subdued by Han Shuo, also expressed their desire to leave with Han Shuo when they heard that he was going to leave. They were already standing at the pinnacle of Profound Continent. As they had been tirelessly pursuing power, they were obviously unwilling to give up this opportunity. After hastily making preparations, they all hurried to Brettel City. 3 months later, Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Bollins, Sanguiner, Emily, Fanny, Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, Ermite Cotton, and the others gathered in Brettel City. After bidding farewell to Jack, Trunks, and the others, they all followed Han Shuo to the Cemetery of Death in the Boundless Sea. Every one of these people who were willing to leave with Han Shuo was someone who pursued power. All of them had the ability to fly, which made the journey very convenient. After spending 7 days under Han Shuo's lead, the party finally arrived at the island where the Cemetery of Death was located. Before they landed on the island, Andrina suddenly bunched her brows and said to Han Shuo in a soft voice, "Huh? There's someone here." Han Shuo was startled. He hastily expanded his consciousness and immediately sensed that there were 5 people in the Cemetery of Death. All 5 of them were mid-gods. This puzzled Han Shuo. "All of you be careful. Stick close to each other." Han Shuo turned around and instructed those people in a soft voice. None of those who were heading to Elysium this time had reached the low-god realm. If a battle were to break out, they wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. "What's going on?" Statholm the Old Monster asked. "There might be enemies. These people aren't people that you can handle for the time being. But don't worry, with me and Andrina around, if they have any malicious intent, they will be dead," Han Shuo explained. He instructed Andrina to carefully protect his friends from Profound Continent as they slowly landed on the island. After waiting for more than 3 months, you have finally arrived." A coarse voice sounded from the center of the Cemetery of Death. Shortly after, a group of 5 sinisterly flew out from the Cemetery of Death. One could tell at a glance that these people weren't good people. Their eyes were filled with undisguised frenzied killing intent as they stared at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's face turned cold and he asked, "Who are you people?" "Youngster, I don't know who you are. In any case, we were originally destined for death. We were forcefully sent to this low-level material plane. That person told us that there is only one low god in this low-level material plane and that we would be dead if we were to return to Elysium. Here, no one can do anything to us and we are rather free and unfettered. Of course, the prerequisite is that we get rid of you first." The leader of the group looked at Han Shuo with a sinister smile. When he saw Emily, Fanny, and the other women behind Han Shuo, he laughed excitedly and said, "Not bad. Although the people of this low-level material plane are weak, these women are rather pretty. It has been a long time since we touched a woman. Very good, very good. You were sent here by Dolores, weren't you?" Han Shuo's face turned gloomy. He coldly sized up the group and immediately guessed what had happened. That's none of your business. In any case, from today onwards, we are the ones who call the shots on this continent. Youngster, just accept your bad luck," the leader said with a maniacal laugh. The few people behind him sized up Emily and the other women with sinister gazes. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and attack them. "You keep an eye on them. I'll get rid of this trash." Before Han Shuo could say anything, Andrina had already rushed out. Andrina had always detested this kind of people. It's a little girl. I like her. Don't you dare snatch her from me." A shabbily dressed little old man who cultivated in the energy of darkness rubbed his hands excitedly when he saw Andrina flying over. Andrina didn't cultivate in any of the 12 fundamental energies and she was adept at concealing her aura. Therefore, the 5 of them had no idea that Andrina was a god of slaughter. "Leave one alive," Han Shuo hastily reminded when he saw Andrina rushing out with a cold face. "Got it. I'll leave one alive for you," Andrina replied to Han Shuo impatiently. Then, like a sheep entering a tiger's den, she charged at the 5 people. A gorgeous curtain of light flew out from her delicate body and formed 5 small vortexes that instantly sucked all 5 people in. As expected, the 5 people were reduced to a bloody mess and turned into a rain of blood that scattered on the ground. The crude leader looked as if he had been skinned alive. Covered in blood, he looked at Andrina with fear in his eyes and screamed, "Spare me, spare me." "Is it Dolores?" Han Shuo asked indifferently after he had stored the other 4 people's divine souls into the cauldron of myriad demon. "I don't know any Dolores. I was escorted here by an old man named Jeff. The man screamed and begged bitterly, "Please spare me, we have no enmity between us." Alright, he has no value anymore. Han Shuo waved his hand mercilessly. He already knew who was behind this. Bang! The man's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Mike Cotton, Statholm, and the others behind Han Shuo were all dumbfounded. The 5 people did not conceal their terrifying auras. Before them, Mike Cotton and the others found it difficult to even breathe. Yet, these 5 experts were so easily killed by Andrina. Moreover, Andrina looked like a little girl. This strong contrast shocked them greatly. Oh no, the interplanar transportation matrix has been destroyed. Andrina suddenly cried out in alarm. What? Han Shuo was shocked. Chapter 729. The Cemetery of Death was a complete mess. The interplanar transportation matrix had been forcibly destroyed. There was no way that interplanar transportation could take place. It appeared that the 5 were afraid of being hunted down by those from Elysium. Therefore, the first thing they did upon arriving on Profound Continent was to destroy the interplanar transportation matrix. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, they would have to go through countless twists and turns to travel from Elysium to Profound Continent. Even their most hated enemies would not be in the mood to come to Profound Continent. Without any restraints, as long as they killed Han Shuo, the 5 of them would be able to do whatever they wanted on Profound Continent. No one would be able to stop them. These 5 had made a good plan. But with that, Han Shuo would be in deep trouble. Everything was ready and Han Shuo could leave Profound Continent. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, how was he going to bring his friends who had yet to reach Logod Realm to Elysium? In order to travel across interplanar planes, not only would one need extraordinary strength, but they would also encounter all kinds of dangers along the way. One moment of carelessness and they might even lose their way. Even Han Shuo himself did not have the confidence to do so, not to mention bringing along a bunch of old and weak. Han Shuo wanted to cry but had no tears. He forced a smile and asked Andrina beside him, "Do you know anything about interplanar transportation matrices?" Andrina shook her head and gnashed her teeth hatefully. In a cold voice she said, "That Dolores fella is too hateful. He obviously wants you dead. Even if he can't kill you, he will make it difficult for you to return to Elysium. He is indeed vicious." What's the point of saying all this? Now that we've lost the interplanar transportation matrix, it will be impossible for us to return to Elysium. Han Shuo said with a bitter smile. Statholm the old monster and the others were dumbfounded. After hearing Han Shuo's description of Elysium, they had been so excited that they even cultivated impatiently. Now that their hopes had been dashed, the frustration and disappointment in their hearts surged out and they sighed. "Is there no other way?" Mike asked softly. "The journey between interplanar planes is too perilous. Even I don't have the confidence to survive it, let alone bring you guys along." Han Shuo forced a smile and said, "Only Andrina has the confidence to cross interplanar planes. We are in big trouble." "How about this, Brian? Let's find a nearby material plane and see if there's an interplanar transportation matrix. When we return to Elysium, we can make a trip to the Space Dominion and hire a god who cultivates in the Edict of Space to refine an interplanar transportation matrix for us. After that, we can think of a way to return to Profound Continent and bring them away. What do you think?" Andrina hesitated for a moment and felt that this was the only way. It's too difficult. To travel from Profound Continent to Elysium and find a suitable place to travel to Elysium, who knows how many setbacks and how much time would be wasted, Han Shuo said with a deep frown, shaking his head and sighing. "Other than that, do you have any better ideas?" Andrina asked. Han Shuo shook his head and forced a smile. "It seems that this is indeed the only way. However, I will have to look for those from the Druidic Order. Back then, that guy came here by crossing interplanar planes. Maybe he knows a shortcut. It would be great if he knows a shortcut." Andrina nodded and sighed. It's a pity that there are no experts cultivating in the Edict of Space on this material plane. Otherwise, there might be a way to repair this interplanar transportation matrix. Han Shuo, who was about to make a trip to the Druidic Order, stared blankly for a moment. But soon after, his mind jolted and he laughed. "There might be a way." "What is it?" Andrina asked, puzzled. Back then, during the battle with the Light Pope, Han Shuo had snatched the Holy Grail from them. McKinley, who was inside the Holy Grail, was an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space. As Han Shuo had been rather busy lately, He had long forgotten about McKinley inside the Holy Grail. It was only after hearing Andrina's words that he remembered that there was a divine soul cultivating in the Edict of Space inside the Holy Grail. Han Shuo took out the Holy Grail from his space ring and attempted to communicate with McKinley using his consciousness. "Hey McKinley, how are you? You stinking brat, it's been a long time since you've looked for me." McKinley cursed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shuo had finally remembered him. After scolding Han Shuo for a while, he asked, "Why did you think of me this time?" "I want to ask you for a favor." Han Shuo put on a bitter face after listening to McKinley's complaints for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space, Han Shuo wouldn't have thought of McKinley. Han Shuo had previously promised McKinley that he would accompany him whenever he had free time. It was obvious that Han Shuo had gone back on his word. "I knew you wouldn't think of me when you don't need me, humph," McKinley complained to Han Shuo. After a while he asked, "Speak, what's the matter?" "The interplanar transportation matrix on this continent has been destroyed. You cultivate in the Edict of Space. Do you have a way to repair it for me?" Han Shuo hastily replied. McKinley's divine soul grew visibly excited when he heard that Han Shuo wanted him to repair the interplanar transportation matrix. He did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question but hastily asked, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of leaving Profound Continent? Are you planning to go to Elysium?" "Haha, if you are really going to Elysium, you must bring me to the Space Dominion to look for someone. Who knows, I might even be able to find my divine body." Yes. Han Shuo dared not tell McKinley that he had returned from Elysium. Otherwise, McKinley would be infuriated to death by Han Shuo. Back when Han Shuo asked McKinley about Elysium, McKinley had implored Han Shuo to help him make a trip to the Space Dominion if he ever returned to Elysium. Han Shuo had long promised to do so. Unfortunately, he had forgotten about McKinley's existence after arriving on Elysium. Naturally, he couldn't fulfill his promise. "Are you really going to Elysium?" McKinley was indescribably excited. Only by going to Elysium would he be able to find a way to change his situation and escape from the Holy Grail. "That's right. Do you have a way to repair the interplanar transportation matrix?" Han Shuo asked impatiently. "That depends on how badly damaged the interplanar transportation matrix is. But even if it's completely destroyed, as long as you can provide me with sufficient materials, I can still help you build a new one," McKinley said confidently. "I'm a high god cultivating in the Edict of Space. Back in Elysium, I was a well-known character in the Space Dominion. Repairing a small interplanar transportation matrix is a piece of cake." Han Shuo was overjoyed to hear those words. He asked, "The broken interplanar transportation matrix is just ahead. What should we do?" "Put the Holy Grail inside the interplanar transportation matrix. I will be able to sense the situation through the remnants of the Edict of Space around the matrix," McKinley said proudly. Without hesitation, Han Shuo carefully placed the Holy Grail on top of the destroyed interplanar transportation matrix. "Brian, who's the divine soul inside the Holy Grail?" Andrina put on a grave face and softly replied, "That fella's divine soul is very powerful. He should have entered late-stage low-god realm. When did you get to know such a terrifying fella?" Andrina possessed extraordinary strength. Given that Han Shuo and McKinley were communicating with each other through their souls, it was only natural that she could sense McKinley's existence. "He's an unlucky bastard who had just reached late-stage high god realm and cultivated in the Edict of Space. His divine soul and divine body were separated by someone. His divine body was imprisoned in some unknown place and his divine soul was imprisoned in this Holy Grail. He was transported from Elysium to this material plane. I only found out about all this because I happened to obtain this Holy Grail," Han Shuo explained smilingly. "How did a late-stage high god end up like this? Who did he offend?" Andrina was greatly astonished. There wasn't a single late-stage high god expert on Elysium who wasn't famous. She was even more astonished when she heard about McKinley's strength. "According to him, he seems to have offended one of the God of Light's 3 keepers of the light, Jar," replied Han Shuo after recalling for a moment. "Jar." Andrina's face jolted. She looked at the Holy Grail with great astonishment. She forced a smile and explained to Han Shuo, "Brian Jar is one of the most terrifying experts in the Light Dominion. Every one of the 3 keepers of the light is incredibly powerful. For this fella to be sealed in the Holy Grail by Jar, he can't be a nobody." "What's his name?" "McKinley." Han Shuo didn't try to hide it. "It's him." Andrina was once again shocked. Under Han Shuo's astonished gaze, Andrina explained, This fella used to be a very famous character in the Space Dominion. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a very eccentric temper. He has been missing for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would be imprisoned by Jar. No wonder. Why are you so familiar with the situation on Elysium? Han Shua looked at Andrina blankly. I've lived longer than you. Naturally, I've heard more than you. Many people on Elysium know about these things. It's nothing to be surprised about. When Andrina saw that Han Shua was doubting her identity again, she giggled innocently. Why wouldn't I know? Han Shua glared at her and asked, how many things are you hiding from me? Little friend, how long have you been on Elysium? It would be strange if you knew, hee. Andrina rolled her eyes. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Han Shua said angrily. Sister Fanny, Brian is bullying me. Andrina cried out in her sweet voice. When Fanny heard that, she immediately glared at Han Shua and said angrily, Brian, why are you always fooling around with a child? Andrina is so adorable and everyone loves her. You're the only one bullying her. Recently, Andrina had been getting along quite well with the ladies around her, especially the kind and innocent Fanny. She was the closest to Andrina. During this time, Fanny had brought Andrina to tour the entire profound continent. She was very fond of Andrina. Every time she saw Han Shua berating Andrina, she would be the first to stand up and rebuke Han Shua. A child. Even 100 of you added together wouldn't be as old as her. Han Shua forced a smile and secretly glared at Andrina. He did not say anything else. He knew that it was pointless to talk to Fanny. As long as Fanny treated Andrina as a child, Han Shua wouldn't be able to change anything. This woman was adorably silly. Look! Statholm softly shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. The Holy Grail that contained McKinley suddenly produced an intense undulation. The space around it rippled like water. Under the effect of some bizarre energy, the previously destroyed interplanar transportation matrix miraculously began to reconnect. Soon, a small-scale interplanar transportation matrix appeared before Han Shua. The group was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected McKinley to be so fast when he made his move. Many of the interplanar transportation matrix's materials were destroyed. I can only repair it with existing materials. Therefore, this interplanar transportation matrix is slightly smaller. It can only transport 2 or 3 people at a time. However, as long as you have enough energy crystals, you will still be able to return to Elysium safely, McKinley transmitted to Han Shua after the Holy Grail had returned to Han Shua's hand. Thank you. Han Shua said sincerely. Without McKinley's help, who knew how many twists and turns they would have to go through in order to reach Elysium? You're welcome. Just remember to send my divine soul to the Space Dominion when you arrive on Elysium. As long as you help me with this task, I will definitely reward you handsomely after I find my divine body, McKinley repeatedly reminded Han Shua as he was obsessed with finding his divine body. Don't worry. I will definitely remember this. Once I settle down on Elysium, the first thing I will do is make a trip to the Space Dominion and settle your matter. Han Shua immediately guaranteed. This time he was truly sincere. Han Shua had enough energy crystals in his possession. Interplanar transportation wouldn't be a problem. However, as he wasn't on good terms with those in the interplanar transportation matrix valley in the Darkness Dominion, Han Shua had Andrina, Fanny, and Emily go first. He was in charge of constantly activating the interplanar transportation matrix. Rays of dazzling white light flashed past. The familiar faces disappeared before Han Shua's eyes in groups of 2s and 3s. Han Shua and Air Mike were the last to enter the interplanar transportation matrix after everyone else had used the interplanar transportation matrix to reach Elysium. After a flash of white light, Han Shua finally returned to Elysium. What a dense elemental energy. My goodness, this place is perfect for cultivation. Ugh, the gravity is so strong. I can't even fly. This is great. A day of cultivation here is equivalent to a year on Profound Continent. What a miraculous place. No wonder gods are everywhere. As soon as Han Shua arrived at the valley, he was greeted by a cacophony of chatter. Those who had just arrived on Elysium could immediately sense the differences between Profound Continent and Elysium. Andrina giggled and stayed with Fanny. She explained the differences between Elysium and Profound Continent to Fanny. Back on Profound Continent, Fanny was the host. She had brought Andrina around the entire continent. However, as soon as they arrived on this unfamiliar Elysium, Fanny immediately appeared rather restrained. As the host, Andrina began to console Fanny smilingly. What's going on? Why are there a bunch of people who haven't ascended to godhood? What bad luck. On the viewing platform, a few divine guards noticed that a bunch of strangers had suddenly appeared. They immediately started discussing among themselves. "Come this way," shouted a divine guard at the front. His mouth was filled with foul language. "You fellas, do you think Elysium is a place for sightseeing? With your strength, coming to Elysium is no different than suicide. I really don't understand you lot. How dare you come to Elysium with such meager strength? You must be tired of living." Bam. Before the divine guard could finish his sentence, Andrina raised her little hand. The divine guard was sent flying as though he had received a heavy blow to his chest. "Cut the crap. I will kill you if you dare to talk nonsense again." Andrina glared at the divine guard. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from her petite body. Andrina was in a very bad mood after the interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent was destroyed. She had almost been unable to return to Elysium. As soon as she arrived, she heard this person blabbering on and on. "How dare you!" The divine guards around her were startled. They suddenly surrounded Andrina and pointed their divine weapons at her. It was at this moment that Han Shuo, who was surrounded, walked out from the crowd with a sneer. He looked at the divine guards and said, "Where's Dolores? Releasing a condemned prisoner without permission is a capital offense. Are you all tired of living?" These divine guards recognized Han Shuo and knew about the conflict between Han Shuo and Dolores. Their faces jolted when they saw Han Shuo suddenly appear. They did not expect that Han Shuo would be able to return to Elysium alive. "Lord Dolores isn't here. We don't know where he is," a divine guard lightly groaned. One of the divine guards softly groaned. It was obvious that he was very displeased with Han Shuo. However, he knew that Han Shuo had some status in the City of Shadows and that he had a close relationship with the House of Saint. Therefore he dared not speak ill of him. "Dolores is done for. Good luck to you all," a divine guard lightly groaned. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and decided not to bicker with these people. He nodded at Andrina and led Fanny and the others to the place where divine tablets were processed. "Old Jeff, you didn't expect me to come back alive, did you?" Han Shuo lifted Jeff up and gave him a few slaps on the face. Jeff was dizzy and seeing stars. What gives you the right to hit me?" Jeff shrieked as soon as he regained his senses. However, it seemed that Dolores really wasn't around. No matter how loudly he yelled, Dolores did not show up. "Cut the crap. Process their divine tablets for me. I'll talk to you later," Han Shuo sneered as he threw a black crystal coin in front of Jeff. "Those below base god strength cannot process divine tablets." Jeff raised his head and shouted. Han Shuo's face turned cold as he grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pulled Jeff to his side, looked him straight in the eye and softly asked, "Are you sure you won't do it?" Jeff felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He knew that Han Shuo had the intention to kill him. His expression changed drastically and he hastily said, "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Without base god strength, there's no way a divine tablet can verify one's identity. I'm just a small fry. Please let me go." Chapter 730. One cannot obtain a divine tablet without base god strength? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Judging from Jeff's fearful expression, he did not seem to be lying. In that case, only a handful of people could obtain a divine tablet. "Do whatever you can for me first." Han Shuo flung Jeff hard onto the table with a bang. He nodded repeatedly with a face full of fear, deathly afraid that Han Shuo would directly kill him. Jeff knew a little about the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. Given Han Shuo's current status in the City of Shadows, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to kill a minor character like Jeff. Although Jeff had been following Dolores all this time, he was able to quickly discern the situation when his life was at stake. Under Jeff's arrangement, Stratholm the Old Monster, Air Mike Cotton, the Emperor of the Flames, and the others quickly settled the divine tablets. As for those like Fanny who had yet to attain base god strength, since the divine tablets could not confirm their identity, they could only wait until later. After Jeff had settled Han Shuo's matter, he carefully handed over the crystal coins to Han Shuo. He did not dare to say anything for fear of angering Han Shuo. "Tell me where Dolores is and I'll spare your life," Han Shuo said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Jeff. He didn't take the remaining crystal coins. "Please spare my life, my lord. I really don't know where Dolores is." Jeff cried out in fear. "Brian, don't make things difficult for him. Fanny said softly. Han Shuo softly groaned and said, "All right then, I'll let it go for today. But you have to be more careful in the near future. Dolores is done for. I heard that it was you who sent those death row prisoners to Profound Continent. This is no small crime. Just you wait to be punished." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo paid no more attention to Jeff. He left the place with Andrina and headed towards the direction of the City of Shadows. As long as Han Shuo went back to inform Erebus, Andre or Carmelita, Dolores and Jeff would definitely be severely punished. The two of them would be in trouble sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry to do anything to them. When they arrived on Elysium, due to the drastic change in gravity, most of those who came from Profound Continent had lost the ability to fly. With that, they could only walk on foot. Their speed immediately dropped. At this time, Han Shuo realized that he had been negligent. If he had known this would happen, he would have bought a flying bat. With the flying bat, they wouldn't have wasted so much time on the road. It was a pity that the flying bats were only sold in some big towns, and the valley was remote, so there was still a long way to go to the nearest big town. Statholm and his party weren't in a hurry. They were new to Elysium and were highly interested in everything. They constantly marveled at the vastness of Elysium and the abundance of elemental energies on Elysium. They were especially interested in the flora and fauna on Elysium. The women in particular treated the journey as a sightseeing tour. They couldn't stop chattering and laughing along the way. 3 days after Han Shuo left Elysium, Dolores returned. Through Jeff, Dolores immediately understood the situation. His face turned gloomy and he said hatefully, "That youngster sure is lucky to be able to return to Elysium alive. My lord, what should we do? Given his relationship with the House of Saint, all he needs to do is say a word and we'll both be done for." Jeff had a dejected look on his face. He was truly afraid. That's right. What are you panicking for?" Dolores chided. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he suddenly asked, "You are saying that he brought a lot of weaklings with him?" "Yes, there isn't even a low god among them. There aren't many of them who have reached base god or demigod realm. In our Elysium, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a child," Jeff replied. "I see." Dolores sneered and said, "With such a group of burdens, that youngster won't be able to travel quickly. As long as we find a way to prevent him from ever returning to the City of Shadows, we will be fine." "My lord, what do you mean?" Jeff stared blankly for a moment. He knew that Han Shuo would not be easy to deal with after he failed to kill Han Shuo the last time. Now that he thought about it, he realized that there was no irreconcilable hatred between him and Han Shuo. Besides, he was also afraid of Han Shuo's influence in the City of Shadows. In his heart, he was no longer willing to provoke Han Shuo. "You don't have to worry about this. I have my own arrangements." Dolores' eyes glinted with sinister and cold lights. He instructed, "Take care of the problems in Elysium. I need to go out for a while." Dolores, who had just returned to Elysium, did not stay for long. He immediately left with his men. Hushvale City, Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters. In a secret underground chamber, Avery, who was meditating in the pitch-black darkness, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and discovered that a magical device was glowing beside him. Then Dolores's image gradually became clearer. "What happened?" Avery asked in a deep voice. "Second uncle, that kid came back alive." Dolores in the mirror image replied. "How is that possible?" Avery's expression changed slightly. He softly cried out, "Even if those prisoners couldn't cause them any trouble, they would have destroyed the transportation matrix on that low-level material plane. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, it won't be easy for them to return to Elysium. Have you checked the transportation matrix on that material plane?" "It's sealed. Only those who know how to seal it can pass through," Dolores replied with a bitter smile. "Huh?" Avery cried out in surprise. Could it be that there are experts cultivating in the Edict of Space among their group? Otherwise, how could they have sealed the interplanar transportation matrix? "I don't know either," Dolores shook his head. "Tell me the details." Avery's face turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice. After Dolores explained the situation, Avery sneered and said, "I didn't expect that youngster to bring so many burdens with him. Alright, I got it. They can forget about returning to the City of Shadows alive." Upon finishing those words, Avery disconnected his connection with Dolores and reconnected the magical device. A moment later, another person appeared in the magical mirror, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. "Avery, how are you doing here?" the white-haired old man asked smilingly. "Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Hassling. Avery first smiled and expressed his gratitude. Shortly after, he put on a solemn face and said, I have received news that Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has just returned from a low-level material plane. He has taken over everything in the City of Shadows. I believe Mr. Hassling will be very interested in teaching him a lesson. What's the situation? Hassling put on a faint smile and asked in a soft voice. After listening to Avery's explanation, Hassling nodded smilingly and said, I understand. Continue to rest. Leave this matter to me. Hassling took the initiative to disconnect with Avery. Then, Avery used the magical device to contact another person. When the blurry image of that person appeared, Hassling smilingly said, Bravst, the little girl you are looking for has just left the Interplanar Transportation Valley in the City of Shadows. I believe you will be very interested in her. If you can help me deliver the head of that youngster named Brian to me, I will give you an additional 100 bottles of mind confusion poison. Deal. Before the image of the person appeared, a deep voice sounded and the connection was severed. How dare you ruin my business? Youngster, the Godswamp Pharmacy isn't that easy to take over. I want you to spit it all out. Hassling sneered, Elysium is so vast. It took us 7 days just to reach a single valley. Phoebe lamented. That was what the crowd was thinking. They had gradually adapted to their new environment over the past few days and realized just how vast Elysium was. Some, such as Gree the Banshee, Pegasus, and a few others, were considered outstanding characters back on Profound Continent. They could practically do whatever they wanted on the entire Profound Continent. Unfortunately, after arriving on Elysium, they encountered some people who were low gods. Their auras instilled fear in them. They cautiously followed behind Han Shura, fearing that they would have nowhere to go if they left Han Shura. Yes, this continent is vast. Even a small valley is bigger than the territory of the Lancelot Empire. We need to hurry to the nearest city and buy an airship. Otherwise, at this rate, we won't be able to reach the City of Shadows for at least a year or two. Han Shua said smilingly. Brian, are those god hunters really that terrifying? Fanny was instinctively afraid of the god hunters that Han Shua mentioned. Whenever she thought of those people who specialized in hunting gods, she felt a chill run down her spine. God hunters are a special group of people on Elysium. These people hunt others to increase their strength. They are the most abominable. As soon as I run into those god hunters, I will kill every last one of them. Andrina said hatefully. Don't worry, the god hunters won't be interested in you. You haven't reached the low god realm and you haven't condensed divine energy in your body. They won't waste their time on you, Han Shua comforted Fanny. So you're saying that we don't even have the qualifications to be hunted? Statholm the old monster put on a bitter smile. He shook his head and sighed, it seems that we have been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Sigh, although the cultivation environment on this continent is excellent, this is too much of a blow to our confidence. Don't worry. To be able to cultivate to this stage in a place as barren as Profound Continent shows that all of you possess astonishing aptitudes. On Elysium I will provide you with crystal coins. Using the rich elements here your strength will rapidly increase. I believe that it won't be long before every one of you reaches the low god realm. Han Shua comforted Statholm smilingly. This was also the reason why Han Shua spared no effort to bring them to Elysium. To be able to cultivate to such a stage on Profound Continent was a testament to their wisdom and aptitude. Now that they were in a better environment, under great pressure, they would definitely work tirelessly to become stronger. With Han Shua's help they would improve rapidly. It was not impossible for them to become the main force of Han Shua's family head in the future. After another month the group finally passed through the valley. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived at an even more vast mountain range. This mountain range was even vaster than the valley. As long as they passed through this mountain range, they would be able to reach a slightly larger town. Perhaps they would be able to buy an airship there. After traveling for a few days in this mountain range, Han Shua suddenly discovered through his demon generals that there were a lot more people around them. Those people were pretending to be ordinary godswolves but were secretly observing Han Shua and his party. Something's not right. Han Shua said to Andrina. Although Andrina's divine soul was sharp, it was limited to the area around her. Naturally, she couldn't see things that were extremely far away with the help of her demon generals like Han Shua could. What's going on? Andrina asked puzzledly. A lot of people are secretly gathering here using all kinds of methods. Those people possess extraordinary strength. Although they are carefully concealing their auras, they are paying close attention to us. In my opinion, they should be god hunters and not the scattered kind. Han Shua said in a deep voice. You mean the God Hunter Alliance? Andrina was startled. Shortly after, she said angrily, they are courting death. I was just fretting that I couldn't find them. Han Shua shook his head and put on a grave face. He said, they seem to know that you are here. That's why they aren't approaching us. I think we are in big trouble this time. What do you mean? Andrina stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, she realized something and cried out in surprise. You mean? Han Shua nodded and said in a deep voice, it might be like what happened at Greenfire Swamp. They seem to be waiting for their leaders to arrive. They will only attack us when they are fully confident. Andrina was startled. She said, if that's the case, even I won't be able to protect all of them until they reach the City of Shadows. I know. Han Shua took a deep breath and said, that's why we have to split up. You will stay here with them for the time being. Use a boundary to conceal their auras and yours. We will stay in this mountain range for some time. Meanwhile, I will leave by myself and think of a way to lure those people away. After they leave, you will bring them to the nearest city, purchase an airship, and send them to the City of Shadows as quickly as possible. How can you lure them away? Their target should be me. If they can't see me, they won't fall for your trap. Andrina said anxiously. A demon general flew out from Cauldron Spirit and slowly materialized in front of Han Shua. It gradually took on the appearance of Andrina. Then, a few more demon generals flew out and transformed into the appearances of Statholm, Fanny, and the others. Each and every one of them looked exactly the same as Han Shua and Han Shua. This is... Not only Andrina but everyone else was shocked. They looked at Han Shua in disbelief. It was a very impactful scene to suddenly have another version of themselves in front of them. All of a sudden they were all stupefied. That's it. Any more questions? Han Shua put on a faint smile and asked Andrina. How did you do it? Andrina shook her head and forced a smile. Last time, you said that you could only use this life form to gather information. But now, you can transform into a human at will. Just how many more secrets do you have? Chapter 731. This transfiguration ability won't be able to deceive anyone. As long as I examine it with my divine soul from a close distance, I will be able to tell the difference. However, those god hunters won't dare to get too close. It is indeed difficult to discern the difference from a distance. In this case, I can lure them away while you stay here and conceal your presence. After some time, you can escape via another route. You should be fine, Han Shua said smilingly. What about you? If those god hunter leaders move out and surround you, won't you be dead meat? Andrina asked worriedly after thinking for a moment. Fanny and the other ladies were worried sick. They started disagreeing with Han Shua's suggestion. Although these ladies were very confident in Han Shua, after coming to Elysium and witnessing the experts of this world, their confidence in Han Shua was not as blind as before. After listening to Andrina's suggestion, they did not want Han Shua to take the risk. Don't worry, I might not be able to defeat them, but no one can stop me if I want to leave. Han Shua said smilingly, you should know that there aren't many who are better at escaping than I am. Are you really confident that you can escape from their encirclement? Andrina was still rather skeptical. Even she almost died when she was hunted down by those god hunter leaders, let alone Han Shua. Han Shua nodded and replied confidently, absolutely. Alright, I will stay here with them. As long as you lure those god hunters away, I guarantee that you will be able to safely escort them to the City of Shadows. Andrina hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed to Han Shua's suggestion. She had no better ideas other than that. Most importantly, Andrina felt that Han Shua was hiding a lot of secrets. Based on her understanding of Han Shua, she knew that Han Shua wasn't the kind of person who would boast. Without absolute confidence, Han Shua wouldn't be so confident. Brian, I'm sorry we've become a burden to you. Ermike put on a bitter face. He, who had once been an all-powerful figure on Profound Continent, had never imagined that he would one day be so helpless. It doesn't matter. Everyone, there's no need to be disheartened. With your aptitude and comprehension, you'll definitely make a difference in this vast continent. In time, all of you will enter the realm of Logod. When that time comes, you won't have to worry so much. Han Shua said smilingly. Thank goodness we came with you. If we had come to Elysium alone, I'm afraid none of us would have survived to become Logods. Statholm shook his head and sighed endlessly. At this point, he'd already figured out the situation and fully realized the benefits of having an acquaintance. All right, you can thank me later. Han Shuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and tossed it to Andrina. He warned, "This is for you to buy the airship. Don't be greedy. You're so long-winded. Of course I can figure out the situation." Andrina put away the crystal coins and groaned discontentedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet in the City of Shadows." Han Shuo waved his hand and led the group of dummies that the demon generals had conjured, leaving without a second thought. Without Air Mike and the other encumbrances, Han Shuo's speed was much faster. Although he was still on foot, his transformed demon generals were still very fast. Some of his demon generals transformed into the appearances of Andrina and the others, while the others remained in their incorporeal forms. They spread out in all directions, secretly spying on every movement within 100 miles of them. Not even the slightest movement could escape Han Shuo's eyes and ears. Many scattered god hunters surrounded Han Shuo from all directions. These god hunters had varying strengths. Most of them were early-stage or mid-stage mid-gods. For the time being, not a single high god was detected. They were very cautious and did not attack Han Shuo without permission. They were most likely wary of Andrina's strength and were waiting for their leader to arrive. With the help of his demon general's vision, Han Shuo effortlessly avoided some of the areas where god hunters were densely packed. He purposely chose areas where the god hunters were weaker and fewer in number, disrupting their movements and forcing them to change their course. For the next 5 days, Han Shuo and his transformed demon general had ventured deep into the heart of the mountain range. It was at this time that the demon general finally discovered the presence of a high god hunter. It was an ugly young man in ragged clothes. His face was full of bumps and hollows as though he had been severely scalded. He had a head of long, disheveled silver hair and cultivated in the energy of darkness. As soon as this person arrived, many of the god hunters in the vicinity gathered around him and respectfully reported the situation in the mountain range to him. The high god's soul was extremely sensitive. Fearing that the high god would discover the existence of the demon generals, Han Shuo had all the demon generals in that area moved far away. This way, the high god could only vaguely see the location of those people but not hear what they were saying. They were obviously wary of Andrina. Even though this young man was alone, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they continued to encircle Han Shuo from afar. In order to lure them further away, Han Shuo had no choice but to move towards a less populated area. When those god hunters saw that Han Shuo was approaching, they all moved away from him. 3 days later, a few more god hunters arrived at the mountain range, including 2 high gods. One of them was a burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, while the other was a white-haired old woman cultivating in the Edict of Death. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the god hunters, Han Shuo surmised that the burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was Bravst, whom he had met in the valley. With 3 high gods of death, darkness and destruction arriving in the mountain range, and a dozen mid-gods and late-stage mid-gods, their combined strength was not inferior to any of the large family clans in the City of Shadows. When they felt that the time was right, they began to gradually close in on Han Shuo and prepare to strike. Han Shuo immediately raised his vigilance when he saw that they had started to move. Before they could complete their encirclement, using the probing abilities of his demon generals, Han Shuo stealthily crept into the weakest part of the encirclement. Those demon generals transformed into Andrina and the others were immediately put away by Han Shuo. They transformed into their incorporeal forms and clung to the lush foliage of the trees. As soon as the obvious targets disappeared, Han Shuo immediately concealed his aura and moved stealthily in the shade of the lush foliage. Lord Bravst, the targets have suddenly vanished without a trace. A mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction hastily came to the burly man's side and reported in a low voice. Vanished? Bravst's thick brows bunched. His eyes glinted as he nodded and said, Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. It seems that she has discovered our plan. She must have used some special method to conceal her aura. However, with such a large target, there's no way that they can escape from our encirclement. As long as we continue to close in on them, we will surely be able to find them. That's right. Our encirclement has shrunk to a very small area. There's no way that they can escape without making a sound. We must find Andrina even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Andrina is too big of a threat to us god hunters. If she doesn't die, our god hunters will suffer even greater losses, that ugly young man said in a sinister voice. All of you be careful. If you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. Kiki, they're carrying a bunch of ants who have yet to reach Low God Realm. There's no way they can escape. That old woman said with a strange laugh. After hearing the three's words, the god hunters quickly left the area. They flew across the area and occupied every advantageous terrain. Bit by bit, they began to close in on the encirclement. These god hunters were well trained and had long been accustomed to hunting others in the mountain range. They cooperated with each other in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, all of their actions had fallen into Han Shua's eyes. Without Stratholme and the other burdens, and without the barrier in this area full of cover and towering trees, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to capture Han Shua, who knew his every move like the back of his hand. Under the shade of a large, withered tree, Han Shua dug a hole that could only fit one person. He sunk his entire body into the hole and held his breath in rapt attention. He opened his mind and soul. His consciousness was ethereal and empty. He did not think about anything and became one with the nature of the mountain range. One god hunter after another passed by Han Shua. However, not a single one of them discovered the target that they had been painstakingly searching for. Even that low god of darkness who possessed high god strength did not discover the anomaly beneath his feet when he passed by this area. Their encirclement was still slowly shrinking. Soon, all the god hunters had gathered at the center from all directions. We didn't discover anything. There's no one on our side. There's nothing. Several dozen god hunters gathered at the center of the encirclement. Each and every one of them reported their situation. However, not a single one of them discovered anything unusual. How is this possible? That ugly young man cried in a low voice. He said, they were clearly within this encirclement. How could so many of them suddenly vanish? Gallus, don't worry. They definitely did not leave this area. Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. As long as she hides and constructs boundaries that conceal her aura and presence, it's normal that we wouldn't discover her, Brovst said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. Then what should we do? That high god of darkness named Gallus asked in a low voice. It's simple. Everyone split up and attack in all directions. As long as it's a boundary or seal, there will always be some anomalies when it is attacked, that old woman said with a sinister smile. That's right. Everyone split up and attack one area at a time. We don't need to expend much divine energy. Even a small bone arrow will be enough to find out the situation, Brovst commanded. The god hunters obeyed the order and started sweeping the area they came from. They launched all kinds of attacks at the same time, stirring up clouds of dust and snapping tree branches. Using this method, they rapidly cleared out all areas that could possibly be affected by the boundary. God damn it, luckily I'm smart enough to keep them at the back. Otherwise, Andrina's boundary wouldn't be able to hide from them in such a blanket search. Han Shua cursed in a low voice from underground. He saw that one of them was getting closer and closer to him, so he walked out of the ground. Han Shua had actually left their encirclement. If Han Shua were to leave at this moment, those god hunters would have no way of stopping Han Shua. He could easily retreat. However, if Han Shua were to leave without making a sound, those god hunters would definitely not give up on searching the entire mountain range. If they were allowed to remain in this mountain range, they would pose a great threat to Andrina and the others. Having evaded the encirclement, Han Shua had no choice but to purposely reveal himself and make a bit of noise in this area. With a crack, an old tree that was neither too big nor too small suddenly snapped. Suddenly, a loud and clear whistle sounded. The god hunter closest to Han Shua immediately shrieked, "Over here! Over here!" One after another, figures were shuttling through the trees. Terrifying auras converged towards Han Shua from all directions. It was an extremely frightening sight. Han Shua was running at top speed. He deliberately left behind tracks along the way. Sometimes he would break a branch on a tree, and sometimes he would leave heavy footprints on the ground. With that, those god hunters no longer had any doubts. They followed closely behind Han Shua and chased after Han Shua with all their might. After traveling for half a day, Han Shua no longer deliberately left behind tracks and concealed his aura. When those god hunters reached the last track left behind by Han Shua, they suddenly discovered that they had lost track of him. It became rather difficult for them to continue the pursuit. "What should we do?" a mid-god asked. "They must not have gone too far with those burdens. Since the tracks have disappeared, there is only one possibility." Brovst mischievously laughed and said, "They must have gone into hiding again." Everyone spread out and continued to search using the same method as before. "I believe that after running for so long, they must be more tired than we are. Let's see where they will run to this time. Be careful. Remember, as long as Andrina is alive, you will be killed sooner or later. Gallus coldly shouted. The group no longer wasted any more words. 3 high gods each led a few people to search in 3 different directions while the rest spread out and cautiously searched. Using his demon generals, Han Shuo observed every step of the god hunters. He was silently waiting for an opportunity. This time there was no fixed encirclement. They were searching from the inside to the outside. Unlike shrinking the encirclement, the distance between each other was increasing. From the very beginning, they were certain that Han Shuo and Andrina were carrying a lot of burdens. With that in mind, they had made a complete error in their judgment. As the distance between them grew wider and wider, Han Shuo, who had nothing to worry about, instead became the hunter in this mountain valley with the help of the demon generals all around surveillance. One of the god hunters sent out streams of darkness divine energy from his hand, stirring up a cloud of dust. He cautiously walked forward with his eyes wide open, searching for any possible anomalies. Bloody hell, these bastards really know how to run, cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Unknowingly, he had put some distance between himself and the person closest to him. However, as he was too focused on searching, he did not notice. He arrived under an ancient tree, raised his head to look at the dense foliage, and casually sent out a stream of darkness divine energy. Crack. Another branch snapped. He paid no attention to it and continued to walk forward. Slowly, he arrived under the tree and sent out another stream of darkness divine energy towards a small pond. Still nothing, cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Suddenly, he discovered that there were no more god hunters in the vicinity. It was then that he realized that he had moved too far away. Did I search too far? He suddenly had such a thought. As soon as he thought of this, he prepared to change his direction and approach the god hunter closest to him. But at this moment, a dozen or so dark shadows suddenly descended from the dense foliage above his head. They entered his body in an instant, causing his limbs to stiffen and depriving him of the opportunity to call for help. Rustle, rustle, Han Shuo's figure gently landed on the ground. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out from his body and covered the top of the god hunter's head. Crick. The demonic blades penetrated the god hunter's abdomen. Demonic yuan instantly destroyed the insides of the god hunter's divine body. In the next moment, the cauldron of myriad demon exerted its power and absorbed the god hunter's divine soul. The dozen or so dark shadows flew out of the god hunter's divine body like bats. Han Shuo opened his hand and absorbed the cauldron of myriad demon back into his body. He gave the god hunter a gentle push and the god hunter fell soundlessly into the shade of the tree. You're the first, muttered Han Shuo to himself. His body swayed and he disappeared into the shade of the tree. On the other side, a god hunter who was quite a distance away from the other god hunters was walking on soft ground. Just as he felt that the ground beneath his feet was a little strange, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ankle. Terrifying energy surged into his body and sealed his ability to call for help. Then, a dozen or so dark shadows appeared and swarmed into his body. They completely froze his divine body. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out of Han Shuo's hand and landed on the god hunter's abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. His divine body exploded and his divine soul was absorbed into the cauldron of myriad demon by Han Shuo. Han Shuo continued to search for his next target as he sneered in his heart, "Motherfucker treating me as prey? Let's see who's the real prey today." With the terrifying perception of his demon generals and his ability to conceal his tracks, Han Shuo had become the god hunter's worst nightmare in this mountain range where he could hide from any direction. He specifically targeted those weaker god hunters who were relatively far away from the others. Once he succeeded, he would immediately retreat. In a very short period of time, he had hunted down all 7 god hunters, leaving not a single one alive. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek came from afar. The god hunters immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, they saw the lifeless corpse of one of their companions lying on the ground. It didn't take long for more people to discover the corpses of their companions. The god hunters who had been full of confidence as hunters started to panic when they saw the corpses of their companions appearing one after another. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.